and escape. Davina was already heading here, and our paths intersected. My look slipped to the Fae. Davina gave a sheepish smile. You told Night not to let any vampire follow you. I couldn't be mad. In fact, I was so damned relieved she was here. Recalling the absolute chaos of events that had unfolded at the keep, my thought snagged on the end right before Night found me. Oster had been there. It seemed even more incredible now that I had a calmer mind. Where was he now? Have any of you seen Oster? I blurted. Who? Lilith asked. The High Celestial? Nadia answered with an edge of bitterness. No, we haven't, Rose answered. Should we? Davina curved a brow. Though I was so happy in all of their company, the many directions of voices made my head spin. He was there just before I wrecked the place, I guess. Then Night came, I explained. Probably ran off then, Davina said, a little smug. He's always been afraid of Night. Can you really blame him? Rose grumbled. Davina didn't respond, but her mouth stayed with a small curl. I had to tell Night about my meetings with Oster. Despite Oster's warnings, I didn't believe he'd start a war over me simply because I was going there to learn. He was far more understanding than the world wanted to believe he was. Cassia's father, Rose trailed. My grief pummeled me like a fist in my stomach. He's dead, I whispered. It was never him. It was the king this whole time, using some enchantment in a stupid hat, which I should have detected sooner. Shit, Rose muttered. She rubbed her forehead. Zath and I should have seen it. What do you mean? We visited a hat shop during the Libertatum. We didn't know it was enchanted, and I was tricked into giving a lock of my hair. They attached it to the hat with magic, and when they put it on, they stole my whole appearance, only with brown hair. I wondered about your natural hair color, Davina said. The pink suits you, Lilith admired, twirling a lock of her own unique green tresses. Rose was growing comfortable with the new female companionship, and I was so touched to see them all together. The only one who felt out of place was Nadia. Not because of what she was, but even more so than Rose when I'd first met her, Nadia kept her guard high and buried any troubles under a constant drive. But sometimes when I looked at her, I thought she harbored the most lonely soul I'd ever seen. My blood, I said. It had been keeping Cassia alive for longer than she should have had. The reigning lord used you? Rose said in shock. I never knew. I wish I had, because I would have given it willingly. But I guess he had an agreement with my abuser, Rose inserted. I winced, dropping my eyes. Yeah, and telling me about my blood would have exposed what I was, and that would have diminished his control over me, perhaps given me a drive to leave him. A hand took mine under the water, and I locked eyes with Lilith's gentle hazel gaze. You're the most resilient person I know. That meant more to me than I could form the words for. Yeah, the Star Maiden, our savior and protector, goddess of justice and peace, Nadia drawled sarcastically. I might have been stung by the comment once, but glancing her way, I didn't take it personally. Rose furrowed an angry brow, however. What is your problem? I don't have a problem, she said icily. It seems like no one here has a fucking problem. She floated to the steps and climbed out, fitting a towel around herself. I thought about Drystan lingering in the halls as she stormed out, but I figured he had the sense to stay far out of her path. She's spirited, Lilith said carefully. People lash out when they feel alone and scared, I said. Well, it's not like she's making a team effort, Davina muttered. Lilith looked at her with a soft smile. Davina quickly averted her eyes, turning shy. I'd seen her this way before, but I didn't want to make any assumptions about her possible attraction to Lilith. Rose tracked back to the revelations of Cassia's father. I have no doubt she would have been outraged by what her father had done, even in her best interests. But she was very depressed about her shortened life. You saved her body by providing the blood she consumed, which neither of you knew about. But more importantly, and this is why she loved you, you saved her spirit, right until the very end. My lip wobbled with that, and Davina floated over to me. Her head rested on my shoulder in comfort. Now we're going to do the same for you, Estrella, as the Maiden tribe. The Maidenettes, Lilith chimed in with a giggle. Team Maiden, Davina countered. My brow crumpled with overwhelming joy while they went back and forth with more names and laughed about them all. It felt ridiculous, but at the same time it felt like I finally had a place in the world. Mind if I join you? A timid voice said from across the bathhouse. My eyes lit up. It was Katerina. Of course, I said. She smiled, coming around to the tub, but hesitated with shyness about removing her robe. All of us read it, averting our gazes to allow her to undress, and the waters were milky enough to hide our bodies underneath. This is, she said through a breath of pleasure when she was submerged to her shoulders. Is it strange to say I think I could orgasm from this? The tension eased as we all broke into laughter. I thought the same, Davina answered with a grin. I never thought I'd feel a hot bath again, Katerina admitted. My expression fell in sorrow, but I smiled. How is everyone? Healing. It will take time. They'll be heading to Althenia tomorrow, but a lot will have to travel by land without their wings. I'd never thought to ask her before, but now I wondered. Why were you in that cage next to me, in a separate room from everyone else? Katerina distracted herself with the water. Because I'm the bonded of Zephyr, the High Celestial of the House of Luna. I was gawking at her now. She was practically celestial royalty. Why didn't you tell me? She couldn't lift her eyes, like she kept them down in shame while her brown irises glittered with tears. Because it doesn't matter anymore, she whispered. Of course it does, Davina said gently. Katerina only shook her head. He won't want me once he sees, she said. Then she sniffed hard before turning around. My hand covered my mouth with a cold wave of sickening shock. They'd taken her wings. The magnificent silver pair in Rian's office flashed to mind, and I was overcome with nausea. They were hers. I could feel it now, like connecting an old intuition. All this time, Rian had been kidnapping my people and keeping them captive for their wings and blood. I couldn't decide if I was relieved or angry he wasn't around for me to confront. I don't know what I would have done or how I wouldn't have survived facing the heartbreak. It won't matter, I said, reeling back from my initial horror. He doesn't get to take a single thing more from you. No matter what, you're a celestial, just as much as the rest of them. 2 long, thick lines tore like jagged lightning on either side of her spine. The skin wasn't like a fading scar. It was a deep purple, and I didn't think that would ever change. You don't understand the harsh ways of their ruling. I won't be worthy of him anymore. You are worthy of far more than that. If he doesn't accept what has happened to you against your will and help you heal, then he never deserved you at all. Katerina nodded, but she wasn't fully convinced, and I understood the doubt. But I was committed to her. To all of them, right here and now. I couldn't explain the tether I felt winding around each of them. We needed each other, and I would protect them with everything I had. Chapter 36. Estrella. I shivered waiting upon the rooftop of the establishment, flexing my gloved fingers to work up my courage before Drystan arrived at midnight. I had one task to do before then. Night had shown me how to do it before, and sorrow weighed on me to be here again, when it felt too soon for another goodbye to someone who'd had far fewer years than they were owed. I steadied my breaths and remembered what it had felt like to pull Cassia's soul from its safekeeping inside me. It was like drawing a final warm breath that wasn't mine. This particular ability was an honor, and as I dragged forth the sphere of light from my chest, I marveled at it. "Hi, Calyx," I whispered to it. "You might have been a stubborn, prickly bastard at times, but thank you for loving her. You didn't deserve to die the way you did, but I hope you find your solace in the stars now." It didn't emit any emotion or reaction back, but I felt the familiarity in it. Whatever souls were made of, I believed Cassia's and Calyx's belonged to each other. My cupped palms raised, letting the glowing light fly, and I cherished this moment, watching them reunite in the sky. When he reached far beyond where I could touch them again, his soul flared where it belonged. It was like they joined together to make one constellation. "Of course," I whispered to myself. Cassiopeia, the name of their constellation.
"Your magic seems to be coming back strong,"
Oster said, jolting me from my silent moment with my lost friends. My sight fell back down to find him. "Where did you go?" "After the keep."
"I figured you didn't want Night knowing I was there."
I pursed my lips. Actually, I thought it might have made things easier for Night to have seen him there, to know Oster had come in aid of me. And then I could have begun to explain how I'd been going to Althenia. "What happened to the king?"
"He is a king no longer."
"I don't actually know his name."
"No one does. They say Night's mother erased it in their realm, which carried into this one. He doesn't even remember it himself."
I was stunned by that revelation. Then I thought back to how Night had erased Goldfell's name. I could hardly remember what he looked like anymore either.
"Honestly, I don't know where he went. After your attack, he disappeared."
I would be foolish to think I'd harmed him enough in my rage. "Did I hurt you?" I asked with a wince. Oster chuckled softly, coming closer.
"No, I'm used to your magic enough to know how to defend myself. I was glad to see it."
"I'm sorry I haven't come back to Althenia. I have some things I need to do here first."
"I understand. I'll always be waiting."
I appreciated his patience.
"But, Estrella, I can't wait forever."
My stomach tightened with the alternate meaning now. The bond between us. I couldn't have them both, and I'd selfishly hoped I wouldn't have to choose so soon. I knew with certainty how I felt for Night, but I hadn't had enough time to know what I could have had with Oster, and whether I was throwing away something that would be better for me, even for Night, as painful as it would be to admit. "I know," I whispered. My body tensed as Oster closed the distance, but I didn't let it show. He was trying. I owed him that back at least. His fingers brushed my skin, and my lips parted at the feel of it. I couldn't place it, but my pulse sped and my mind throbbed faintly, as though it was trying to push through a memory, and maybe it was me who didn't want to see it, whatever flash of the past could unveil.
So this is what you get up to when my brother is occupied or incapacitated.
I drew away from Oster like we'd been caught naked together. To Drystan, it might have looked like we were tempted. It's not what it looks like, I said, turning to find Drystan leaning against the chimney of the roof.
What does it look like?
He taunted.
I was just seeing she was safe.
Oster interjected. From his stiff tone, I could tell he wasn't remotely fond of Drystan, and from the prince's darkening gaze, it was more than mutual.
You wouldn't know how to keep a thing safe if it wasn't for your precious veil. You've let them call you prince all this time, but you're nothing more than a powerless, blood-sucking bastard child.
Drystan didn't react, but I did. My head whipped around at the hateful comment. I think you should leave, I said. Oster's eyes flexed around the edges with that. I knew what he must have been thinking, that I was defending the enemy. But I'd come to realize neither of them were my enemy. I was the only neutral territory, albeit because of my lack of memory, but I wasn't entirely clueless.
I'm not leaving you with him,
Oster protested. Drystan said, bored.
You already have. If I wished to do her harm, I would have done so when she was running around like perfect prey in the Libertatum. And where were you, Oster?
The High Celestial's jaw worked, and for a second I thought I caught a spark of light at his fingertips. I hadn't seen his magic yet.
Come back to Althinia with me,
Oster asked, soft to me but restrained, hinted at ire from our present company. I can't right now. I have to go to the Guardian Temple tomorrow, I said. Oster's brow furrowed.
You shouldn't.
My face matched his. It's where I fell to. It's my best place for answers, and they raised me.
Not very well.
I was taken aback by his sharp tone, but Oster recovered, sighing and wearing me down with concerned eyes.
There are many who believe it's because of them you didn't receive the guidance you needed.
They were chosen to guide me, by the gods you worship so dearly.
Even gods make mistakes,
Drystan drawled.
What he means is they let you be your own damn person rather than the poised and pure maiden in white the Celestials expected you to be. You know nothing of our customs.
Oster snapped.
I know they're archaic with an air of superiority that's long overdue to be broken. For your kind to savage the land, shadowless and soulless creatures. Don't forget the night crawlers,
Drystan said.
Don't forget the ages of control you kept over the realm with thanks to your wicked creatures.
I caught the intrigue in that last part, wondering what it meant. The Celestials used the vampires? Oh, a snack, Nadia's voice sang from behind Oster. Her green eyes peered up as she circled around him, amusement cornering her mouth at Oster's dark reception.
Trust me, it wouldn't be worth the indulgence,
Drystan murmured.
Because you'd be dead before you even got close,
Oster said. Nadia boldly reached up to touch his wing, seemingly innocent and curious. Oster shifted to face her, hand not reaching for his sword, just hovering, ready to use whatever power lingered under his skin. Admittedly, I was hoping she kept provoking him, so I could see it for the first time. Drystan had inched closer with the rising tension, too, eyes tracking Oster like he would lunge between them if he tried to attack Nadia.
I'll ask again, Estrella, please come back with me now,
Oster said, not taking his sights off Nadia, who smiled deceivingly sweetly, hands clasped behind her back. I will. Soon, I promised. I just can't tonight. His disappointment shifted to me for a beat. Then he backed away from the vampire. Oster didn't speak, only gave a nod, and I hated that it seemed I was always letting someone down. Torn apart by two sides, and I was losing hope each day that I could ever please them both. When he left and the last wrap of air from his beating wings breezed around me, I sighed deeply.
Don't let him cause you guilt,
Drystan said.
He wants you. He always has. He doesn't always have your best interest in mind.
I wanted to trust Drystan, but I didn't know if he had my best intentions in mind anymore either. What did you want to meet me to discuss that I had to keep from everyone? I asked.
First, it requires the egg.
I eyed Nadia questioningly, and she started to look as wary as I was. Why am I here? She asked.
You'll get your purpose, little rogue.
You didn't have to invite me here and make it easy to kill you. Takes the fun out of it. It was like Drystan enjoyed her hunger for his life. There was a spark in his eyes that spoke something to her without words. While they were distracted with each other, I reached into the void for the dragon egg. It would never fail to evoke awe in me and awaken a humming vibration of my magic every time I held it. It's alive, I said, hushed as though it were a sleeping child in my arms because it felt so precious. It has to be. I can feel it.
We're going to find out, tonight,
Drystan said. And if it is?
You can tell them how you did it, and even that I told you, but nothing else. Before we leave, you'll both swear a truth bargain to me.
Like hell I'll bind myself to you another way, Nadia snarled.
You're going to get what you want, but first you'll need to yield this dose of trust. A foreign concept to you, I know. Get over it.
Her lips firmed, arms crossing to match Drystan in an intense stare-off. What does it require? She asked.
You offering me your blood through a cut you make yourself. As much as biting into your pretty neck is highly tempting.
I shivered at his tone that hinted with seduction toward Nadia. She gave no external reaction to it, but that only seemed to entice him more. It made me curious about vampires feeding on each other. Did they find it pleasurable in certain circumstances? Nadia was once human. Did that make her blood more desirable than a born vampire's? At least you have the sense to call me pretty, Nadia said sweetly. Drystan pinned her with a look and produced a small dagger. She held his stare and unsheathed her own at her thigh. This had better be worth it, she muttered.
Or what?
He challenged. I can get very creative with my murder methods. I was still reeling from my uncertainty while I hugged the egg tightly as Nadia cut her wrist. Drystan's eyes darkened as he stalked to her. Distracting myself by tracing over the contours of the shell, I skipped over my options before I would offer my blood too. Would Knight see this as a betrayal? I didn't know how long or how severe this lie would have to be, but I had to hatch this egg. If there was a chance the dragon was alive within, it could change the tide of the war. So when Drystan came to me next, I held out my hand and hoped my trust given now wouldn't become a regret I learned later.
Chapter 37. Night. The breath I drew when I woke speared in my chest with panic. It started ever since I'd been free from my underground prison. Sometimes I was pulled from the depths of hellish nightmares. Other times the sleep had been restful, but the moment I woke was when a flicker of terror seized me. All because of her. I pushed up from my stomach-down position with a tightness growing behind my ribs. A confusing torment that I was still there in the cave behind the veil, and Estrella was still gone. It left me unable to breathe. With the cold, empty wrap of the room, my teeth clenched with the sharp pain attacking my head as I got out of bed. I'd fallen asleep. I hadn't meant to, despite Estrella's scolding. Estrella. She wasn't back, and somehow I knew it had been far too long and she should be here with me. I'd fallen asleep. I tried to pull myself together, getting changed numbly. Sweat trickled down my skin. It wasn't from the exertion of dying. I was in perfect health. No, my dizzy sweeps came from a disease of the mind that had crawled its way into parts of me that became overwhelmed with fear, riddled by treacherous anxiety. I can't lose her again. Bracing a hand on the table, I scrunched my eyes shut, beginning to tremble with anger at myself when I was only delaying myself from her longer in this pitiful state. I'd breathe right again as soon as I saw her, right in front of me, safe and unharmed. Thinking of her, I reached for the thread of her that was bound to my soul, the only bright piece of treasure in such a dark and twisted place. I wrapped my whole being around it as I pushed through the void to find her. To my relief, I felt nothing bad in the essence of her that lived eternally in me. When the world stopped moving and my feet felt ground, I didn't know where I was. I didn't care. The head of stunning, glittering silver hair that faced away from me weakened my knees with the weight of relief. Estrella. Her name barely escaped me in a breath with my throat still so tight. My pounding heart started to calm as she turned. I took a long, contented inhale when her icy blue eyes met mine. On the exhale, I began to take in more of where I'd found her. We were on the rooftop of the establishment we took lodgings in. I would have been confused, yet when I looked at what Estrella was cradling, I was slammed by shock. She'd done it. Estrella had hatched the celestial dragon egg.
His name is Altanin,
she said preciously, like she was holding a sleeping child. The small beast was breathtaking, a dragon with feathered black wings and feathers that ran over the crown of its head right down to its very long, tapering tail that wrapped around her wrist. It had flickers of violet on the leathery skin of its legs and chest. How did you do it? I approached carefully, in awe of the creature, but more so of her.
It needed moonlight. Then I had to hear its name, if it was willing.
Is that where you've been all night? She nodded. I needed to touch her, slipping a hand over her waist. It was an invasive habit I hoped she would never grow repelled by. I couldn't help it, when it was the only thing to truly settle the beast of fearfulness that was always clawing in my chest, my mind, my soul, when she wasn't within reach. Her existence felt too fragile. I'd lost it once before in the blink of an eye. Dresden told you, I assumed. That's why he wanted me to show her that memory. What did he want to gain from it? Estrella dropped her eyes to the sleeping dragon, patting a careful hand over its head.
He wanted to see if he could bond with a dragon,
she said quietly, with a hint of fear, and I pulled her close. He won't get to take him from you, I assured. Even if he wanted to, if the infant dragon had chosen Estrella, I thought it would be pointless to try to take him from her. Estrella didn't respond, seeming to lose herself in thought, looking over Altanin with a pinched brow. Something else weighed heavy on her mind that she didn't speak.
They don't age like most creatures,
she said.
He won't be so little for long. Every full moon they age. It takes 4 to 6 for them to stop growing.
The dragon gave a yawn, emitting a sound something between a caw and a rattle. One eye slipped open as if checking whether it was worth waking fully yet, and I was taken by the starry purple of it, split by a vertical pupil.
He's beautiful,
Estrella murmured. The dragon was, but I couldn't stop watching her. How dearly she admired this creature in her arms. I leaned in to kiss her temple. It's freezing out here. Are you sure he's not got the power to cause juvenile destruction if we take him inside?
I'm not sure, actually,
she said. As we moved, Altanin seemed to object, climbing with sharp claws on his 4 feet up her chest, over her shoulder, before burrowing in her hood, his tail circling her neck now. I smiled as she giggled, cringing with the feathers tickling her skin. Every time I saw Estrella, it was a gift, but right now, I was utterly enamored. It was hard to imagine the small, adorable creature that could fit in her hood now would grow to a huge, terrifying beast in 4 to 6 short months. I thought about the one we'd faced in the library so long ago. Even in its agony, it was terrifying. Estrella had no idea of the weapon she had allied with tonight. Even if it never attacked, for her to be the only dragon and rider in existence was going to shake the continent.
Do you think it breathes fire that burns?
She asked in wonder as we headed inside. The one in the library we found. Its breath was like shadow fire. It can burn in a sense, but not like ember flame. It would drain the life from anything that it touched. Rot it, essentially.
It looked like your magic,
she said.
The dragon's breath in your memory. You could feel it.
Yes, it was peculiar.
Then perhaps it should be bonded to you instead.
We don't know if it has the same magic.
I think he will,
she said, and it was like a new spirit had lifted her this night. In the main room of the pleasure house, I wanted to suggest we just retire for the night. People sought more distance than necessary as we passed. I was used to the dejecting nature of my presence and didn't pay it any attention. Their separation from us made it easier to find Estrella's companions.
I think they're scared of Altanin,
Estrella said, leaning into me. I don't think they've noticed the beastie in your hood. He blended in like fur in her dark cloak. There's our little stray, Zath called over. He was drunk. Zath's personality became far bigger with alcohol. Rosalind wouldn't look at me, but I thought the edge was taken off her usual thick distaste around me. She even smiled to Estrella.
Oh, my stars!
Davina gushed, hands covering her mouth as she bounded over.
Is that real?
Lilith shot up from the bench too, eyes locked over Estrella's shoulder.
His name is Altanin.
Eli! Zathrian announced the new nickname. He jostled Rosalind into his side. We're godparents! Rose didn't seem enthused by the way he wrapped an arm around her shoulders and imposed the declaration on her.
We aren't anything,
she said flatly. Zath waved her off. You'll come around. Let me see our godson.
How the hell did you get a baby dragon?
Rose asked, but she was curious enough too. I let Estrella lose herself with her friends and their admiration of the dragon. It would be interesting to watch it grow, and I imagined how mighty they would look, ruling side by side. She was magnificent. I leaned sideways against a wooden pillar mostly cloaked in shadow, an attempt to make my presence as small as possible. Dryson wasn't here upon my quick survey. I expected to find him flirting with some man or woman.
Not one for social scenes either?
The rogue's voice trickled from the other side of the post I leaned against. I'm enjoying myself just fine, I said.
You look like you're contemplating turning this place to ash,
Nadia countered. A table of 3 men kept sparing wary looks in our direction. I'd have admitted their attention was starting to grate on my nerves until they stood and shuffled out.
See, you'll quieten this place down in no time. Keep doing that.
Doing what?
Standing there.
How do you know it was me? You're not exactly the most approachable either.
They're human men, and I'm a beautiful woman.
That could kill them in the blink of an eye. I watched a slow smile of satisfaction curl her face as she leaned like my mirror reflection, watching the crowd.
Vampirism has its perks.
I dreaded to ask, have you seen my brother?
He's been good at avoiding me. I have to give him credit.
If he hadn't changed you, someone worse could have, I said. We might have our differences, and a lot has changed in him. But if he wanted to use the power he had over you, he would have by now.
Doesn't mean he won't. Perhaps he's biding his time. You've led many armies and fought in many wars. Your strategies are legendary, yet you're blinded by the fact he's your blood. He has an army ready to command, and you'd be a fool not to consider he'd turn on you with the might event, and he's just waiting for his chance.
Perhaps, but if that time came, I would kill him myself. Nadia slipped me a look. She didn't believe I would. I didn't like to dwell on what-ifs. To calm my rising irritation, I found Estrella. The little dragon had awoken, prancing around the wooden table while they marveled over the creature. A nearby table evacuated in their cowardice regarding the unknown. I could relate to it. A pitiful realization. It coughed a small cloud of black smoke, and I was curious about it, wanting to feel it even if satisfying that curiosity got me hurt.
Seems pointless,
Nadia commented, watching the group with me.
For a celestial to have a dragon for a pet when they both have wings.
It was a peculiar thing. The celestials were like kin to the dragons from what I knew, but the dragons would often bond to the fae. It acted like a treaty of nature. Estrella met my eye with a grin from watching Eltonin knock over cups and snap with juvenile innocence at people's fingers. I think he's hungry, I said to her mind. Her face fell as she looked at the dragon with new consideration.
What does he eat?
My brother coaxed you into dragon motherhood without adequate instruction. She cast me a flat look. I couldn't suppress my hint of a smile, too. I said to Nadia, "You might be the best candidate to take the creature hunting."
I'm not risking suffering the consequences of whatever untrained power could unleash from that thing.
I think it could hardly char bread.
Yeah? Well, you take it.
I shrugged. Suit yourself. The ground rumbled and I straightened. The quake shook through the establishment as a dormant warning that awoke to rattle through my bones. It turned time to stardust slipping through my fingers as I gravitated toward Estrella in the commotion. She met my look with concern. Our thoughts aligned, but I didn't care. Not about the many ways this world would try to tear us apart. As long as she still called for me, I would always come. If the sun never rose again, I would come for her in total darkness. If magic died out for good, I would run, walk, or crawl. If a void split and tore us apart, I would step through worlds to reach her. I took her face in my hands with the ground raging its warning, and I sealed those promises with my lips on hers.
Part 5.
Chapter 38. Night. Past. Every year the night stole more hours than the days. The winters stretched to freeze longer than the summers warmed. The quakes became more frequent, from once every quarter year to nearly every month. Estrella was in tune with the stars. Night was too, but she didn't know that. Both of them could see the gaps between them were growing. The stars were dying.
I don't know what else we can try,
Estrella said with exasperation, throwing herself down on the bed of the bell tower. They met here frequently, to plan, or at least that was the expectation. Over time, they often forgot why they started meeting in the first place. They'd end up spending the days playing chess or cards or riddles as a particular favorite of hers. Those pastimes were avoidance from the fact they were failing in their task. If they didn't allow themselves those moments, they might have driven each other or themselves insane long ago. A game of checkers? Night asked. She tried to suppress her half-smile under the glower of her eyes. Night knew she was tempted to say yes, but they'd been avoiding setting their minds back on a new strategy for too long. Night reached for the compass on the dresser. Can't believe we got hustled by those men for this, he grumbled to himself. It reminded him he had hunting to do for the scam. That could take his mind off the hopeless task for a while.
I can,
Estrella countered. Night opened the protective case of the compass. It was still, but occasionally it would flicker. They tried to pin it on a map and followed several directions toward temples, libraries, and other places they thought could hold the answer it was supposed to lead them toward. They'd wondered if it was something that moved. perhaps a creature in their realm that was never supposed to be. Night tossed the compass to her, and she caught it with a gasp that escaped from her unawares. Dryston hasn't been able to stop thinking about dragons, Night said. It had been years since they discovered the egg and put the beaten-down beast to a peaceful rest. His younger brother was less insistent to accompany him to meet with Estrella when he'd become engrossed in translating the ancient language and learning what he could about the dragons. It all seemed pointless tonight. The dragons were all gone now.
Has he discovered how to hatch an egg?
Estrella inquired. Not that he's told me. I think he'd have come to you to go get it back if he had. She placed it somewhere neither of them knew of for the utmost safekeeping, she'd said. Estrella stood, examining the compass as she paced around the room.
It's like it's mocking us.
She scowled at it. Night could hear the faint flicker of the needle hand.
Perhaps we should try one more mage.
We've tried 3 who all say it should be working. She rubbed her temple as she kept walking back and forth as if it would untangle the threads of her brilliant mind and reveal an answer. He'd learned so much about the Star Maiden it was unsettling. Not as many things about her personal life, which they both kept closely guarded, even after all this time. Their enemy wall was only down for this impossible task. But he discovered so many more insignificant things that held more value to him. How she would pace endlessly in thought, and it was like he could see the cogs of her mind turning. How she always wore her stormstone dagger on her right thigh, and it was a subconscious habit to trace a black-winged crossguard like she did right now. How she could look up from staring at the floor for so long, and pass a whole internal conversation over her expression as she came close to figuring something out. Estrella stopped walking. It was the sign she'd found an answer, even if pending confirmation. Yet Night didn't receive the usual spark in his chest he usually did when she met his eyes, ready to spill her theories. Because from her wary expression, her thoughts weren't positive. Wordlessly, Estrella threw the compass back to him. He caught it effortlessly, looking just in time to see the needle spin again. Confused, he looked up in question, but Estrella fixed her sight on the compass, her lips now parted and eyes slightly wider. "What's wrong?" he asked, stiffening with trepidation.
Throw it back to me,
she said distantly. He did. Estrella swore. Now he was concerned.
No, that doesn't make any sense. What the fuck does it mean?
She ranted, pacing again. Night couldn't stand it. Appearing in her path, he took hold of her shoulders. His skin crawled at her ghostly look. "What is it?" he demanded.
Look, Night,
she snapped, taking his hand and slapping the compass back in his upturned palm. He was about to snap back at the prickly violence, but he watched the needle move, pointing to Estrella now. "What are you trying to say?" he asked, but dread was beginning to coil in him to prepare for denial. Estrella held out her hand, taking the compass more gently. In her palm, the needle spun to him. Night frowned. "So are you the problem, or am I?" She clenched her fist around the brass and went back to pacing. He was becoming so dizzy with her antics that he sat in one of the low open arches for air.
We are. But how?
She whispered, calculating. Then she stopped abruptly, turning accusatory.
What are you?
This again.
You never truly answered.
She looked at him now like she didn't know who he was at all anymore. That disturbed him. I did. You just never took me seriously. I was born Fae, but I was made vampire, and the wings are just an added gift. He said the last word with bitter sarcasm.
Made,
she repeated, recalling that he'd told her that.
How?
What he hadn't told her before was that he wasn't from this realm, her realm. He didn't need her to think of him as more of an invasive pest on her land than she already did.
Tell me?
She pressed, softer now, like she sensed his guard rising. He'd never cared about what people thought of him before. His methods, his motives, his existence. Yet right now he stared in the face of vulnerability with her, and he wasn't used to this feeling. Knight stood, turning to brace a hand on the stone and look out over the capital city. "I wasn't born here," he said.
In Vesitir?
"In this world, Starlight." He needed her reaction, but his body tensed to brace for it as he turned around. She studied him, waiting for the lie.
What are you talking about?
"My father brought me here when I could barely walk, through some kind of portal like a mirror." Estrella was slammed in shock, eyes darting around as she tried to fathom how it was possible.
So you're the reason things are falling apart here?
She said, rising with rage and accusation, and he could feel her energy growing dangerously.
All this time you knew, and you said nothing?
How was I to know that could be the cause?
Because you never belonged here. It's so fucking obvious.
He didn't expect that comment to strike him. Words never did. Yet somehow she'd gained the ability to turn hers to knives that bled him. Knight knew he didn't belong. Maybe for some reason. He still had a kernel of hope that was a wicked lie of his mind that he could still find somewhere he belonged someday. Through travels with Driston, perhaps, if they ever got to escape their father's shackles.
When did you first notice the quakes?
She demanded. I've never known a time without them.
Shit.
The air charged and he could hardly stand her distress.
Why does it point to me when you hold it?
She asked, mostly to herself, reeling with troubles. Knight focused his mind on her conclusions too. He watched her. Every movement of her leg exposed her thigh from the high cut of her gown. She liked light wears and putting her beautiful silver-marked skin on display. Fuck, he muttered. He didn't know if it meant anything, but he had to show her.
What?
She said, spinning to him. She'd never seen his skin, not enough to see the resemblance of his gold markings to hers. Knight reached for the fastenings of his jacket, and Estrella's body turned rigid as he began to undress, debating if she should turn around or flee. When he peeled out of that, he spared her only a glance, delighting in the warmth spreading over her cheeks. But the curious thing didn't look away. He reached for the hem of his shirt and pulled it off. Her uncertainty washed away under a wave of shock that parted her lips.
Your tattoos.
She trailed off in a breath. Knight couldn't stop assessing her every flicker of emotion under the scrutiny that prickled over his skin. Static grew between them as she came closer, carefully, never taking her eyes off his arms, chest, and shoulders, like she was studying a map. His teeth clenched tightly when she was close enough to touch. He wanted to touch her, so fucking badly it disgusted him. He couldn't want that from his enemy. Estrella's hand lifted, and the moment she brushed his bare skin, his magic awakened to her. His soul stirred with her near, and it wound him in torture and bliss. She traced along his bicep, circling around him, over his shoulder blades. Knight's eyes closed for a second to enjoy the slow trail of her fingers he didn't want to crave.
They kind of look like mine,
she said quietly. Her anger was gone, stolen by wonder, and the space between them somehow became delicate. When she faced him again, her light blue irises flicked up to him.
What are you, Raynite?
She asked, not expecting an answer. I'm yours, he wanted to say. 2 words that were as dangerous as a declaration of war, but they were true, even if he didn't want them to be. My mother was a goddess, he admitted. Of stars. Estrella backed away a single step with her shallow gasp.
Like me.
Perhaps. I don't think there was a maiden in that realm, not like here. There are different laws of magic, different gods and spirits and monsters in many places.
Do you think that's why solar magic is failing? Because you are a son of a star goddess, and I a daughter?
You're the daughter of dusk and dawn, technically, he said. But perhaps, or maybe the gift I received of Night's death has something to do with it. Estrella was burdened by something else then. Sorrow.
So we're back to the start then,
she said.
For one of us has to kill the other.
That couldn't be the only way. Night was hit hard by a refusal to believe it. There was a time he'd wanted her dead. For all intents and purposes, he still should. Even if it was still a goal of hers, he'd let go of the fight for it to be his. There was only one problem. I can't be killed, he told her softly. Her brow pulled together.
All beings can be killed by something.
A mortal god, like you or I, can only be killed by something we're made of. His eyes dipped to her hip where the key was a short baton strapped there. Estrella angled her body like he might lunge for the only weapon that could kill her. On the contrary, he looked at the key now with the most terror to ever rise in his chest. We can't tell anyone about this, he said, showing his fear made her relax, trusting he wasn't about to turn on her.
Agreed. Until we figure out how the hell to fix it.
That helped him breathe a little easier. There had to be another way to solve their clashing existence.
You should, get dressed,
she said, swiping up his shirt and holding it out to him. Night wanted to trace the pink coloring her cheeks. The compulsion caused him to grip her wrist instead of taking the shirt, and her lips parted with the fright. His chest was pounding in a rhythm it never had before. Reckless, taunting thoughts circled his mind. When it came to killing or crime, or apparently being in close proximity to the Star Maiden, he had fucking poor resistance. We've damned the world anyway, he said, pulling her to him and claiming her mouth. Estrella was stiff against him, and he was bracing for her to pull away and likely slap him, or take her dagger to his chest. She didn't. Her body softened to him like clay, piece by piece. She molded around him and they fit together too perfectly. She kissed him back, and that was a mistake for her because now he couldn't stop. An addiction took over him in an instant. Absolutely feral because she kissed back this time, from nothing but desire for him. Not to prove something to herself and bind a bargain. Her hand slipped over his side, around his back. He didn't know this kind of igniting of skin against skin existed, and fuck, the thought of both of them stripped and bare to bask in the full heat of it was a glorious temptation. Night swept his tongue over her lips, and when she opened for him to deepen the kiss, he groaned as her nails dragged over his skin. This was what madness felt like. A slow obsession that had always been climbing, and all it took was this final push. The taste of her exploded at him. Right now his whole existence before the day he met her became questionable. His purpose, his gravity, it all became forces revolving around her.
Night.
She sighed his name, and his cock twitched to it. With his strong arm hooking around her waist, Estrella lifted herself into his arms so gently. It was undeniable their magnetism worked for each other. His tongue traced over the vein in her neck that pulsed for him to claim, but he wouldn't. Not yet. He risked losing his restraint. Pressing her against the wall next to the archway, he kissed her deeply again, greedy for so much more of her.
We can't,
she rasped with a hand on his chest. It took everything in him to stop, leaning his forehead to hers and gathering measures of sanity back in every breath. Why? His voice was thick with the lust, and her legs tightened around him. Night groaned, squeezing her thigh and pressing himself to her core to make her feel what she was doing to him by denying them both.
Because if you take me in that bed, it'll start something that can't end well for either of us.
And if I drop you and take you hands braced to the wall right here?
Night.
She breathed his name, and it was only another strain on his faltering control. I want to do the worst things to you. Things you never could have thought of but would crawl back to me for again.
I'd never crawl for you.
Night moved to add friction between them, dragging his aching cock over her core, but it was as tormenting for him as it was for her. We'll see, maiden, he said. Then he couldn't stop the impulse to open his mouth on her neck, dragging his sharp teeth just shy of piercing her soft flesh. Estrella gasped. Her magic hummed to life and his body tensed to the current she shocked through him like lightning. His hold slackened and her feet met the ground. Estrella pushed against his chest and slipped away from the cage of his body against the wall. Her cool eyes met his with a warning, but Night couldn't suppress the small smile that found great delight in her resistance, until he remembered she would be heading back to her other bonded. What if she decided to forge it with him, and he would be helpless to stop it? Do you love him? The question slipped out of him. She knew who he meant, of course. Night's fist clenched in anticipation of hearing something he wouldn't like.
In some ways, yes.
What ways? He was desperate to know, even though it might be crossing a line.
He's my bonded. I grew up with him, and he's been a loyal and dear friend most of my life. I'll always love him.
Does he think you're more?
No, but he hasn't given up hope we could be.
If Oster was right in front of him, Knight couldn't be sure he wouldn't break to kill him without logical thought. It would incite a war, but he didn't care. She was worth waging war for, whether here or between the stars. Estrella threw all logic and consequence from his mind. Our quest isn't finished, he said.
No,
she whispered.
I think it just got a lot more complicated. Chapter 39. Estrella. Eltanin had made something of a home tucked in my hood. We were both craving the extra warmth against the bitter winter air, as he was surprisingly very warm.
Best hope he doesn't get the impression he can keep using you when he gets bigger next month.
Night mused. He'll be able to keep himself warmer then. More feathers. At least, I hoped he would. The temple we stood outside of was more like a small castle. I couldn't stop staring at the magnificent structure that was so tall I had to crane my neck back to see, even though we stood at the opposite end of the massive circular courtyard before the entrance. Night kept close to me, but we hadn't spoken of the memory he'd given me last night. I'd spent the morning reflecting, tracing his gold markings and feeling myself being pulled impossibly closer with each new glimpse of the past, made even more precious in his own thoughts and feelings. That night we'd learned of our clashing existence, that should have sunk me in despair, given me enough reason to push Night to arm's length with all that was repeating in the present. Yet all I felt was defiance to change our fate.
Do people use it?
Zathrian asked, from behind me. I wondered if their distance was because Rose held a stare like knives on Night, which kept Zath and me on edge with what she might do or provoke out of him. Night didn't help when it was often like his receptive stares back were goading her. It was Rose who answered. It's said to be haunted by spirits and curses anyone who tries to enter with ill intent. But people still worship around it for the winter solstice. I twisted around to her in surprise. How do you know this? There's one in Pixtia, too. People make paper dragon figures and burn them in bonfires for winter solstice, as they believe the age of the dragon will come back with her. You, Rose corrected, shifting on her feet like acknowledging the legends she grew up with were about me made her nervous to remember. I guess they were right. I love Star Maiden Day, Davina said excitedly. Me too, Lilith gushed. The Fae cast coins into wells like wishing upon stars. Then, of course, we get drunk and dance the night away outdoors. The concept seemed wonderful, but I was cringing inside because of the name. My birthday, I said. Night's hand hovered on the small of my back.
Yes, the side of the veil it's known as the winter solstice. I imagine the Celestials still celebrate it as Star Maiden Day.
I remembered Oster's disappointment when he learned Night hadn't told me about it already. I didn't understand why when Night spoke of it now with such ease. Hardly something for anyone else to celebrate, I muttered.
I worship it every day, but once a year the world recognizes your brilliance too.
Night said, low and personal, away from the others nearby.
Many have never forgotten, and never given up hope you'd return.
I was building up the courage to tell Night about Oster. This time, when I went back to Althenia, I didn't want it to be behind his back. After this visit to the Guardians, I decided I would tell him. My eyes trailed back to the building. Then they fell down, and I was awash with dread, blinking at the golden circle I stood within. Strange, Rose muttered, examining the ground with me. Pixtia's temple has the same woven circle outside, but ours has a magnificent painting of a white dragon within it. This one had nothing.
Should we be concerned about them?
We all turned to Zath's careful alert. Long past the gold-painted circle, guarding the entrance now, stood 3 cloaked figures with pointed hoods. They're keepers of the temple, Davina said. They should be harmless, unless you try to bypass them to get inside. I need inside, I said. They have to find you worthy, Davina said. Should be easy enough as the Star Maiden, I thought. Let's get this over with, I muttered under my breath. A crawling unease was beginning to prick my skin. Even as we got closer to the keepers, I still couldn't see any flicker of skin from their tilted down hoods. I walked ahead with Night and stopped when they finally looked up. They weren't creatures of flesh, only bone. Ice crept through my blood at the depthless skull eyes that seemed to lure me in. Why have you come, maiden? A low, echoing vibration sounded those words and silenced the wind around us. I need to know why I fell here, I said. You have abandoned your duty since. I hardly had a choice. Night's hand slipped into mine, and with the touch, my rising temper cooled within. I thought the faceless keeper before me might have shifted his head a fraction, as if observing our hands. Even now, you are not ready to dedicate yourself to being what the world needs. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't.
They mean because of me,
Night said calmly. This doesn't have anything to do with you. His hard eyes turned soft on me.
You know it does.
We didn't have time to navigate more obstacles. I was running out of patience. I slipped the key free, flipping it. I caught it in its full staff form it had transformed to. You either let me pass, or I do so by force. But what I won't do is turn away from answers I need from my duty. A tendril of pride fluttered in my chest, like a gentle passing of Night's emotions within me. Very well, maiden, but you must go alone. Night pulled me to him, cupping my cheek.
You know I'll be waiting right here for you,
he said quietly, trying for privacy. I know. Then he added to my mind.
You always know how to call for me, and you know there's nothing that can stand in my way to you the moment you do.
Night let me go, and I rallied the courage to go ahead without him in my next breath. The keepers parted, and I ascended the long temple steps as the doors groaned inward by some invisible force. Inside, I'd never felt so small and intimidated by a single space before. There was nothing ordinary about the colossal columns that circled the perimeter toward a lower center hexagonal platform. I came to one of 5 descending staircases. My chest tightened with anticipation as I tried to gauge all I could, but there was so much to take in. Light flooded the space from a domed roof, and greenery climbed the aged cream walls and pillars. Down on the platform there were 6 statues. I kept my senses on high alert, and the key warmed my palm as I headed down. It was so eerily quiet, with only intermittent sounds of water dripping somewhere and the faint scuff of my boots. I reached the platform and surveyed the statues. They stood in 3 pairs. The second thing I noticed was that each pairing had a different animal painted in front of them: a serpent, a panther, and a raven. The third thing I noticed was the diversity around me. A male nightcrawler from his taloned bat-like wings next to a human woman, I deduced from her rounded ears. A celestial male from his feathered wings next to a vampire female, but I couldn't tell if she was soulless or shadowless. Then finally, a fey male with dark curled horns next to another vampire female. Nerves bubbled inside me, but they were overpowered by something tighter in my chest. Excitement, the kind that sped my pulse with eagerness, but it was wrapped in threads of sadness and uncertainty. These were my guardians, the people who raised me in this world. I blinked away the prickling in my eyes, hoping my memory of them would come back. I hadn't had 2 parents. I'd had 6, and I couldn't remember all they'd done for me. My sight weighed to the ground in sorrow. At the center point of the gray cracked stone, there was a 6-point star in the middle. I gravitated to it, puzzling like it was a riddle before me. The hole wasn't a perfect shape, near circular, but more like a rock had plummeted down to create the crevice. It only took trailing my eyes to the stone at the top of the key staff in finding 2 puzzle pieces that would fit together. Hope bloomed in my chest. Here goes nothing, I said to myself. Flipping the staff, I gripped it tight, my adrenaline threatening my composure as I considered what I could unlock by doing this. I had to try. Holding my breath, I lifted with both my hands until the rock slammed into the slot. A perfect fit that erupted the world around me in a flare of light my eyes winced shut at. Energy slammed into me, then left me feeling weightless. When I dared to open my eyes, I gasped. I was still in the temple, but it was like the walls and roof had dissipated away and became an open ground of endless sky and mountains and life. So much life radiated here, but not like in my world. This place had a peaceful but almost sad aura. "Astrea," a soft feminine voice said behind me. I whirled around in fright, and my heart slammed against my chest, finding the 6 figures, the statues given flesh before me, at least in appearance when they could be spirits with hollow forms. "Where am I?" I asked. "The land of the guardians, where those of us who have fulfilled our sacred duty get to pass in peace," the woman said. She was the human I assumed. Her hair was long and raven black, and she had dark eyes to match. Beside her stood a male, with dark brown short hair and bright hazel irises, who wore an equally warm but saddened expression as he held eyes on me. I couldn't reciprocate when the towering leathery wings behind him made me balk. "She should know this," another feminine voice said bitterly. The red-haired beauty stood cross-armed, pinning me with a frown of disappointment. but I didn't think it was aimed toward me. Somehow I knew to look down to discover her missing shadow. A blood vampire. The male at her side wore a similar steely intimidation in his green eyes and had silvery hair like mine. I was awestruck to discover his celestial feathered wings were black when I'd only seen those on Night before. The two pairings were so unfathomable in the world I knew with all species at war. "You're my guardians?" I asked the red-haired shadowless. Her lips firmed like the question angered her.
They make us spend nearly a century raising her, only to take that all away.
A new voice snapped, talking to the others about me as if I couldn't hear. He was the tallest, and I found him so beautiful with dark reddish disheveled hair, curving horns, and green eyes. Though my speculation about him being Fae from the statue above was wrong. He was the other vampire, soulless, from his missing reflection in the lake surrounding the hexagonal platform. A female with short black hair with silver tresses framing her face curled an arm around his bicep. She had both a shadow and a reflection. Fae. One from each species stood before me. I had been raised by them all to be fair and unbiased. "It's not her fault," the soulless female said. "I'm trying to find my memories," I whispered. That snapped all their eyes to me. I hadn't known what the concept of my guardians would mean when I confronted it. If they would be just as parentally unattached as the gods who created me, only seeing me as a duty. Yet as I looked over them all, I couldn't explain the waves of emotion at being in their presence that were overcoming me. I didn't have the pictures, but I missed them. I mourned for them. "Oh, our little star," the human said, stepping away from the others to approach me. The Nightcrawler followed, and she stopped in front of me, hesitating to raise her hands. She touched me carefully, like she didn't know if a touch could be physical here. It was, and the moment she held me, I couldn't help but break a sob, pulled into the arms of someone who felt trusting and warm, like a mother I never had. "I don't know how to remember," I cried. "Shh," she soothed, smoothing a hand down my hair. "We're here now. Can you help me get my memories back?" "I don't know, but I do think there is something you could find here." She held my arms to pull me back and gave me a saddened smile. "I'm so lost," I confessed. I'd been trying to be brave and strong and convince those around me I could be what they wanted, but those walls came tumbling down here. I don't know if I can be what they need. "You are everything they need," the red-haired shadowless said, approaching too. "We didn't raise you to be anything less." Her reception wasn't as warm as the humans. Her affection was a little sharper, but I appreciated the balance.
It has to start with believing in yourself,
said the celestial male. "I'm trying," I said. I was relaxed in their company. Unexplainably, I knew I could be my most vulnerable here, and it would be safe and secret with them.
You're holding on to your past, both in this life and the one before,
the Nightcrawler said.
It's always been your greatest flaw. You've always been the hardest on yourself and your capabilities.
The Guardians weren't old in appearance. Immortality had preserved their youth, but I felt like a child among them. Their child. It was unconventional, but I understood now this was what I was missing most in my short life since returning. To know if I'd had parental love, and I never could have imagined it was in the form of not blood but guardianship. It was whole and promising all the same. None of you had children of your own? I asked, keen to know more of the history of the Guardians before I came along, how they met their partners, and why they'd been chosen to raise me by the gods of dusk and dawn. A story for another time, the woman said with a smile. Unless you remember first. But this is about you right now. You're as much of a daughter to all of us as any of blood could be. Can you come back with me? I said, a child's plea, but I yearned for them to come back and guide me again. My glance over their dropping expressions sank that small dose of hope.
Our time has passed in your world now,
the soulless male said. It doesn't feel like mine, I admitted quietly. The woman cupped my face, planting a kiss on my forehead, and I bit my lip to keep it from wobbling when it felt like goodbye. It will, she assured me. What about Night? Is there really no other way than for him to leave? Her expression saddened. All of us have faced improbable odds. At our time, it was like your world now. Our species didn't get along. We fell in love, then were guided by your creators to the temple in Vesitir, where we were granted the sacred duty of raising you when you had arrived to bring a golden age, to help us all see peace. You did well, Estrella. You ushered in that time and led triumphantly. It is Ray Knight who stepped into a world that was not his, and along with the meddling god's gift, it made him too powerful of a contender for your magic, and the age of peace began to collapse. His father rose a vampire rebellion, and your clashing existence shook the balance of magic. The Celestials wouldn't have stood a chance. Why are we all dancing around telling her the truth? The shadowless female snapped. Her companions shot her warning looks, but they didn't discourage her. When she looked at me, I braced for the impact impending in her green eyes. You have to kill him, Estrella, before, by his hand or not, he kills you. I shook my head. There has to be another way. Estrella, the Fey female said, you have to kill Night's death. I can't, I shouted. The world we stood in trembled at my cry of defiance. My eyes prickled and I swallowed down the marble in my throat. The world might have crafted us as weapons against each other, but we refused to be used as such. Why bond two people destined to create such catastrophe together? There had to be a reason our souls called to each other. A reason that while a bond could be denied, our hearts claimed each other first. The human cupped my cheek. Her expression warred with what she wanted to say, pinched like she shouldn't speak. But she did. There is a prophecy that speaks of a god-killer. The ground quaked, so suddenly and violently that we clutched each other tightly.
Stop. You'll condemn yourself,
the Nightcrawler male said, slipping a hand around her, and the concern he bore down on her rattled me. What do you mean? I asked. Death shouldn't always be feared. No one is born evil because of their shadow or reflection or wings, and no one is wholly righteous because of their blood either. She continued, trust yourself always. Don't fear the darkest path, for it will always lead to the brightest light. The warning rattled harder at our feet. You said each of you defied great odds to be together. I backtracked, but it was a fragile grasp of desperation when my heart was shattering where I stood. We weren't facing catastrophic imbalance, the shadowless female countered. Merely enemy outrage.
Merely,
the celestial male repeated with a playful huff, meeting the snap of her scowling stare at him with twinkling adoration as his hand slipped absent-mindedly around her. I wanted to know their stories, each of them. When their love for each other was so absolute, it pulled at a yearning in my chest. For Night. The hardest battles make the strongest soldiers, and if conquered together, it creates something transcendent and immortal, the human said. Our time is up, the Fae female informed me. I still have so many questions. I rushed out, panicked. I know you do, the human said, embracing me again. The Nightcrawler laid a hand on my shoulder.
I have every belief in you. That stubborn, defiant, kind mind of yours can't lock those memories away forever. When you come back here, you'll remember us.
I clenched my teeth tightly to keep the tears from surfacing to waver my vision. I looked over them all again, filling with more motivation to get back my past, to know all they'd done for me. The celestial male took the hand of the shadowless female and turned to walk away. The soulless male curved an arm around the Fae female, exchanging a loving smile before they followed. Then the Nightcrawler male interlocked fingers with the woman. Cassie was right, the woman said somberly. If there's one thing you're not allowed to give up on, it's love. After all you face, it's the peace you deserve when not everyone can brave the dark to find it. My brow pinched with that, and I was slammed with relief I didn't know I needed. What about the world? I asked desperately at their fading forms.
You'll find a way. You always do,
the Nightcrawler said, the final echo before they were gone. A single silent tear slipped down my cheek when I stood alone. I almost fell to my knees for a moment to gather my thoughts, but the ground trembled beneath me, and I shifted my stance to brace. It only got worse, but there was nowhere I could run to. Water surrounded me, and it was only then I realized that while the Guardians had walked over it, I wasn't confident I could do the same. The platform began to crumble, and I gripped the key, yanking it out of the ground with a cry. It sucked me back into the mundane and comparatively cold surroundings of the temple in my world. The Guardian sculptures didn't move, but the ground beneath my feet still trembled. Before I could take one step to race up the stairs, I was falling. The ground gave way beneath me, and darkness swallowed me whole. No stones touched me. It was like I was falling through oblivion, a space of lost time and endless wonder. Down and down. All I could do was close my eyes and embrace the confidence I'd gained in coming here, the defiance to follow my path of destiny. Not one the world was trying to pave and condemn me to that separated me from everything my soul cried for. My name is Estrella Lightborn. I embraced the fall, curving my body in a dive and locking my shoulders that broke with tingles over my skin. I am the Star Maiden, the daughter of dusk and dawn. I breathed clearly, giving myself over to the flare of magic that wanted to expel. I fell like a shooting star, but this time, I would rise. I am not weak. I am not alone. I am not afraid of myself. Wings expanded from my back. Then a voice broke through my tunneling focus. My name. But it was the shallow, fearful plea of it that snapped my eyes open and tightened an urge in my chest. Night called for me. Then his pain. It lanced through me and my body twisted, stopping my endless fall with powerful pulses that strained my shoulders. I cried out with the effort, but I needed to get out of here. If there was one thing I would not give up on, it was him.
Chapter 40. Night. I went over the probability of me being able to kill 3 keepers to follow after Estrella. The repercussions wouldn't matter. I could handle further damnation to reach her. What stopped me was I didn't think they were creatures that could be killed, and I knew Estrella would be rather furious with me if I put her friends in danger as a result. So I stood there for a while longer after she disappeared through the entrance, and made sure these things knew I contemplated their death, at least.
She'll be okay.
Davina chirped next to me. Her contrasting cheerfulness grated against my sharp ire. Maybe you should try your way in, I said to her, low enough the keepers shouldn't be able to hear. Perhaps in a small rodent form, Davina could scuttle past their feet.
She needs to do this on her own,
Lilith replied from my other side.
She's stronger than you think.
I know, I said. None of her friends knew her better than I did. Estrella was brilliant and cunning, and truly I had no doubt in her. Getting out of the keep and saving all the Celestials there was breathtaking proof I was right to have every confidence in her to handle herself, if ever a real threat emerged. If I didn't, I never would have let her leave my side. It wasn't her capabilities that I considered just now. I just didn't want her to feel alone. Never again. Especially now when I couldn't be sure what she might learn from the guardians she always regarded fondly in the past. Not like the gods. Maybe I could get in, Zath said. I had to admit, I was glad not to be the only one who just wanted her to have company.
We're all right here if she needs us,
Rosalind said flatly, the one out of all of them who retained a steel exterior over her emotions. I knew I was the reason why. Sometimes it was fun provoking her when all it took was a look, though I was also aware it couldn't continue. It meant something to Estrella that Rose and I get along, and I was willing to try if she would stop spearing me with ice from those hazel eyes. I admired her resilience. Maybe one day we'd get along well enough for me to admit it to her.
Besides, she's probably safer in there than out here with you,
she said, casting me a look as she turned away from the temple. Just like that, the hope of finding amity between us seemed unlikely again. In a breath, I intercepted her path. Zath shifted as if he would leap between the small space left between us. You can say or do whatever you goddamn like, but never question her safety with me.
I'm not questioning anything. It's fact, isn't it? Something has been keeping her upset despite her obvious care for you. What are you doing to her?
If we're airing out other people's business, how about we face the fact of the murder you committed to be in the Libertatum? I'd kept quiet when it wasn't my secret to tell, but she'd danced with my darkest past, and I was going to dance with hers. What is he talking about? Zath said, distracted from his defensive stance against me.
You know nothing.
She seethed up at me. You didn't win your trials, so you swapped the information that was to go to the Central. But someone found out before it left, didn't they? Who was Aaron to you, Rosalind?
Stop.
The Keep messenger boy. But you had a relationship with him, didn't you? He found out what you did and feared what would happen to him for delivering the wrong papers. You got into an altercation.
I didn't mean to,
she said, barely a whisper. Her heartbeat was picking up, and I didn't know why I eased off before the memory I'd dragged out and crafted into a blade could truly hurt her. I was growing too soft. How irritating. Instead, I calmed the anger she'd provoked out of me when I saw the horrified look over what she'd done in her eyes. You did what you had to. It doesn't make you a monster, I said. But don't ever throw things you don't know about us at me again. Her sight dropped and I stepped away, letting her explain the rest to Zath, who looked her over with new eyes of concern and disturbance. I understood. Death and murder littered their world every day, and they slept peacefully. Yet finding out they'd shaken bloodied hands became a haunting burden.
I pushed him,
Rose admitted.
Harder than I meant to when he was fighting me in the woodland. Then he tripped and fell, hitting his head on a sharp rock. He didn't get back up.
I walked aimlessly around the huge gold-painted circle on the ground, listening in to their conversations out of curiosity, though I already knew the full story from Rosalind's mind. I knew how much the event had scarred her.
I don't remember how I got there, but I delivered the note myself. Then when the selected profiles came through, I left as soon as the borders opened, before they would have hunted me down.
She finished explaining. Now you can't go back, I said.
No, I think the reigning lord would call for my death.
Probably.
Your concern is endearing.
I fought a smile. I taste the hate you harbor for me. Am I supposed to care for you?
I don't hate you.
I slipped a suspicious gaze at her.
I want to kill you.
Careful, Rosalind. Those are sweet words to me. They're often the last I hear before I hold the person's heart in my palm.
You're a twisted bastard.
Is this a battle you want to keep expending yourself on? You'll exhaust yourself before I ever give one fuck about your humorous attempts on my life, let alone your perceptions that mean nothing to me. Zat talked to her privately, and something he said caused her to concede this time. I could admit I appreciated her strong will. It had clearly served her well. I didn't know if she would ever warm to me, and I didn't crave it. Estrella did, and it was only for her that I did anything.
Night?
Lilith warned, eyes cast behind me. I picked up on the sounds of an impending intrusion as the two Fae did. I used the void to get closer to Lilith and Davina. The approach came through the forest, distant breaking of branches and scuffling rocks. Then the air whooshed with too many gushes of wind to be anything natural. Celestials, I said.
Do you think he's finally come for her?
Davina whispered to me. My jaw locked with the assumption I hoped was fucking false. Dealing with the High Celestials coming to claim their maiden was a power struggle I wasn't in the mood to face right now.
It could just be the last of the captives from the keep,
Lilith offered, but we all knew they would have no reason to pass this way. It's not, I said, slipping a hand into my pocket like it would keep a grip on the monster within me that was already priming. There was no mistaking the distinct energy of celestial royalty that dropped from the skies. Zephyr Luna, Aquilocera, Notus Aura, then... It's been too long, Auster, I greeted with a venomous edge, but I smiled. I haven't seen you since the war 300 years ago. Not long enough if you ask me, he said. I'm afraid you wasted a trip. As you can see, Estrella is not here. You should have sent a messenger ahead. We know she's here. You can spare the act. I don't have an act. Would you like one? Darkness tipped my fingers and I examined them. I just had to buy time. Stall them until Estrella came out, because I would be damned if they had some plan to steal her away before she could choose if she wanted to go. You're not getting to poison her mind a moment longer, Auster snarled. He hadn't changed. The silver circlet peaked on his forehead, the shoulder-length wavy brown hair half tied back, and worst of all, the hideous glare I felt was crafted to distort his expression this way just for me. One thing was different. Nice hand, I commented. His right fingers flexed, but the left never would again, having been replaced by solid silver. He'd had both in flesh the last time I'd seen him, days before Estrella's death. I knew from battle it had been his dominant side for wielding a weapon, and he must have taken some time to retrain with his right hand instead. Auster took a few steps across the courtyard toward me, and I was glad he did. For now I knew it wasn't just his hand he'd lost, as that left arm didn't move with his walk like the right did. Everyone lost something back then, and everything is on your conscience, Knight's death, especially Estrella's fall, and you're not getting to armor again. It was my turn to erase some distance between us, but I had to be careful. The air was charging with a dangerous challenge of dominance, and I couldn't kill him. It would erupt a war far more savage than our history holds. Estrella is a person with a choice. I'm not holding her, but until she says she wants to leave, she's not going anywhere with you. She already has. At first, I thought he had to be taunting me. My flare of denial started to fade with Auster's irritatingly smug look. For some reason, I knew I would find the confirmation with a glance to Rose, and the guilty shift of her eyes to avoid mine. Then the way she lingered a familiar gaze on the younger Celestial close to Auster. Oh, Starlight, what have you been up to? Doesn't mean she will now, I said coolly. My lack of reaction served to provoke him more. I couldn't decide how I felt about the revelation Estrella had been keeping that secret from me. Could I blame her? No. It only hurt that I'd somehow failed to acquire her complete trust in me, but I didn't yet know what Auster could have told her. Step aside, Ray Knight. You might not be allowed to enter the temple, but I am. I'm not waiting for you to whisper more poisoned thoughts into her mind and manipulate her. The allegation that I would ever manipulate Estrella in such a way drove Knight's death to the surface. The darkness despised the Celestial's brightness, but I held the reins against the impulse to eradicate it. If you want to get to her, you'll have to pass me. Do you think we've been idle all these centuries? You've been our greatest focus, with no effort spared to figure out every weakness you harbor. My head canted in amusement. I'm flattered. I haven't given you a second thought since the war, and could still put you down 100 times over. An arrow fired, but I'd anticipated it from the faintest signal Auster gave with his head. It didn't aim for me, but I'd blinked through the void to catch its path before it struck Davina, and that pissed me off even more. I snapped the stick in a flash of rage, but I became distracted for a split second at the ominous dark pull whispering from the arrowhead. It was a dark, iridescent stone, not obsidian. Your origin is Fey, is it not? Auster said, taunting me with the knowledge. I bet you're susceptible to materials that harm them like obsidian does to celestials, and stormstone does to vampires. What is it? I asked Davina, who fixed wide eyes on the arrowhead.
Iron can weaken us, but that feels stronger,
she said in fear. It took a long time to find anything from your origins, but I'll admit it turned up some fascinating things. I don't know what they call it, but we discovered it was a mineral found in the coldest of places, and with our combined magic, we've been able to recreate the properties. We've tested it on the Fae, a few who had betrayed us to join the king's army, and since I'm merciful, I'll warn you it is highly effective in incapacitating the Fae. Attack me all you want, I said, beginning to tremble with murderous restraint. Attacking any of those behind me will be your last fucking mistake. Auster's chuckle dragged like knives in me. Don't tell me 300 years has grown a heart in you. Tread carefully, Auster. It's not my heart that makes me dangerous, it's the one I protect. You've never protected her, he said coldly. I have nothing to prove to you, so why don't you retreat until Estrella is finished inside, then we can talk. I don't trust you for a second. You've been hiding her from us all this time since she came back, and gods know what lies you've spun in your favor with her memories gone. Your efforts to find her 5 years ago were weak. Even my brother found her before any of your kind did. He looked like he wanted to counter that statement. He was restrained only by a flash of bitter resentment that might have spilled something he didn't want me to know. That took my curiosity. I couldn't infiltrate their thoughts as easily as I could anyone else's, as their minds were protected by what I assumed to be from starlight matter. Too much could drive them insane, so if I had the will and reason, I thought I could likely shatter through the measure. Step aside, Ray Knight. This doesn't have to be a fight. Our time was up, and I only hoped my starlight would come out very soon. That's not going to happen, so do what you have to. I wasn't particularly in the mood for a fight, but I suppose Auster had riled enough energy in me for it. I saw it more as a game, protect the fragile things behind me and collect the lives of those who tried to harm them. Auster might have anticipated that, as he drew his bow and arrow and aimed it for me just as he gave the signal for a dozen of his warriors to advance. The 4 high celestials stayed firm, braced against me. "You really need to fight me 4-1, I asked, distracting them as I listened to the clang of steel from Rose, Zath, Davina, and Lilith. They were great fighters in their own right. "We don't have to fight you at all," said Zephyr, the only one who didn't pin me with the same loathing as the others. I knew him vaguely. He had been close friends with Estrella, and she spoke of him fondly. "If a single one of your people draws blood from them, they die," I warned. I wasn't one for senseless killing, but I had little mercy. I thought my proposal to be fair. "Then surrender," Oster said. "You speak like a child. That hasn't changed." Lilith was the first to get hurt with a slash to her arm from the celestial she fought, and my rage darkened my vision in the flash it took to cross the space and snap his neck. While I was there, I disarmed another, swiftly lodging a dagger in his shoulder, which crashed him to his knees with a cry. Davina was mesmerizing with the way she moved like wind, throwing the daggers from the unique weapon she designed herself. Rose and Zath fought back to back, but the odds of 4 celestials against 2 humans were hardly fair. I should even the scale. The celestials hadn't drawn blood yet from the humans, but I was beyond mercy now. I wrapped shadows around the neck of one with my own hand of flesh around the other. Both of them choked, clawing for air until they drew their last breath, then I tossed their bodies aside. "All this time and you couldn't train better soldiers," I taunted over to Oster. His people began to hesitate and retreat. The high celestial pinned me with such hatred I could almost feel the tangible heat of it. The feeling was mutual, but I wouldn't expend such physical energy toward it. More celestials emerged from the woods, far too many for me to defeat alone when I had Davina, Lilith, Zath, and Rose to protect. "It's over, Ray Knight," Oster said. He always used my full name ever since he learned of it, as if he knew there had to be a reason I despised for why I didn't use it myself. Even now, I never gave him a reaction, but I itched for his throat each time. "Estrella still breathes, and I still stand. It's never over. Both can't be true in our world for it to return to the peace it was. This time the abomination you are will be the thing that falls." My chest drummed with the all-consuming adrenaline right before the break of a battle. It could be over fast. I could kill every celestial here before they could even reach Estrella's friends. But these were her people, and I had to keep an oath not to kill them all when she might condemn me beyond her redemption. Estrella held the reins to my ever-slipping humanity. So I let them attack. They wouldn't kill Estrella's friends. All I had to do was fight long enough for Estrella to come out. I wouldn't let Oster get to her alone, when he could take her away beyond the veil in a blink through the void. "Did you not learn from the last time you challenged me and lost? You'd taken my bonded right against her will. No bond is a right. It was your ego that couldn't accept she'd chosen me. You forced it upon her." The sky broke with a boom of thunder. Oster had the power of storms. He'd attacked me that night as Estrella found her wings, and I didn't tell her that now I wished I had, for I didn't know they'd been meeting in secret, and though he didn't deserve it, it was for her sake I didn't want to taint her impression of him with that knowledge. Did she not know about his direct magic of lightning? His brothers had other strong abilities. They might rely on cosmic energy to wield it, but their gifts were of nature. The Celestials were blessed from multiple deities to keep peace. "You're only angry like a child because your attempt to turn her against me didn't work back then," I said. Tearing at old wounds made it feel like no time had passed at all. "That was only a result of the bond you'd shackled her into. She still had full will to want to stay away from me. She could have taken your offer to try to find a way to break it." I taunted him, buying time. "Come on, Starlight." As soon as she came back, they would stop attacking. In my distraction, an arrow whizzed past me. It struck Davina through the abdomen, and she screamed with the pain. Lilith rushed to her with a horror-stricken expression, catching her as they fell to their knees. Fury boiled in me. I was about to channel to them when fire, the likes of which I'd never felt before, erupted in my shoulder, so much that it stole my vision, my orientation. I underestimated what they were willing to do. Clenching my teeth, I broke the stick of the arrow in me with the head still embedded. The material seized me still like a poison flooding my veins. Another archer aimed for Davina again, and all I could do was make it in time to take that hit too. This time the explosion in my chest felled me to one knee. What the fuck is this? She'll never forgive you for this, I rasped, gripping the arrow stick and managing to pull this one out fully. The iridescent stone glistened with my blood. She has before, Oster said. Another arrow struck my chest, then another, and another. I coughed, spitting blood over the stone on my hands and knees. I don't mean hurting me, I said through short gasps. I was faltering. You shouldn't have harmed her friends to distract me. I had to hold on, but my heart was slowing. Dying felt like slow lapse of sleep, inviting to numb the pain. I fought with everything I was, but there came a point when the pull under was inevitable. If something happened, I didn't want her to believe I'd abandoned her, that I'd let them take her. So I called her name in my mind over and over, even though it only seemed to rebound. Estrella. Darkness. Agony. Silence. Then, my brightest star. I felt her. A prideful burst of energy expanded in my chest and brought my consciousness back enough to pull my head up. Oster looked down on me with satisfaction, but I didn't care. He wasn't important. Despite the 3 arrows in my chest, I found the will to turn around. All was still, so tensely still. Until up from the temple shot the most magnificent flare of light. Everyone had to shield their eyes against it. What came gliding down after was pure, triumphant energy. The Star Maiden. With her breathtaking silver and violet wings, and if I wasn't already on my knees, I would have fallen to them like everyone else did now. Estrella's eyes glowed. Her expression was ethereal, and she was dressed in gold and white and purple. Her feet gently touched the ground, and her wings tucked in like a goddess descended from the heavens. The energy of her magic was breathtaking, but it subdued as the brightness of her eyes and the glow of her ki faded out. I was so tired, losing the fight against the stone, torching my blood and slicing my skin. My head bowed. Pride kept me awake. Her presence kept me alive. Estrella, Oster said from beside me.
What happened?
She asked softly to me. She disregarded him to kneel in front of me, lifting my head. I couldn't believe the sight of the stunning angel. We have company, I said, barely able to get the words out, and I cursed my helplessness.
I can see that. What did you do to piss them off?
I think I do that to him just by existing. Her smile was pained until she examined the arrows in my chest. Estrella, I groaned.
Yes?
These arrows really fucking hurt, and I could use your help.
What are you willing to owe me in return?
She taunted playfully, but reached for one arrow stick. I gave a breathy chuckle. Absolutely everything.
I would have thought it would take more to incapacitate you,
she said with an edge of worry. They're not just ordinary arrows.
This is going to be painful.
I nodded, gritting my teeth with the pain that scattered blackness across my vision when she ripped the first free. A firm hand was planted on my shoulder to keep me from falling forward. It was Zathrian.
Don't die here,
she whispered to me, reaching for the next. I'm trying, I said. For her, I could defy the pull of death as long as possible.
You need to drink.
No. I halted her, but groaned to the next searing pain of the second arrow being pulled out. One left. I spoke the rest to her mind. Don't offer me your blood here. Your people will disgrace you for it.
You need it,
she argued vehemently. This time, yes, I might agree, just not here.
You won't make it elsewhere.
Estrella, you must come with us. We've come to take you home, Oster said, authoritative but wary of her.
You have to be mad to think I'd see this and go with you,
she snapped. If I wasn't so debilitated right now, I would have shown surprise at her sharpness, her confidence, addressing him like that. We mean no harm to you or your friends. After what happened at the keep, you would be safer with us while the fallen king still seeks vengeance, Oster said. Last one, Zath muttered apologetically, taking over while Estrella held my head and was distracted by the High Celestial. I did groan to the final explosion of pain that almost pulled me under completely. Estrella's hand slipped around my face. Her thumb brushed my lips, and I didn't know when she'd cut herself. But the moment her blood was on my tongue, it took every fucking ounce of willpower not to break in my state, to let the instinct take over that would have made me sink my teeth into the mesmerizing vein of her wrist without a thought of permission. My hand lashed out to her thigh, squeezing in warning, and I heard the shifting behind me. They wouldn't be able to see she was giving me her blood, but I imagine Oster anticipated I would grab Estrella to use as a hostage right now. That was a very dangerous thing to do, I said to her mind. Her thumb slipped out of my mouth, and the trickle of her blood I got was enough to give me some strength to grapple for consciousness a little longer. But I was teetering on starvation for her now that I had to focus on control.
You can't die here. I need you.
My existence wove around those 3 little words. I need you. We've expended many resources for you. Come, maiden, Aquilo said. He was a bastard. Estrella favored him the least, from what she had told me in our past. I could feel the echoes of her anger and fear, but I was still helpless to promise I could get us out of here if she asked me to. She's not going anywhere with you, I said, standing even though it felt like lifting rocks on my shoulders. I would fight until I couldn't anymore, bleed until there was nothing left. Hearing the next arrow fired at me, I managed to catch it, but not the second nor the third that came in succession.
Stop!
Estrella yelled. Her staff slammed to the ground, and whether she meant to or not, it scattered a vibration of warning energy under everyone's feet. The arrows dragged me back to my knees, but Zathrian caught me before they slammed me to the stone. You can't take much more of this, he grumbled. I kept track of Estrella and the High Celestials. She cast her sight sideways, finding Lilith using some kind of her magic that glowed a faint green around her arrow wound. A change shifted in Estrella. It was familiar, but it had been dormant until now. She'd always been protective and headstrong, and seeing her friend harmed too brought her palpable outrage to the surface. She targeted that gaze on Oster, but he barely flinched.
Why?
Estrella asked. There was no kindness in her voice. They fought us, Notice replied, always the calm and indifferent bastard.
You attacked first,
Rose countered.
These are my friends,
Estrella interjected.
An attack on them is one on me.
They side with our enemy, Aquilo seethed.
Then I am your enemy.
The air became thick and ice-cold. Looking at Estrella now, it was hard to remember she only had 5 years of new existence, when it was like she'd never left at all with the authority and challenge she embodied. I was so fucking proud. You know nothing, maiden, Aquilo said. I wanted to rip his throat out so badly my fingers flexed against the stone. Oster said, We won't take this to heart given your circumstances. It is our mistake in harming your friends, which we hope you can forgive. I decided I wanted to feed Aquilo's throat to him. They mocked her with those words, belittled her confidence.
You should leave,
Estrella said. You turn away aid from your people for him, Notice said bitterly. We are not needed here, brothers, Zephyr said as the voice of reason. We came to see she is safe after the attack at the keep, and to bring our people home. It's clear they need us more right now, and Estrella can take care of herself." He was the only High Celestial I might have had a shred of respect for. Estrella spoke of him more fondly than Notice or Aquilo, and I trusted her judgment. My vision blurred when Zathrian tore out one of the arrows, but I thought their forces began to turn away. Estrella could have left, but she's right here.
"Oh, Knight,"
Estrella sat, sinking down in front of me again.
"You really have a penchant for torture and provoking them."
It was mildly embarrassing how many shots they managed to fire through me, but I blamed the new material they'd crafted that was a fucking hindrance, being able to incapacitate me faster and more effectively than anything else. They could have struck me with a dozen more, and it wouldn't have stopped me if they'd tried to take you. I would have let Knight's death take over, and shown them the true villain I could become with the right motivation to get her back.
"Can you travel through the void?"
Estrella asked. My vision came and went. I didn't have long before I would pass out. "I don't think so," I said. The last words I could utter, and they felt like lead on my tongue. I feared falling unconscious, only in case Oster could be waiting for the moment I was to storm back and take Estrella from me. I tried to speak, but I knew it was too late. Estrella took one of my hands, a soothing reminder of what was waiting, as death gripped the other and welcomed me home. Chapter 41. Night. It wasn't often I awoke to such peace, and I knew from that feeling alone that Estrella was near, very near. I breathed her scent in a long inhale, registering the soft feel of her under my head, and a warmth hotter than flesh at the side of my face. Her fingers combed through my hair, and I stifled a groan, deciding this awakening right here was the best in my entire existence. My eyes slipped open for the final piece of this dream, and the angel staring down at me really did make me question if I was even alive.
"You've been out for a long time,"
she said quietly, brushing a lock of hair from my head which she held in her lap. I spared a glance around, but only took in gray, jagged stone around us, illuminated by a small fire. Then I remembered the events that had unfolded after the temple.
"Zath helped to get you here. I really need to learn how to travel with someone through the void. I could feel it, but you said traveling through it was risky, even at the best of times."
"Thank you," I said. It was barely a breath in my weakened state, but I was coming around. I took her hand over my chest, and it was all the strength I needed.
"Do you think they hate me now?"
The sound of defeat in her small voice had me pushing up, propping on one hand. I tipped her chin up, unable to bear the weight on her that bowed it, as if she'd done something wrong. "You were absolutely incredible. If they have any ill feelings toward you standing up for your friends, then they're a problem," I said. "One word and I'd end them all, or at least make them remember it's you they bow to, and that you will never bow to them." Estrella yielded a small smile that relaxed the tension in me, ready to charge at her every whim.
"Always finding answers in violence,"
she mused. "I find my answers in you. What I do is entirely dependent on your wishes." Estrella leaned in to kiss me, and fuck, I loved it when she did that.
"I'm going to go to Althenia once you're well,"
she said gently, like it might detonate a fuse in me. I wouldn't deny the idea sparked something volatile, but I knew this time had to come. I had to let her go. "Oster said you'd been meeting with him," I told her. Part of me hoped he'd been lying to provoke me, but the other part knew it was the truth.
"I'm sorry. It's not that I didn't trust you, but he said—"
"You don't have to explain it to me. How did you feel with Oster?" Her brow furrowed, seeming to try to answer that to herself first.
"Sad? Like I broke something I don't know can be fixed. Also, wary."
That's not giving me assurance to let you go with him.
Let me?
She challenged. I loved the fiery flicker against the ice of her irises when she adopted this playfulness. I could tie you up.
Is that a fantasy of yours?
It would be a fantasy if I'd never done so before. Her lips parted, searching my eyes for the lie.
That's not fair.
She pouted.
Taunting me with lost memories?
Would you want me to? I leaned into her, forcing her to lie down slowly. My hands grazed along her side, but shadows crept along her stomach, lassoing around her wrists. She tried to wriggle from my touch, but gasped when the shadow bonds locked her hands above her head. Restrain you? The answer was in the desire fluttering her eyes.
Yes?
I leaned down, kissing her lips softly, then her neck. Good. Letting the shadows ease from her wrists, Estrella's hand slipped down my abdomen, dipping under the hem of my untucked shirt. Her fingers against my skin were fucking bliss.
You can't come with me to Althenia, can you?
She asked, wandering her touch absent-mindedly. My fucking heart skipped at her want for me. I'm not welcome there. I'll only reflect badly on you for bringing me there.
That's not fair.
She frowned. We also don't know if you can open a pass in the veil for me. Estrella began tracing my chest, and I was in an utter state of rapture that the thought of hiding in this cave with her for days was the most appealing thing in the world.
I think I could,
she said thoughtfully. Your confidence is stunning. She smiled to herself this time, but it quickly fell.
What if I don't belong there for all I'm choosing against them?
That meant me. I wanted her to say it. I choose you. There's nothing I wouldn't give for those words. But more than that, I wanted her happiness, and this wasn't it. What do you want to do? Estrella slipped her hand around my back while her knees tightened around my hips, drawing me down closer.
You're everything I shouldn't want,
she whispered. Yes.
So why do I want you so badly?
Even the most pure and precious things can be lured by darkness.
I don't think it's just your darkness. I think it's your heart.
Because it's yours, I said. Estrella kissed me firm and unexpected. Every time she moved for me first, I turned into a pining, proud fool for her. Before you settle on your choice, you should give Oster more of a chance, to be sure.
You don't want that,
she accused, maybe even taking offense. I gave her a resentful laugh. I would rather the world burn to ash, but that would be entirely villainous of me. I'm trying not to corrupt the world's hero into condemning it for me.
You think too highly of yourself.
You begged me not to leave.
I didn't beg.
It's one of my favorite things from you, so I think I'd remember. Her lips parted with an adorable scowl, and I smiled in amusement. Before she could say something snarky, I claimed her mouth, and then we were lost. Or found. We were stars colliding and night defying. I hadn't been able to give her everything when we'd woken after the ordeal at the keep. I died 7 times before Estrella came around. It was a record I hoped never to beat or even come close to again. Now everything came pouring out of me, and I hoped she had the same blazing desire to receive it. Her back curved, pressing us tighter. Those fucking hands of heaven locked in my hair to pull me closer, and I was driven so wild with everything I wanted to do to her that I didn't know where to start worshipping this goddess wrapped around me. The ground trembled beneath us, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was a direct warning from the gods. It only surged me with defiance and a dominant need to show them she was mine. Slipping my arms around her back, she lifted so effortlessly to me, straddling my knees. I stood with her, pushing her to the wall, and she moaned, opening that pretty mouth for me to devour her deeply. Estrella's hands moved to glide over my ribs before clawing at my back. Such a needy girl. I broke our kiss abruptly and was burned by the passion in her icy eyes. I need you to undress for me before I make ribbons out of the only clothes you have until we reach a town. She shivered against me and I reluctantly let her go, bracing a hand on the wall instead to watch. Everything around us still shook, and Estrella observed the falling debris as she undid the fastens of her leathers.
Do the quakes always last this long?
She asked with a hint of fear. No. The longer they are, the more they're affecting the magic.
Maybe we should stop.
I reached for the button of her pants, then pulled the ties. We could, I murmured, kissing her jaw, her neck, drinking in every sweet taste of her flesh. But we've tempted fate this far. Why stop now? Estrella peeled out of her leather jacket. Then I helped fold her out of her shirt, just as the quake stopped rumbling. I groaned at the perfect sight of her bare chest that would never fail to turn me into a crazed male for her. I sucked one of her nipples and she pushed her chest into me. Such a good fucking girl. I gave the other the same attention and her arousal filled my senses. I breathed the drug of her deeply, becoming more and more unhinged to be buried inside her with each breath. Hooking my fingers in her waistband, I kneeled, freeing her stunning legs from the leather as I did. How much do you want this? I was priming to unleash on her everything I never got the chance to do the other night.
More than anything,
she said through a delightful short breath. I lifted under her knee to hook it over my shoulder. Then I bit into her thigh, piercing the flesh. Estrella gasped from the surprise, hand flying into my hair and grabbing a tight fistful. I only took a mouthful of her exquisite blood before I licked over the puncture wound. My eyes flicked up, finding her lust-clouded sight on me. Did that make you needy for me? I asked, kissing along her thigh. I loved the way her hand tightened and her brow twitched in anticipation the closer I got to her center.
Shit, yes,
she mewed. I groaned, savoring that sweet begging I would never tire of hearing. Then I couldn't hold back any longer. Estrella's cry echoed through the small cave and I gave no mercy, needing her to scream louder as a declaration to the world that she was mine, that only I could make her feel this good. My tongue passed through her hot core and the taste of her exploded in me. Sucking on the sensitive bud gained the most reaction. Estrella ground her hips into my face like she couldn't get enough. I let her use me as she needed, cupping under her ass for encouragement, and she didn't hold back. Her arousal coated my mouth and chin as she chased her pleasure, and my cock was fucking aching to be touched. I slipped a finger into her tight heat and swore at the slickness pooling out of her, enough that I added a second easily.
Oh, just like that, please.
I turned nearly feral with that. Her wish was my fucking command. She was close to the precipice and I needed it like a starved man. I sucked harder, driving my fingers into her faster with a slight curve with the right pressure to make her body sing until she began to tense for the orgasm, and her channel sucked my fingers deeper. Estrella climaxing was a blessing from the heavens no creature from hell deserved. She cried beautifully, and I held her tightly pressed to the wall as my assault strung out every euphoric tremor of her release. I slowed as she came down from her high. Every gentle flick of my tongue caused her body to spasm from the sensitivity, and I delighted in the wicked torture. Estrella moaned with my fingers slipping out of her, and I sucked every last taste of her from them. Her eyes were wild on me, looking down with her chest rising and falling, and she wasn't finished. Good. I wasn't even close to being done with her. On your knees, and take out my cock, I ordered. Estrella didn't miss a beat, sinking down with me and working her nimble fingers on my buttons and ties. The relief when she freed my cock was a burst of pleasure itself, but she wasted no time in gripping my base in her pale hand, tightening as she pumped in slow, tormenting strokes. I wanted her mouth wrapped around it, and if I didn't ask, I knew she would in a moment. More so, I wanted to be deep inside her so desperately it was a carnal need. Perhaps it was the lingering, resentful thoughts of Oster. He was good for her, safe. I was nightmares and devastation, but she couldn't deny which kept her feeling the most alive. Turn around and put your hands on the wall. She did as I ordered, giving me her perfect ass, and I coaxed her hips back while nudging her knees farther apart. Estrella shuddered with a pained moan as I passed my fingers through her soaking heat, using her release to cover my shaft. I shifted up on my knees, kissing between her shoulders and wrapping a hand around her throat. My cock lined up with her entrance. Estrella pushed her hips back, taking the tip of me into her body, and I groaned against her skin. Impatient, I growled. Then I plunged all the way to hear her sing for me, and it was mind-blowing. I had to take a second, fully seated in her, clutching her body bent perfectly in my hold.
Don't hold back this time,
she rasped. You think I've been holding out on you? Pulling out to the tip, I began fucking her in slow, savoring strokes. I wanted her to feel how perfectly every piece of me fit with her. Then again, and again, slow, punishing plunges she cried out at, beginning to anticipate it to meet me stroke for stroke. Do I feel good inside you? I whispered across her ear.
It feels... oh, gods.
My next deep thrust altered her words. We've talked about this, I said, a low, gravelly warning before I plunged in again and stayed seated in her. The only gods around here are you and I.
I want you to fuck me as Night's death.
I stilled with a dark, pleasurable shudder at hearing that. It was unexpected, but the darkness inside me rattled to be desired. Are you sure it won't frighten you? I taunted, trailing the vibrations of my words down the column of her neck that inclined for me, begging for my teeth, my mark.
I can handle you.
She was the only creature in the world who could. Night's death crept to the surface, but I kept control. It was urges and dark promises that impressed on my consciousness. Night's death was like choosing what emotions to turn off and which to amplify. If I had no control, I had no humanity. It was most dangerous around Estrella, who was so beautifully bright that she repelled the want for goodness, but the defiance to crave it could also translate to the most euphoric bliss in the throes of passion. Estrella gasped like she felt the change in me, the embrace of a monster. Shadows replaced my hold around her neck so my black-tipped fingers could hold her hips in place. How hard can you take it? I asked, trembling with the restraint required not to give in to abandon.
Just fuck me.
The beast in me purred at that, and my cock glided in and out of her, and I marveled at the sight of where we joined. I want to mark you, I growled, pressing my lips to her shoulder before my teeth scraped there.
Please?
So willing for me. With my next deep plunge into her, my teeth sank into her skin with the ease of an apple. Then I was lost in her. High on the taste and scent of her, my hips slammed into her hard and fast, and she clawed at the wall with her cries of pleasure. I licked her wound when my mouth pulled away and my abdomen tensed with an impending release. Come on my cock, I ordered, fucking her like no sane person. She made me crazed, entangled in madness. I didn't think any amount of her would ever be enough, and that made my chase with her an eternal flame. Her channel gripped me like a vice, and I was so fucking close. Another snake of shadow wrapped her middle before the tip reached her apex, rubbing her sensitive bud with every powerful thrust that had us both slick with sweat and ready to collapse. Estrella's noises were heavenly. The call of my name shattering through her release was a god's blessing bestowed on me. With my next slam into her, I came to, seeing stars and darkness and her. Fuck, I rasped, struggling to collect myself back from an orgasm that continued to rip through me as I braced one hand next to hers on the wall, and the other around her body as the shadows dispersed, and Night's death was put back to rest.
That was...
Estrella didn't finish her words. She didn't need to. I kissed along the column of her neck and the come down of our shared euphoria. You are utterly exquisite. I slipped out of her, and we gathered our breath.
There's a lake just through the trees,
Estrella said, turning around. I took her hands as I stood, and from her blood and the adrenaline we created, I felt brand fucking new. As I hooked under her thighs, Estrella's smile bloomed, lifting into my arms, legs circling my waist. As I carried her out, the night was bitterly cold, but bearable with the heat of our worked bodies right now. Your light is warm. If you can find out how to channel it right, you could save us a freezing bath in a minute. I was too enraptured with her body around mine to feel the woodland beneath my bare feet. When we got to the lake, Estrella clamped around me tighter as I walked into it. Shit, it was fucking freezing. I almost retreated, but thought that this could be a good training exercise for her magic.
This could wait until morning,
Estrella gasped, trying to let me go when the water lapped past her ass. It won't be much warmer then anyway, I said. Her teeth started chattering, her body shaking but locked around me. I stopped in the pool where I could still stand, but sank down to submerge to our shoulders. You could heat around us, I said through short breath. The water was like small knives to our skin.
I don't know how?
She chittered. Focus, love. Brushing hair from her face, I warmed her ear, her neck, with my breath, anywhere I could. I tried reaching her with my magic to give it a gentle awakening. When her silver markings started to glow, she was the most breathtaking sight in the dark. Good girl, I whispered. You're not just a vessel to power. You are the magic you harbor. Trust yourself with it, and command what you want. Shimmering light spilled around us like she bathed us both in starlight. Fucking exquisite. Estrella glowed like a goddess. Her tattoos, the glittering strands of her hair, she was in every way a pure fallen star. My fallen star, I said to her, kissing the constellation on her chest. We both shuddered at the warmth that weaved through the cold. Our bodies relaxed against each other, and I groaned with the pleasure, no longer wanting to make this swim quick, but wanting to stay here for hours, to take her again and again in these waters imbued with her magic. After a moment of peaceful silence and soft touches, Estrella broke it.
How did the Celestials manage to overpower you at the temple?
My anger simmered at the recollection. They've been busy these past few centuries. It seems they've created a material that incapacitates the Fae like stormstone does to vampires, and obsidian the Celestials.
Why would they want such a thing against the Fae? They are their allies.
I don't think any two groups can wholly be considered allies anymore. They know I was born Fae, and they were right to assume whatever this new material is, that it would incapacitate me more than stormstone or obsidian. It's also safe to assume they know many Fae joined my father's army over the years, so I guess they wanted to be fully prepared.
Most of them were forced against their will,
she argued. Yes, but war doesn't spare the innocent. It views everything that's multicolored through a black and white lens. It is not fair nor merciful. It hears no reason.
We have to make them. Be the voice of reason if we must.
I adored her fierce will. Estrella was in every way a fit leader then and now. She just wasn't always what they wanted her to be, and that made me love her even more. I'll be right by your side. I'll do whatever you ask of me.
Whatever I ask?
She repeated coyly. My cock jerked from that tone alone. Unless you order me away.
What happened to giving Oster a chance?
I already changed my mind.
Jealousy suits you.
This isn't jealousy because you are undeniably mine. I mentioned Oster so you can finally accept that with a clear conscience. I'm very patient, and you are very worth the wait. I kissed her throat, refraining from scattering bite marks across her body.
You held back in the cave,
she accused breathily, our stares tangled in desire and thrill. I didn't fuck you hard enough.
You haven't shown me everything you can do.
I would never give you everything at once. We have eternity, and I have infinite ways to pleasure you. Next time I want you to feel my magic inside you. I kissed her hard and she curved into me. My cock prodded at her core from our position.
There's something I've been wanting to ask you,
she said before we could lose ourselves again. The serious edge made me give her my full attention for it. You can ask me anything.
Did you really kill Drystan's mother?
Guilt locked my body as I sighed. Yes, it was an accident long ago, shortly after you died. Every time she learned something heinous about me, I always counted my breaths for her reaction, believing it would be the next sinister truth that would make her see the monster I am and leave me.
How?
I'm not proud of who I was back then. Vicious nightmares need peaceful dreams, and you were gone. Her delicate brow pulled together and her fingers threaded through the back of my hair.
I'm here now.
I sighed, running a hand up her spine in complete gratitude for that fact. His mother tried to kill me first, knowing I would be sent for her when she planned to leave my father and abandon Drystan. Knight's death didn't give a second chance to her attempt at ending my life, futile as it was. I didn't realize what I'd done until I was kneeling by her body, and her lovers, coated in their blood. Knight's death has no brother, no one to consider.
You've been Knight's death around me.
That part of me is both repelled by and addicted to you. I can't explain it. You make me volatile, but in a way that either drives a need to kill you or a desire to claim you. Estrella pressed herself to me with a playful smile.
The feeling is mutual. Chapter 42. Estrella. I passed through the celestial veil alone. Well, as I'm sure Altanin in my hood didn't classify as what the Celestials would consider to be company. I traveled on foot this time, as I couldn't help my desire to explore the feeling it gave me for a while longer. Surrounded by a storm of darkness and shimmering starlight, I couldn't place why it was so welcoming. Familiar. It awakened my magic and embraced the call. The key staff in my hand glowed with my silver tattoos, and I felt so light and powerful. Even Altanin purred like this force soothed him. Emerging on the other side, I was immediately met with the sight of 4 high celestials, flanked by a number of guards that seemed excessive. Did they not trust me not to bring Night here? It had been 2 days since the temple. I hadn't told Oster I was coming, and the fact they were waiting for me regardless crawled my skin. Had they sent spies to watch me?
We weren't sure when you would come back,
Oster said, breaking the tense silence we stood off in. Seems like you did, I countered.
I can feel when you're near.
I recoiled internally at that, often forgetting that even though our bond wasn't claimed, it was a lingering connection between us. That enlightenment pressed on a sore spot for us both. Admittedly, I came here built up on annoyance and anger for the attack on Knight and my friends, but now, faced with the sadness Oster tried to hide under a steel mask, my guilt was breaking down that wall. I'm not your enemy, but I'm not his either, I said.
I know.
Notice and Aquilo could hardly hide their distaste toward me, but I didn't care for their approval anyway. I'd learned that the High Celestial with long red hair, a few strands loose from a half-tie highlighting his green eyes, was Notice. Aquilo had cropped black hair with dark eyes nearly as depthless. Whatever their reasons for disliking me in the past, it didn't seem like they were likely to set aside their indifference. Zephyr was the only one to offer kind eyes and a partial smile.
What is that?
Notice demanded. He must have caught a glimpse of Eltanin, who tickled my neck to crawl onto my shoulder with the new commotion. His name is Eltanin. He's a celestial dragon. Dipping into my pocket, I lifted a piece of dried rabbit to him. He was surprisingly gentle at taking food now, and I wondered if it was because of the training of Nadia, who I'd seen him with often. Despite her initial refusal, and though she still denied it, she had quickly become engrossed with him.
Impossible,
Aquilo accused. Do your eyes deceive you? I said flatly. I decided I liked him least of all. He presented himself as so bitter and challenging, and I was going to give it right back if he kept testing me.
It's remarkable,
Zephyr said, taking a step forward.
Where did you find such a creature? No one has seen them in over 1,000 years.
Oster said. It's a long story, I said. Literally it was. I'd held him in his egg for the first time centuries ago, and it was bittersweet to think we'd waited for each other all this time. That right now was when we were truly supposed to meet.
If you'd stay a while, we'd love to hear,
Oster said, the first time his tone started to warm to me. I smiled with a nod. I didn't want there to be a rift between us. Despite my heart being Knight's, I still cared for Oster and wanted to help him find the happiness he deserved, too. The guard retreated, and I wished his brothers would too, but they trailed a few paces behind us as we headed toward the bridge that would take us onto the Nova province. My sight cast past it, however. Can we visit the Luna province? I asked. Zephyr's brow lifted in surprise. He looked to Oster for an answer, which I didn't like.
If you wish,
Oster agreed, but I got the impression he would rather I decided to go back to his land. I didn't know what it was about the snow-capped mountains of Zephyr's lands that felt compelling. Taking Oster's hand, we stepped through the void to get there fastest. Luckily, I was already dressed for the colder temperature, with winter thick on the other side of the veil. The castle here was high between mountains, made of beige stone, but glittering spectacularly with ice and snow. A wide waterfall fell from the height with a river running through the fortification. It almost looked like an island floated in the sky. Can we go there? I asked Zephyr.
Of course.
He seemed receptive to my eagerness, but still wary of Oster, who kept close to my side. Did I come here often? Before? I asked.
Yes, whenever you came back to Althenia, you would spend time here, and of course on the Nova province.
It wasn't surprising I clearly didn't favor Notice or Aquilo's lands, or I wasn't welcome there. I was curious in this life, however, and made a note to visit, even if just to piss them off because they had to host me.
Actually, there's a place you might find more intriguing than another boring castle,
Zephyr said with a knowing smile. It turned me giddy, and I followed without regarding Oster. The streets here were so tranquil and beautifully snow-covered. A carriage pulled up, silver and pulled by 2 magnificent white horses. Except, they have wings, I marveled. I had never believed such a creature existed.
Pegasus.
Zephyr told me, coming around to stroke the mane of one.
They're very rare in our age, sacred to our people.
I thought back to the time I'd gotten to ride a regular horse on my way to the Libertatum. I might not have mustered the courage were it not for Night. Even though he'd only been in my mind, the memory was as real to me as if he'd physically been there, pressed tightly behind me and helping to guide the beast. I wondered if riding the Pegasus would be more like dragonback, something I was excited to experience when Eltanin was big enough.
Want to ride?
Zephyr asked, tipping his chin to the carriage. Beaming, I all but skipped up to it, taking Oster's hand for help. My gut tightened in anticipation, and Eltanin gave a small caw, burrowing in my hood deeper. He could fly alongside, and I should be encouraging it. He was becoming quite the lazy dragon. I clutched the side of the open double-facing carriage as the Pegasus walked. Their wings expanded as they picked up speed, then my stomach tumbled to the leap they took into the air. They were so smooth in their flight that it was like we were gliding. Eagerly, I peered over to drink in the snowy province below us that expanded with so many homes, forests with hidden communities, and mountains.
How is your own flying coming along?
Oster asked. His eyes had turned soft on me, and I sank back into my seat. Good, actually. Once I felt what it was like to fly, I think it came back to me quite easily.
I'm glad,
he said with a smile.
And your powers?
Zephyr asked. My fingers flexed subconsciously at that. The key was now a small baton strapped at my hip. I'm getting better at reaching that, too.
Is he treating you well?
Oster asked with a stiff edge. Yes. He's careful with me. That wasn't a lie despite the time I'd provoked him into a battle after seeing Drystan. Though I kind of wanted to unleash like that with him and our powers again. We landed high, and I hopped out the carriage on my own, eager to trace my hand down the beautiful wings of the Pegasus I might not see again for a while.
This way,
Zephyr said, already strides ahead. I bustled after him, heading toward a small woodland around the bend of tall rocks. My breath was stolen when I saw it wasn't ordinary. The ethereal glow of the nature here gave off an enchanted energy, a quiet pocket of magic. So much glowed in the brightest neon colors, which I'd only seen by starlight matter enhancements. Lights flew around, insects, which immediately caught the interest of Eli, who jumped suddenly from his cozy nest around my neck. I grinned watching him chase after the small life around here. What is this place? I asked, wandering into the greenery that was untouched by the snow.
There are a couple of spots like it around Althenia. No one really knows why they bloomed, though some speculate they're places where the spiritual veil is thinnest. I believe you like to come here because you're the Star Maiden. We call them lightness.
Oster added.
Many come to them to heal and find spiritual guidance.
That took my interest as I trod carefully. When I touched the soft bark of a tree, small waves of energy lapped over my skin. The silver lines and swirls on me came to life, adding another glow to the ethereal space. Do you think it's possible to reach guidance from a spiritual realm, such as the realm of the Guardians? Oster looked me over curiously. Then he frowned at the grass he walked over, which was brighter than any I'd seen before. I followed, touching and weaving through the trees between us.
Your guardians did well in raising you to be an unbiased and fair ruler, but I think even your parents thought their own hearts meddled too often.
I didn't expect Oster not to be fond of them. What do you mean?
The Guardians let your rebellions thrive when they were supposed to teach you discipline.
I turned tense at the way he spoke of me like a child out of line. The guardians had been kind and genuine. I'd never felt the kind of safe attachment like I had when I'd been around them. As if no matter what I confessed, they'd help me find a way. My parents seemed to have given up on me anyway, I muttered resentfully.
They only want what's best for you.
They wanted a perfect creation, a person they could control the world with. They should have given up their supreme forms to be here themselves.
Don't reject those who made you and want to better the world, Estrella. Not for him.
It always came back to Night. It always would. You have to accept he's part of me.
Then bond with him.
Oster's outburst shocked me. Zephyr shifted awkwardly before turning, following Eltanen's antics to appear uninterested. Now you're encouraging me to bond with him? I said bitterly.
I can't bear it, Estrella. Being around you with that chance, even if just a thread, that you could still choose to bond with me instead. So do it. Let us both heal from the fact it would never have been me. It's the only way I'll believe there's no hope for us.
That confession tore through me. I'm sorry, I whispered. Oster shook his head.
Don't be, just get it over with.
His words stung. Night showed me a memory.
Please don't speak his name,
He snapped. I winced. He showed me something I told him once, that I loved you and always would. We were friends. I didn't want to lose that then, and I don't now.
I am trying, which is why you have to do this for me to move on.
How could I tell him that I couldn't bond with Night? Not yet. His father was at large with a way to kill Night now if we forged that bond and became part of each other. I will.
Now.
His persistence made me uneasy, but my guilt about hurting him made me understand why he wanted it over with. I hoped he was right, and that once Night and I were bonded, we could heal from it as friends, even if he would never warm to Night.
Such a thing shouldn't be rushed into,
Zephyr said carefully. It was the first time I'd seen Oster direct a hostile stare at one of his brothers.
This has nothing to do with you. We're all here to counsel her. Let us get past Star Maiden Day at least. It doesn't need to wait. She's made her choice.
Oster argued. I interjected. And that means I choose when it happens. I'm sorry this hurts you, but it shouldn't take this for you to accept that our bond is gone.
It's not, though,
he said, in a low tone that had me balking along with his step toward me.
So long I can still feel you, the essence of you that reaches for me, it's fucking torture. I want it gone, and the only way that happens is if you bond him. Or you both declare your rejection,
Zephyr countered. I stiffened at the dark look that flexed around Oster's eyes from that.
This is none of your fucking business.
We can reject it? I asked.
I won't,
Oster said firmly. Why not?
Because the only way I'm letting you go is if it's impossible to bond you or you're dead.
Oster began to leave after hanging those haunting words in the air. My throat tightened at them, and my vision swayed. I didn't know why they impacted me this way. It felt like panic, fear. I spun to go after him, but Zephyr caught my arm.
Let him be for a while.
It was a relief to hear that when I didn't want to face him after that, but I wondered if I was being selfish, hurting him more than he deserved, and this lashing out was justified. It would have been so much easier if I could have fallen for him instead, I whispered. It ached my soul to acknowledge that, but it was the truth.
Easier to everyone but you.
Is that not what being a leader is? The Star Maiden? I pulled my arm free, pacing in a restless, growing resentment. No wonder your brothers see me as nothing more than a stubborn, rebellious child back then and now. When Zephyr didn't respond, I stopped walking to scowl up at him. I didn't expect him to be standing there watching me with an amused smile. "This isn't funny,"
I didn't say it was,
he said through a chuckle.
"Stars, I've missed you, Estrella. You haven't changed. You've just been hiding."
I blinked at that. We were good friends, weren't we?
You could say that,
he said somberly now. I ran a hand down my face. Everything would be so much easier if I just remembered. Zephyr's mouth firmed with that.
I have to believe everything has an order and that you will when the time is right.
I don't think the time is ever right. It can't be stopped or reversed or pushed faster. Time gets the blame for things we do or that happen in a way that is unfavorable to our current circumstances, or how we feel better about the things we let get away when they were desirable.
Or how we push through the hardships believing time has a plan, something better waiting in its passage. You're right. Sometimes I think time is used as a means of hope, and that there is a reason for why we don't achieve what we want in the present, or have lost what's in the past. Have faith, Estrella. It may be the last light you have to make it through the dark.
My shoulders slumped. Peering up at Zephyr, I felt both yearning and unsure about what I wanted right now. "Can I—" Zephyr already crossed a few steps, pulling me to him in an embrace. I sighed with the wrap of comfort, deciding to trust that our past friendship was true. "How is Katerina?" I asked, flooding with concern that I hadn't inquired sooner. "And all the others that were saved?" Zephyr tensed before he broke our hug.
Everyone is healing. Glad to be home and alive at least.
I got the sense he wasn't telling me everything. "Can I see her?"
Probably not best right now.
"You're her bonded." She was worried about what you would think about her lost wings. I backed a step, suddenly awash with a cold chill. Had she been right in her fear that he would reject her? "I want to see her," I demanded.
You can't.
"I'm going to the castle by invitation or not."
She's not there.
Now I was retreating, regretting that embrace and how easily I felt myself trusting that he was an ally, not like Notice or Aquilo.
Estrella, there are things you don't yet understand or remember about our ways here. This is what I meant by having faith, being patient.
"This seems pretty damn clear," I said. My fingers brushed the key at my hip. "What did you do to her?" His jaw worked. He knew the truth wasn't what I wanted to hear.
She's exiled from all 4 provinces.
My mouth fell open. "How could you?"
She is safe.
"How would you even know?" Oh, gods. I should have believed her fear, helped her, offered to let her stay with me and Rose and the others.
Because I wouldn't exile her to an unknown fate.
He hissed. He had a fucking nerve to be angry. Wings don't change anything about a person.
It makes a celestial powerless, impure. At least that is what our laws have dictated for millennia. There was a time black wings were more common because it was a curse. There's a reason night is so villainized because of them. A celestial's wings turning black was a mark of their sin that they'd slain another celestial, or had their shadow stolen. Been cursed, essentially. Though since that's not happened in over a century, some believe that was a myth. Either way, the high celestials in the past decreed black wings would be torn out and those celestials exiled. Over time, if someone had them poached, people often believed it was because they were black and that they'd had them ripped out themselves to hide their sin. So it became part of our laws to exile them all.
My mind spun with all that information on top of my outrage over Katerina's exile. Zephyr's eyes turned pleading.
Celestials are prideful and arrogant. We've always been known as the species chosen by the gods that were depicted as their perfect mortal image. It's always been the role of the high celestials for individuals to keep our species thriving and pure.
I shook my head. None of this makes me see what you did as right. What does that make me? I am the Star Maiden, a direct daughter of gods. What if I say no to this? To my surprise, Zephyr relaxed, almost smiled. A stark contrast to my building fury.
Like you never left,
he said to himself. Zephyr took a long breath, closing in a step toward me.
Please don't do anything reckless. There's more you're yet to see and understand. If you take this to Austria, it will disrupt a lot you don't want to shake right now. Can you trust me?
I barely know you.
That's not true, and you know it.
I let him take my arms. Shit, I wanted to believe how I felt was real, and that I could trust it. Trust him.
I love her with all I am, Estrella. She's half of me. Nothing could change that, even if she's not with me now.
Time, order, and faith. It's all I had. All I could hope was that I wasn't being led astray by my own intuition to be patient with Zephyr like he'd asked, and that I'd have the strength to challenge all the High Celestials on this cruel, unjust law when the time was fucking right. Chapter 43. Estrella. If I opened my eyes, all I would see was darkness. An irritating kind caused by the strip of black fabric Night tied around my head. He'd truly lost his mind with the training measure.
The idea is to hone your senses more acutely, reach a deeper connection to your magic.
I've been reaching it just fine, I grumbled.
You've been excelling impressively, but you're capable of more.
That was somewhat frightening. Night spoke of the well inside me like it was catastrophic, but even I had limits. I clutched the key as a blade, readying for combat on a high mountain fringe at the edge of Ulysses. We were heading back to Vesitir on foot with Zathrian, Rose, Davina, Lilith, and Nadia.
On your mark,
he called to me. Pinning the direction of his voice, I took a long breath and braced my stance. My magic awakened, and I listened to it, seeking out his energy through it, like threads of power that touched him. Then I attacked. My first few attempts sliced nothing but air. The cuts of my light magic whistled through the wind. Then, when my key finally chimed off his obsidian blade, I dove deeper into a well of concentration to keep track of him. Without my sight to lock his golden eyes for target, I became magnetized to his gravity. Where he moved, I followed. Our dance became a breathtaking push and pull that stunned me with exhilaration every time our weapons sang together. Lost in only him, I neglected to account for my surroundings. My heel slipped off the high ledge and I gasped. Night caught me from the fall with an arm around my waist. Instead of pulling me away from the edge, he leaned in until his warm breath trickled across my cold face.
Fly, Starlight.
He barely grazed my lips with those words before he let me go. I pushed the key into the void and extended my arms, enjoying the free-falling complete darkness and the prickling sensation of my wings slowly weighing on my shoulders. Somehow I could sense the ground was near and I twisted, reaching my hand down to feel the snow before I shot high again. When I felt the mist of breaking through the clouds, I removed my blindfold and was swept away by the most breathtaking sight. The sun was setting at this hour. It was a picture of tranquility and new beginnings, with the glow of the sun spilling over the clouds, which gave an illusion of an endless expanse of tree canopies ablaze.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Night said, hovering close. I thought that word wasn't enough for the painting of a burning sky above us in streaks of amber. Night flew in front and pulled me close. He kissed me and I soared. Then he let me go, and I fell. We raced gravity heading down. Wings splayed, my gentle landing made me beam in exhilaration. I didn't voice my arrogance, but I considered flying a conquered skill. Except when I straightened and found Elliot, Zeke, Kara, Sorleen, and Nadia, I turned stiff. Night landed behind me.
I thought we'd play a game to put your skills to the test,
he said, his tone haunting and daring. From the way they stood in a half-circle, waiting with predatory amusement, I had a bad feeling about what this game of his would entail. Night's hand snaked around my waist. His breath caressed my ear.
We're going to play Catch the Maiden.
I swallowed hard. It's dark now. We were in the undying forest north, a place that was known to be lurking with night crawlers.
Exactly.
Night held the key out in front of me.
We have bets to catch you, and I'm planning on it being me. Strike them in any way and they'll stop chasing. Strike us all, and you win.
My chest began to pound hard and fast, priming for this deadly race. He was wicked in his methods, completely mad, yet I was growing hot with an adrenaline that was exciting. I don't want to hurt any of you, I said. Zeke said playfully.
We don't want to hurt you.
Speak for yourself, Nadia said with a gleam in her eye. I shivered. We won't go easy on you, Kara added. So don't hold back on us. My wariness dissipated, and I smiled, thrilled for the challenge. Night's voice vibrated darkly below my ear.
Run, Starlight.
I took off in a sprint past the guard in that second. Feeling for my magic, my skin came alive with it for the moment any of them found me, or a nightcrawler attacked me. That added real danger that kept me sharper than if it had only been a sport. I honed my senses, reaching further with my magic to detect energies around me. The first to try me was Kara. She raced beside me thinking I didn't know she was about to lunge. They said they wouldn't go easy, but this felt like it. Deciding on arrows for this one, the key shifted to a bow. Crafting a light arrow, I stopped abruptly right before she could pounce. I knelt on one knee to angle my aim, tracking her high jump, and let my arrow soar. It hit her leg, passing right through as the magic faded. Shit, Night downplayed how far you've come in combat so he could win. Bastard. Sorry. I winced at the bleeding hole in her leg, but she would heal quickly. I took off running again, darting through the trees and jumping over the obstacles of loose branches and forest debris. My blood roared, and I was so alive and free. I didn't know what it said about me to be enjoying this type of thrill. I didn't really care. Zeke was next. He didn't hide, appearing directly in my path. Did he think he could grab me? Incapacitate me with the impact of slamming into him? That might work. He was built like stone. Time for a new test of my magic. Pushing the key through the void, I cast my hands out flat in front with a movement that conjured a step made of light. Zeke blinked at it, but I made another as I stepped on that one, then another, and another, until I leaped off the top one, spinning in the air. As I landed behind him in a crouch, my palm cast out again with a flare of magic just as he turned around. Zeke's cry was loud as he plummeted to his knees. It was barely a warm touch, I said to his overreaction.
It nearly burned through my leathers,
he complained, examining his chest. But it didn't. You're welcome. I grinned at his grumbles, then left him. This was the most fun I'd had in a long time. Sorleen was the most nimble, quiet. I didn't feel her approach before she leaped out of her tree cover. She almost landed on me, but I pivoted in time, unsheathing my stormstone blade to pin her to a tree with the point of it at her throat. To my surprise, she smiled cruelly, triumphantly. I realized why too late. Nadia closed in at my back, and if I turned to face her, I would be vulnerable to Sorleen. They'd made a tag team. Shit. I only had a few seconds to react, and this was a test of my magic, after all. I had to create an impairment. With a deep breath, I dropped my blade to conjure a sphere of light instead. Back to the basics Night had made me do over and over. It did become as easy as breathing, and as that orb grew and disturbed the air to a swirling gale in a heartbeat, this trick became a force that made me realize I am power. Sorleen shielded her eyes, and Nadia was lost in the hurricane of forest debris. I hoped this wouldn't harm them too badly, but the blast would be unpredictable. My legs braced, shifting to let go. Then the light erupted in a shockwave that slammed into Sorleen and Nadia. Panting, I swiped my dagger, sparing only a moment to find Nadia and Sorleen peeling themselves up with pained groans. "Sorry," I called as I ran away. There weren't limits to attack, were there? I was enjoying the quick test of my mind and magic, how they came together in the face of obstacles to calculate the most effective way out. This game was like a riddle of survival, and my soul was rejoicing. Elliot was still left. Then it would be just me and Night. My skin pricked in delight at that thought. Him chasing me, getting to face off with our magic against each other again. The feel of his darkness against my light was incomprehensible. Dangerous, yet absolutely euphoric. The next obstacle was neither of them. I skidded to a halt in a small clearing at the sight of 3 sets of taloned wings easing out from behind trees.
"Well, what do we have here?"
One sang. "A delectable snack," another said, a woman this time.
"Oh, I think she's far more than a snack. Can't you scent it?"
The third said.
"A celestial."
Fuck, a 4th one came out of the shadows. Okay, 4 untrained but likely savage in attack vampires. 1 star maiden. I am power. My stormstone blade is what they feared, as it could incapacitate them quickest and kill them swiftest. But they hadn't seen my light. The late arrival was the first to lunge with a snarl like his restraint had snapped. I ducked under his arm, twisted around his body, and my dagger scored across his wing. His wail pierced my ears, distracting me for a cursed heartbeat that was enough for another nightcrawler to attack. The woman pummeled into me, straddling me, and all I could do was brace myself against her shoulders as her teeth snapped at me. The nightcrawlers could appear civil and in control, but it was like the moment their bloodlust took over, they became nothing more than creatures driven mad by it. I had to let her go, and her teeth came shy of piercing my neck until my palm thrust to her chest, and a flare of light scorched right through her heart. She died instantly, but I realized my error when she fell as dead weight over me, and I was trapped. Pushing her off took everything I had, but I was soon dragged by one of the others by my collar. I tried to scramble for my magic, but too much was happening at once. He hauled me up to my feet from behind, and I reached through the void for the key. Feeling it was a breath of relief. My hand gripped the hilt of the sword I'd made of it, and I spun with a cry, surging a force of light through the blade that cast out in a beautiful but lethal expanding circle. I thought I'd only cut through the body of the one that held me, but as I twisted to face the impending attack of the last 2 nightcrawlers, I met their wide eyes before their bodies fell, cut in half. I'd done that before, I remembered from the last nightcrawler attack at the Fey Resistance camp meeting.
Impressive.
That single word licked at my spine. It wasn't spoken by just Night. I recognized the deep, sinister echo of Night's death. I thought I'd have Elliot to face before him, but he was alone, stalking toward me like a predator from the other side of the clearing. "Did you just stand by and watch me?" His small smile only curved one side of his mouth.
"It was entertaining."
"Glad you enjoyed the show." I was still gathering my breath, debating if I should run.
"I'm going to enjoy this one a whole lot more."
"No using the void," I warned.
"Fine."
That single word struck in me like a declaration. I got one glimpse of Night leaning to break into a run before I twisted, my soul digging into the wet grass and nearly slipping. I ran faster than I thought I ever had before. I could stop and attack, but I was twisted to find pleasure with him chasing me. I focused on nothing but the obstacles of the forest to get away.
"You can't outrun me,"
he taunted in my mind. "I can try."
"You want me to catch you. I can taste it."
I couldn't even deny that. A wall of smoke rolled in from both sides in front of me. I gasped, conjuring a gale of light just in time to break through it. Movement caught in the side of my vision. Shadow wolves. They raced alongside me, crafted of Night's magic. They were fascinating, but I couldn't let them distract me. I tried to mimic his trick, breathing steadily without faltering my pace and crafting stags made of light that chased the wolves. When they caught them, Night's magic that animated the shadows hissed under the trampling hooves of light. Night's darkly amused chuckle vibrated through my mind and body.
"You are cunning and absolutely bewitching."
I broke through the tree line into another clearing, intending to race right across, but I gasped, slowing only enough for it to not be painful when I collided with the angel of death that dropped down in my path.
"You didn't say no wings,"
he said huskily. Then his lips slammed to mine. I was already so breathless and high on adrenaline that I became dizzy with the way he claimed me, harsh and ravenous. His hand grabbed a fistful of my hair, angling my head back more to kiss me deeper. He devoured me, stealing every breath from me, and yet I couldn't stop even if he claimed my last. When he broke away abruptly, my knees weakened, and I was delighted prey in his hold.
"You have no idea how fucking magnificent you are. It's my purpose to show you. I have to make you feel even a fraction of what I do when I look at you. This deep, unending obsession."
My skin tightened with desire for him, wild and feral right now. "So the student becomes the master?" I said playfully. Night's smile caused a flutter of pride in me.
"Almost."
I had fun, and I think it was a breakthrough to realizing what I can be capable of when I have no time to think or doubt. Thank you.
"I am irretrievably yours. That means pushing you to be the best you can be. Don't thank me for serving that."
His grip on my hair loosened. Night's death retreated in him to bring back the tan complexion of his ears and neck, returning his golden tattoos and dulling the amber flare of his irises. He kissed me softer this time, with the arms circling my waist, pressing us tighter.
"Night."
Elliot's voice broke us apart.
"You'll want to see this."
Night's brow furrowed, but he nodded, taking my hand. Whatever Elliot had come across must be why he wasn't party to chasing me down. After following Elliot for a few minutes, Night seemed to detect something that I couldn't at this distance. He slowed our pace. I found out what it was a few cautious strides later. Night pulled me carefully behind a tree far before the large clearing where a group had gathered. Not Faye. Even though I could barely make out anyone else, I couldn't mistake the red hair and swagger of Taryn. This was a meeting of vampires. Dread rolled in my stomach over what they could be plotting for their war. I used my thoughts to speak to Night. "You didn't know of this?"
"No."
His reply was short, as he seemed to be trying to figure out what they could be scheming behind his back. They were talking, but we were too far away for me to hear. Not too far for Night, but his expression gave little away. I didn't need conversation when the next person to join them made me step back. My foot snapped a branch, and every nerve in me stunned still as Night's hand pressed me tightly to him with the arrow. A few heads turned, then some of the group started heading our way, and Night swore under his breath.
"Get out of here,"
he hissed to Elliot, who nodded, taking off as starry shadows swept around Night and me and pulled us through the void. My heart slammed when we stilled, and I spun to Night back on the mountain fringe. "Drystan has been meeting with Terran?" I cried. I knew he'd been involved with him before from seeing them together after the Libertatum, but for some reason, I had naively thought his alliance had dropped Drystan now that Night was back.
"And a few more of the elder vampires."
What does that even mean?
"I'm not sure yet. I recognized a few, some of the oldest soulless, shadowless, and night crawlers. I believe they each have a leader like Terran is for the soul vampires."
Is this bad?
"Depends on what they're up to. We might have had more time to catch a lead if you hadn't called them over."
I glowered at him, then ran a hand down my face. "How could we have missed this?" I said, mostly to myself. How could I have missed what Drystan had been up to? He was far more cunning than I'd given him credit for. I paced back and forth, back and forth. There were so many sides that I didn't even know where we stood. The vampires wanted power. The Fae wanted retribution. The Celestials wanted peace. Or did they? All this time, they had been living in perfect peace beyond the veil. Why would they want to come out at all?
"You're going to wear steps down the mountain if you keep it up,"
Night remarked. I found him leaning against a large rock, arms folded, watching me. "Why are you not more concerned?"
"Not all of us show it by mapping our tangled thoughts on the ground."
I rubbed my temples instead, continuing my train of thoughts on the war to figure out what the hell we were supposed to be doing other than waiting for someone to start the battle. Why haven't the vampires attacked yet? I wondered out loud.
"The Celestials are still in hiding."
There's an empty throne right now, and the elders haven't moved in to claim it.
"They know it's not empty. It's yours."
That might have been true in theory, but right now I was barely an obstacle in their path to take it. Why did the vampires rise up against the Celestials?
There had been unrest among them before my father started gathering an army of them. He saw a potential alliance with those who had a particular grudge against the Celestials. And in turn, many also resented the Fae since they were close and respected by the Celestials.
My mind started to lay out a history puzzle that felt important. I had to know the very roots of the war. The elders could have recruited their own and started an army.
My father was very hungry to overthrow you and the Celestials. He had me. He told them how we walk through worlds. He used me to demonstrate power. I can kill a room of men in a blink. I can force them to bow, warp their minds to submit. For a while, a lot of those who resisted his cause were brought to me, and I bent their will and perspectives. There's a reason I'm the villain of this realm, as he wouldn't have grown his alliance with them without me. I did villainous things, Estrella. That will always be in my capabilities.
He gave me a hard stare like I would condemn him here. No matter what he told me, I still couldn't see what he wanted me to do. I saw a child that had his own will stripped away under the iron fist of a cruel parent. I saw a Fae with nowhere else to go, who then gained a brother to protect. I saw someone who did what he thought he had to for survival. You aren't your past, I said.
We are all ever-changing products of our history.
I wondered what that made me when my history was hidden in my mind. I asked, "What about Taryn and the others back then?"
I never saw them.
You don't find that odd? That they wouldn't make themselves known, ally with your father, to take power or even kill him to use you themselves? Knight's expression turned thoughtful, staring at nothing in particular.
I never really thought about it. My father's army was growing rapidly. Word spread about what he wanted to achieve, and with my help, it wasn't long before he was a known force to reckon with. They thought of him like a god, since he traveled through realms.
It wasn't making full sense to me either. Knight's father gathered an army of vampires, but the elders didn't participate, like they were merely observing, waiting for something. I knew Taryn wouldn't trust me. I couldn't approach him and merely ask what he was planning. "We should try asking Drystan," I said.
He'd know we were here. If they're up to something, it gives away our advantage of surprise.
We have no advantage if we don't have the first clue to what we're up to. I gave an exasperated sigh. Knight appeared in front of me, pulling me into his arms, and it diffused a lot of my anxiety.
Don't worry too much. It's nothing we can figure out right now. You have Star Maiden Day to prepare for.
It seems ludicrous to be celebrating such a thing with the threat of war at their doorsteps.
Let people have their moment of joy, love. It may be all they get to make it through the long year ahead.
What will you be doing? I asked quietly.
Missing you, of course.
He smiled at my sad frown.
Don't worry about me. Elliot and the others will drag me out to get recklessly drunk.
At least he wouldn't be alone. The thought of them enjoying the holiday together warmed me in my chest. Part of me was even envious of their humble plans compared to the extravagance of a ball that was rattling me with nerves. Knight pulled back, lifting something in his hand to me. My mood sulked at the black strip of fabric.
You cut our session short with your uncoordinated footing,
he said, suppressing his amusement. It's dark now anyway.
Not dark enough.
Chapter 44. Estrella. You bring trees indoors? I stared up at the giant pine tree in the temple Oster brought me to. It looked sad, taken from its home of soil to be caged by stone. It was odd to feel a connection with an inanimate thing of nature.
It's a tradition of the festive season running up to Star Maiden Day. It's still to be decorated.
Decorated?
It's fun. You used to love this time of year.
I'd never seen Oster so relaxed and almost giddy. It was a relief that our tensions from our last encounter hadn't lingered, but I was also kept on edge since it could return any moment. Celestials entered through the side arches with their arms full of gold and silver sparkly items. Everything was laid out around the base of the tree, taken from its natural place outside and potted. I'd seen nature indoors before, but it had been much smaller plants and flowers. The Celestials bowed to us when they stood in a line. I hoped the tautness that locked my body to the formalities here would ease over time. I'd once again been requested to wear an elaborate white and silver gown that made me stand out anywhere I tried to go. A few shrieked when Altanin spooked them, racing out from under one of the benches at the sight of the glittering ornaments and ropes of shimmering material. I covered my mouth from laughter as he dove into the assortment, finding entertainment in them like toys. His juvenile antics wouldn't last long at all. Soon he wouldn't even be able to fit through the door.
He'll make a great helper,
Oster mused. He guided me toward the tree with a hand on my back as the other Celestials started plucking ornaments and hanging them on branches. What is this for? I asked, picking one out of Altanin's mouth. I copied the others, looping it over the branch.
It's supposed to be a blessing to welcome spring when winter passes, and the decoration is just for joy and wishes.
Wishes? His brown eyes sparkled.
You'll see later.
I didn't know how much time had passed as I lost myself in the activity. It had been a while since I'd become so eagerly engrossed in a task that was so carefree and fun. It reminded me of how I could never put down a puzzle or riddle until I'd finished it. I laughed at Altanin flying higher than I could reach and trying to copy what I was doing. He was getting too smart, too fast, and my pride swelled watching his progress.
Can he speak to you?
Oster wondered. He dangled a gold star close to my silver bauble. Not yet, I said, watching him fly with a rope of what I now knew to be called tinsel. Another celestial flew up to help him wrap it around the wide expanse of the tree.
You think he will?
I don't know, actually. Apparently in the past I knew how to speak to them, but perhaps I can't anymore. Or perhaps he's too young, or some never speak. Something I'd said caused Oster's silence, drawing my attention to him.
How do you know you could speak to dragons?
My pulse skipped. Had I not told him of it in the past? Of course, he never knew of my secret meetings with Nyte, and I internally cursed, scrambling for a diversion. It was in a book. I assumed you knew. I lied quickly, bending down for a gold ornament shaped like a box with a bow. An imitation of a present, I thought. Convincing enough that I shook it to listen for a tiny gift inside. I pouted that it was hollow.
I did not,
he answered distantly, like he now thought back on the past version of me. I grew with unease that he could do that. I didn't know why it made me far more anxious to wonder what memories Oster had of me, of us, more than I was worried about what Nyte could recall. Probably won't matter, I said, brushing it off. Oster and I reached for the same stray silver bauble. Our fingers brushed, and I retreated to let him have it. He picked it up, passing it to me with a genuine smile that fluttered in my chest. Nyte wanted me to be sure, to give any feeling that might surface for Oster a chance. So I didn't shrink away from our proximity. We stood together, and I followed his side up.
There's a spot near the top,
he said. I rolled my shoulders subconsciously, then my wings unglamoured to reach the perfect place with the tree now full and beautiful. Altanin gave an adorable noise flying over to me as I hooked the final ornament. I didn't go back down. Instead, I flew back to take in the whole sight of the tree that now looked so strange but breathtaking, though something felt missing.
There will be a lighting ceremony later,
Oster said, like he could read my thoughts. That sparked my intrigue, and the image of the tree glowing with lights flooded my mind. My lips parted. It felt like the first time a memory had come to me so easily. Just that single picture. My feet met the ground, and Oster walked down the aisle toward me. He looked upon me like I was the magnificent tree.
Will you dine with me beforehand?
He asked. I smiled with a nod, actually looking forward to his company over food and then the ceremony later. I didn't fully know what it entailed, but I was excited to find out. It was the first time I'd come here and forgotten the passing hours. The burden of war and vampires didn't touch here, and though it was peace, I would always harbor a note of guilt that this was like pretend to me. I had friends on the other side of the veil that kept everyone here safe, and there was a world of suffering beyond. That's where I belonged more. Zadkiel waited by the main doors with a warm smile that I returned.
Will your friend Rosalind be coming back with you sometime?
He asked as we headed back to the Nova Fortitude. I asked her today, but she claimed she wanted to train with my friend Zathrian. Some enthusiasm fell from his face. I added, I'll tell her you asked for her.
No need,
he said.
She just seemed to find herself at home here, that's all.
I agreed. This place had that effect on people.
This other friend of yours is welcome here with you, of course,
Oster said. I didn't want Oster to dislike Zath before they'd even met. I'd asked him if he wanted to come, but he was very hesitant. I think he's respecting his loyalty tonight. I hated that there was this divide, but I understood. I could only hope time might make it smaller. Have faith that time has a plan. I was trying, at least. Zath hadn't admitted that was his reason, and Knight would tell him to come if he wanted to. But Zath was fiercely loyal, and though Knight might not see it, he made an impression on more people than he realized.
I see,
Oster said tightly. Shit, I shouldn't have said anything.
I hope we get the chance to meet on the other side of the veil sometime then,
He continued after a pause. I smiled, though it felt like tension had grown. I had a feeling it would be like this for a long while with Oster every time we met. Hot and cold, learning who we are now versus who he remembers. We headed straight for supper, and Zadkiel left us again, though I wish he'd joined us. Oster sat at the head, and I was on his right. The placement didn't sit right with me. Perhaps it was because I was beginning to see more and more of what made him royalty here. A king without that title. What did that make me on these lands? Traditionally, my place was lower than his, but I tried to convince myself there was nothing in the table placement. Night made me feel like the world was mine. He never let me forget I was the Star Maiden and should own that. On this side of the veil, it was harder to believe with the High Celestials displaying their leadership as if I wasn't needed and was merely a symbol for the people. As we ate, he told me more about the festivities around this time of year. People loved to have bonfires and sing and drink. It was such a season of joy that I was swept away in his stories and the way he told them for a while. Oster loved his people. He spoke of the Celestials so highly, of his advisors and how the provinces were run. I found it fascinating if daunting, but I would have time to see it all for myself and learn the order here. I laughed with him and indulged on celestial wine that tasted so sweet it was addicting. It numbed all my nerves, and after we'd finished eating, I wasn't in any hurry to be anywhere else. Leaning back in my seat, I was entertained with Oster throwing scraps of meat for Eltanin to catch. The juvenile dragon was so content and at ease here.
Will you stay the night?
Oster asked gently, like he already anticipated I wouldn't. I should get back. We're trying to figure out what the vampires are planning. The mention of the vampires distracted him from the usual disappointment he showed when I would decline to stay.
Have you discovered anything of importance?
Nothing yet. There's a Fae army I don't think the vampires are aware of. They're ready to fight with us. Oster mulled over that information with the hand under his chin, elbow propped on the arm of his chair. I'd given him that information as a ploy to learn things from him, too. The material you used to harm them. What is it?
We're not sure of the name, only that we were told by a seer where to find a shard of the rock that was deadly to the Fae. Then we learned how to recreate the effects. All we've had is time to build our efforts to take back the entire continent. The vampires and their allied Fae won't stand a chance.
He was so confident that it should have stoked me with relief and even pride, yet my chest constricted with foreboding. I was overcome with a strong need to prevent it ever being necessary they should have to use their newfound weapon against the Fae. A lot of the Fae are not in the opposing army by choice, I said.
Many are. There are bound to be innocent casualties in war.
What if there are vampires who are as opposed to this war as we are?
Estrella.
He said my name in a way that pricked my irritation like a scolding.
We were once like gods to the people in Solanas. The Celestials were respected. We kept full order for the Fae, humans, and vampires to survive. We gave the blood and soul-thirsty creatures purpose, and they became too greedy. They will always be unpredictable.
So are all people, I wanted to counter. Something in the way Oster spoke told me he would hear it, but not regard my defenses. The vampires were wholly condemned to him. What will you do with them when the war is won? I dreaded to ask.
There will be none left to even worry about again.
My world stopped spinning for a second. It was unfathomable. He couldn't seriously be considering the annihilation of an entire species. That was not justice, but a massacre, simply for the way they were born. That can't be the only solution, I protested.
Let us worry about that.
I will not, I said, more firmly as I stood. Everyone wants to call me the Star Maiden, the Savior. Then that's what I am. I speak for and consider all life.
You haven't been here,
he said harshly as he too stood up. I might not have all my memories, but I am not naive. Evil isn't born, it's made. Just because someone wronged you doesn't make everyone your enemy.
Someone?
He seethed. I hadn't seen Oster this angry before, but I'd triggered it in him now. We both backed away from the table and he stalked to me.
We've been hiding for 300 years to gain back the magic you weakened to the point the vampires would have annihilated us if you didn't die and the veil was created.
The daggers of blame speared me one by one until my back met the wall. He searched my eyes with that blazing anger, recalling all that time ago, until he sighed, and it all diffused out of him when he came back to the present.
I'm sorry,
he said, cupping my cheek. His thumb stroked my skin.
I don't blame you, I just want you to understand. This is what we've been waiting for. Your return to our side to help us stop this once and for all. War isn't easy. It should never be. It takes a lot of sacrifices, and those of us who lead need to be willing to make the hard choices.
All I could do was nod. There would be no reasoning with him right now. I hated to submit, hated myself. I wanted to argue, to make him see I would not be a bystander to this war. I didn't want to hear it spoken of like something I didn't need to understand, only accept. I wanted to fucking remember. Maybe then I would know what Knight saw, why he believed in me so passionately. Was it pitiful that in moments that shook my confidence, all I wanted was him? Just a single look at Knight was often enough to set the dying wick of my candle ablaze.
Let's not let this ruin our day,
Oster sighed.
Come, you'll enjoy the lighting ceremony.
I didn't know what to expect, but standing by the tree in front of a crowd that made the giant hall feel too small now, I couldn't place my feelings. Oster made a speech and people listened to him with adoration in their eyes. His brothers were here from their own provinces, but they would have their own version of this happening throughout the week, too. Zephyr hovered close to me while Oster was still speaking.
How are you finding all of this?
Zephyr asked under his breath. I spared him a glance. He was as formally dressed as me and the High Celestials, always in white with their province color. I noticed the seal on his coat this time. Each Celestial had a different constellation, and I made a note in my mind to research them. I had the constellation tattooed in silver on my chest, carved into brass and pinned at my shoulder, too. It's what decorated the banners in the streets for this time of year. It's a lot, I admitted. I'd never been such a spectacle for so many eyes. As well as my elaborate white gown, they'd convinced me to wear a halo crown that was stunning. It just felt like too much. They added glitter to my face and silver liner over my eyelids that made my irises brighter.
"You're doing great,"
he said, looking out over the crowd. I appreciated those words more than I could say right now, when inside I couldn't help feeling like I was always doing something wrong.
"Now we have our maiden home. It is an honor to restore this tradition to its true form,"
Oster announced, casting me a smile of acknowledgement. People's eyes adored me like I was a goddess. I knew I was, but what I also wanted to tell them was that I was just like them as well. I bled like them, loved like them, and doubted myself like them. If I could get the Celestials to see that, it was a step toward getting them to understand they were not much different from the Fae, the humans, or even the vampires either. We were all people, one people. It was my destiny to show that. I felt comfortable next to Zephyr. Aquilo and Notice couldn't help themselves with the occasional cold glare spared my way, subtle enough that none of the onlookers would think anything of it. Once I was guided over to the front of the tree by Zephyr, a line started forming down the aisle, and my hands clammed up. Oster had told me before what I was expected to do. I would grant each person a tiny orb of light made of my magic. They would wish upon it, and it would be let go to attach to the tree, like the ornaments. On Star Maiden Day, it was a tradition that I would gather them all back and send their wishes to the stars. It was all hope and superstition, but that was a beautiful thing. The first in line was a child. She had long blonde hair and bright blue eyes that peered up at me nervously. I crouched to her level. "What's your name?" I asked. It took a patient moment for her to push past her hesitation. "Nea?" she said. "I have something for you, Nea." In my open palm, I created the tiny warm glow. Nea's expression brightened, cupping her small hands together. "It needs your wish before it can fly," I told her. The light hovered in her hands, and she was so taken by it that the sight was precious. "I want Mama to get her wings back so she can come home," Nea whispered. My gut sank terribly. I wondered who her mother was. Had she been one of those saved from Alyssa's keep? Nea let her light go, and I stood to watch it fly high before settling on a branch as the first wish among hundreds that would adorn it by the end of the night. How many of them would hold impossible dreams? I forced a smile for Nea, who launched forward to hug my legs quickly before skipping off happily, oblivious to how fragile her wish was. It was selfless for her mother, and I couldn't make it come true.
"She's happy, smiling. She has hope in her heart, and that's all that matters,"
Zephyr said close by me. Everyone who was saved from the keep.
"They got to come home and see their families again."
Before they were forced away from them despite the horrors they'd faced. Zephyr's look was pained.
"Maiden,"
Oster said, drawing me back to the waiting line. It was odd to hear him address me by that title, but it's what these people knew. Not Estrella, the person I am, but the Star Maiden, the savior they needed me to be. The night went on, and I grew more exhausted hour by hour. The energy it took to create hundreds of small lights drained my magic slowly on top of the small conversations I had with people in between. I enjoyed it, truly. It was easing my nerves to get to converse with people so personally and hear their wishes. It was touching to be part of this wonderful tradition. When the last of the people left and the doors closed, I didn't care for poise and properness as I slumped down on the stairs before the tree. It was now a breathtaking beacon I couldn't stop staring proudly at, glowing with my magic, holding everyone's wishes for the new year to come.
"I'm proud of you,"
Zephyr said. Oster was chatting with some other Celestials at the side of the hall. I smiled with gratitude. Were we friends? He felt the most familiar out of the brothers.
Yes,
he said.
Good friends, actually.
Katerina had said so too, adding merit to his claim. He sat down with me, and I took in his wares of silver and turquoise. Do all the houses have their own color? I asked.
Yes, sapphire for Nova, turquoise for Luna, crimson for Sarah, and gold for Aura. We each have our own constellation, too,
he said, tapping the 8 points of a constellation made of brass on his jacket. I have my own?
Your color is violet, like your magic.
I was eager to learn more about the celestial houses, but right now all I wanted was sleep.
You should stay the night in Althenia,
he said. My fatigue must have been weighing on my face. I've been thinking so much about the war and needing to find my magic. But I miss books, I confessed. Oster said we could visit the library, but there hadn't been much time with all these festivities.
I could take you tomorrow,
he offered.
Show you more about the houses.
I thought about Night with a want to go back to him, but perhaps more I wanted to stay here a little while longer, since I couldn't have both. Then I'll stay, I said. Zephyr's smile was warm and genuine. His sight slipped to Oster as he finished speaking and headed toward us.
Trust yourself,
Zephyr said.
You don't have to be compliant in all things.
He looked me over head to toe, like he knew I hated the bright white of the gown I wore. Altanin crept onto my lap. Instead of burrowing like he usually would for a sleep, his head canted curiously at Zephyr, feathers fluffing. I was beginning to learn a language from him from his quirks alone. I was sure he was trying to impress the High Celestial. Zephyr chuckled, reaching out a hand, and the dragon was more than receptive to him, hopping from my lap to his. He seems to really like you, I mused. With Oster, he was more subdued, uninterested. Unless food was involved, in which case he'd let an enemy be a friend for a while.
He has good taste,
Zephyr said.
A remarkable thing. I never thought I'd see a celestial dragon, and I'm almost convinced he's some kind of illusion.
He'll be aging up soon, I said sadly. On Star Maiden Day, I think, is when the full moon should be.
Ah, you're going to have your hands more full with him then.
I smiled fondly. Altanin had become an unexpected pride and joy in my life. My attachment to him often reminded me of Night. He was a thread of my existence I couldn't live without now.
Ready to go?
Oster asked. I took his hand to reluctantly stand. All I wanted was to collapse onto a bed. I think I'll stay if that's okay. It's very late now anyway. Oster's whole demeanor relaxed to a pleased softness.
I would love nothing more.
He regarded Zephyr with a single nod. The High Celestial placed Altanin on my shoulder before he headed down the aisle.
I hope to see you tomorrow, Estrella,
he called. I nodded, excited about spending more time with him and seeking out the library.
I'd rather hoped we could spend the day together before you leave again,
Oster said. I couldn't place it, but it felt like he wasn't fond of Zephyr, not like how he seemed closer to Aquilo and Notice. It will just be a few hours, I said. Oster nodded, but it was tight. He reached for me and I allowed him to pull us through the void until we were back in my rooms.
If you need anything,
Oster said, heading to leave. Thank you. He looked like he wanted me to say something else, perhaps ask him to stay longer. I hoped he wouldn't ask again about my incomplete bond with Night. Oster left without another word, and the moment I was alone, it was like the weight of expectation I didn't know had been crushing me had lifted completely. I climbed into bed, still dressed, only taking off the silver halo crown. My eyes weighed so heavy, and Altanin curled up comfortably with me. Staring out at the sky, I thought about the day's events and drifted off with hope chasing away the ever-growing tension of war.
Chapter 45. Night. Estrella didn't come back. I watched the veil shimmering darkly in the distance, leaning in one of the archways of the bell tower. How lonely the night was without her to find in the sky. How silent the world was when I couldn't feel her within. How tormenting my own vicious mind was, reeling from the thought that I was no longer her home. It was just a matter of time before she realized that. Found better in the land of her people, and her other bonded who was everything she should want. Everything I couldn't be for her. It was real fucking ironic, really. I was only truly heartless when I was without her. My miserable, cold heart always had been and always would be in her possession. I took a drink of wine, sitting on the ledge and trying to stop my demons from surfacing. They wanted to tear down the veil to reach her, kill everyone in my path to take her. But love couldn't be selfish. I existed for nearly 100 years before her, but I only knew what it was to live after I'd met her.
Part 6.
Chapter 46. Night. Past. Dryston thought he was winning this game. Night kept his smugness from shattering that hope. "You're losing your touch," Dryston smirked, playing his card. "Something on your mind, brother? A certain fallen star, perhaps?" Night gave him no expression, but that only widened Dryston's smile to a grin. "Have you figured out anything from that diary yet?" "This and that, nothing of significance yet. The language is over 1,000 years old." Night's brow lifted after playing his next card. "Well, enjoy translating fables," Night said. "You're no fun," Dryston quipped. "I've taken it on as my personal side quest, since you two keep me out of your main affairs." "You've been with us plenty." "Plenty," he repeated with a disgruntled scoff. "Do you know how tedious it is to sit around the keep and listen to Father rant to no end about how it's been years, and you've still not brought him the Star Maiden? Meanwhile, I know you're out there discovering other interesting shit I'll never know about with her as ally enemies." "I tell you everything once I'm back." "Do you, though?" "What's that supposed to mean?" Dryston's chin tilted down in knowing accusation. "You think I haven't noticed how you look at her now? How she often looks at you?" Night's jaw tensed. "You don't want to go down there, brother. Forget whatever it is you think you observed because it's false." Dryston never did shy away from provoking him. It was damn infuriating. "She's it, isn't she?" Not another word. "Denial doesn't erase a mating bond." Night's rage flared at the term he spoke so casually, as if it was nothing. As if it wasn't an impossible, incredible, absolutely world-damning thing that should never be heard. He took a few breaths to calm the fuck down. "It changed nothing before, it changes nothing now." Night set down his cards, pinning Dryston with a look that made sure he knew he was serious. "Don't ever say that out loud again." "Why? Don't you see what this could mean? Shit, unless Father found out, he would force you to use it. You would gain her power and be able to wield the key." "Enough!" he snapped. Then everything quieted with the pull he felt within. His senses honed in on it by instinct, and a stilling calm overtook him. One of cold, terrible dread, the likes he'd never felt before. Then he scented it. Blood. Not just any. And his eyes snapped to the break in the wall before a nightmare he didn't know he'd harbored the terror of consumed him, watching her stumble into the archway. Estrella. Her silver hair was tangled and painted with streaks of red. She bore her weight against the stone, her hand clutched over her abdomen stained crimson. When her tired eyes lifted to find him with a silent plea for help, Nyte lost it. His chair flew back with the force he stood with. "Everyone get the fuck out!" he roared. Channeling through the void, Nyte caught her before she fell. "What happened?" he demanded, overcome with a sensation that tightened his throat. Panic. It was so foreign he didn't know what to do with it.
I didn't know where else to go,"
she panted, face pinching in agony as bodies blurred around them to get through the exit, knowing Nyte was beyond sparing a life that didn't get out fast enough. He scooped her up, and Dryston swiped his arm to scatter everything off the table Nyte laid her upon. Her breath came in short gasps, eyes flickering with terror. He cupped her cheek. "You don't get to die on me," he said firmly, forcing her to meet his eyes. "You still have hell to give me." Estrella tried to nod, but she didn't believe him.
"I'm scared."
He slipped into her mind, trying to take some of her pain and terror, but what she was experiencing was like nothing he'd faced before. "Nyte," Dryston said, in a tone hushed with dread. When he followed Dryston's attention to the wound, Nyte almost fell to his fucking knees. It glowed faintly, a violet hue he knew the sight of. "Where's your key, Starlight?" Nyte asked, as soft as he could for her, when murderous rage was beginning to tremble his bones. "Who the fuck did this to you?"
"I don't know,"
she said weakly. Nyte's chest never skipped such a hard beat as in that moment. She was fading fast, from a wound that would be fatal to her from her own weapon. He met his brother's eyes, and the grim look in them spoke what he could not, would not accept. She was dying, and there was no curing such a wound, not even with his own blood. But there was one way to save her. Nyte wasn't thinking right. He wasn't thinking at all. Only desperation drove his actions. "Get out of here," he said in a cold calm to Dryston. "What are you going to do?" Estrella's eyes slipped shut. "Get out!" Dryston backed a few paces as Nyte lifted Estrella into his arms. He didn't go far, lowering himself against the wall with her back against his front. "There's no going back from this," Dryston said carefully, concluding what Nyte was planning to do. Nyte expelled the noise Dryston added to the sirens already blaring in his mind to try to stop him. "Leave, and don't speak a word of it to anyone." With one last lingering look of concern and protest, Dryston nodded before he left. "Stay with me," Nyte said, willing his heart to calm as he dragged his sharp teeth over his wrist, cutting his flesh. He brought it to her lips. "Please." It was madness, how much the value of something became abundantly clear the moment it came close to slipping out of his possession. He'd denied the depth of his caring for her all this time, and now he would resent himself if he was to lose her. The silence beat too heavily. His skin slicked all over with the adrenaline coursing through him. Estrella stirred at his blood flowing down her throat. Her small hands reached for his forearm, not to pull it away, but in a weak attempt to take more from him. His lips pressed to her head, and Nyte's eyes closed for the only damned prayer he'd ever utter in his God's forsaken life. Estrella's hand fell away from him limply, and when he held her still form and looked upon the paleness of her face, it was like the world began to cleave beneath him. He only had seconds to make this decision. In her most desperate moment, for some reason he couldn't fathom but became utterly beholden to, she'd come to him, not Oster. "Gods of the stars, the mother and death, hear me." His chest rose and fell deeply with the deceleration that flared a life inside him. "She is mine. I claim her." A tether within him reached for her as his mouth closed on her neck, puncturing her delicate flesh. The moment her blood entered him, he became irretrievable. He was hers. Until his last breath, he would be everything for her. Even if she woke and still declared him her enemy, he He would find her in every darkness, trek realms and defy time to reach her. His soul snapped like rope that frayed with fragile threads, searching for the new and better half to forge something precious, a bond he would protect for the rest of his life. Night clutched her tighter, a desperation overcoming him that couldn't get enough of her. When their souls finished reforging, he drew back with shuddering breaths against her neck. The weight of what he'd done started to bear down in fractions. He'd bonded his enemy, the one person he was never supposed to have. She might very well hate him for it, but at least she would be alive to do so. Pulling back, Night examined her chest first. Her breathing was shallow, but coming back stronger like the beat of her heart. Her wound stopped bleeding. Night couldn't move, so he held her, letting her head rest, tucked too perfectly against his shoulder as he slumped back. "Stay with me," he whispered, over and over. The same 3 words wouldn't stop repeating from his lips, as if she could be standing in a void to make her choice right now, and he needed her to know he wanted her to come back. He took one moment to pretend things were different, that what he'd done wasn't cause for the end of the world. Night's eyes widened with the spark of her weak hand slipping over his. He breathed for her soul now, lived for her heart. He was bound to her eternally and had so much to prove to be what she needed.
"Night,"
she barely whispered. Her voice he would run to every time she called. "Starlight."
What happened?"
Estrella started to come around. She peeled off him when he wanted to beg her for a moment more. For what he'd done was about to shatter this peace he'd never known could exist for someone so dark and wicked. When she stood, he copied slowly, waiting for her to realize. Her brow furrowed, and it was like he could feel her reaching for fragments of memory as she looked around, then down at herself as her hand caressed over the tear in her leathers and her blood-stained hands. Then she examined him.
"You saved me,"
she said, calculating.
"How?"
"Why did you come to me?" he asked, almost a beg. If she'd gone to Oster, he would have had no choice but to do the same. She would be bonded to him instead. Estrella blinked, pacing away as she scrambled for the reasons, the event which led her here, and Night's rage was trickling back dangerously to hear it.
"I was ambushed, and there were 3 of them. One of them managed to get the key, and when they struck..."
Estrella's hand covered her mouth, and he ached to reach for her. He never wanted to comfort a thing in his life, but he could hardly bear her terror and pain. Night strained with the new surge of need to take it all from her.
"How did you save me?"
His chest had never pounded so hard, never in battle, nor while staring in the face of death. This fear that drummed in him now was so foreign he wanted to claw it from its cage. "You should have gone to Oster," was all he said. She didn't know they were mates. Perhaps if she had been aware of it, she wouldn't have risked coming to him.
"I didn't know who I could trust there,"
she said.
"So I didn't want to go back yet."
Estrella scanned him, twice, uneased back to her a step away, and he didn't know what she was seeing.
"What did you do?"
she asked carefully. "The only thing I could." She shook her head.
"Did your blood heal me?"
Estrella must be able to feel him, and this was her conclusion. If only it had been that simple. "That wouldn't have been enough," he said. Then her hand lifted to her neck, to Night's mark that was both terrifying and absolutely stunning to see on her pale flesh. Estrella gasped. Ice-blue eyes snapped to his in shock.
"What did you do?"
she repeated with ghostly fear. "I think you know what."
"That's not possible. We're not.
Her words faltered as she seemed to feel the denial was wrong.
"How can you be my bonded when Oster is?"
Night ran a hand through his hair, mostly to distract from the flash of murderous resentment at the mention of the High Celestial. She wasn't Oster's bonded. Not anymore. Only Knight's. I thought you were tricking me at first, he confessed. The first day I saw you, I felt it. This pull to you I could only conclude as a mating bond.
Why the hell would I trick you with that?
She snapped. His eyes sliced back to her. To make me fall for you. To get close enough to attempt to kill me. She laughed bitterly.
I don't need a damn trick to do that.
Oh, really? Night stalked to her and Estrella backed up slowly. Something simmered between them. It was wild and passionate, and he was on the brink of detonating from it. He asked, which part do you find easy? Making me fall for you, or killing me? She met the wall, never breaking Knight's stare with heated anger that he found tempting. To provoke, unleash, then devour.
If I wanted you dead, you would have been,
she said. And if I wanted to love you, would you have let me?
This isn't a fucking game, Knight. You have no idea what you've done.
Oh, my Starlight, I know exactly what I've done. You came to me. You gave me no choice.
You could have let me die.
No. You made yourself mine the moment you got yourself captured in Astrainus. Your life, your death, and everything that exists beyond. You can't escape me now. Try realms, try time. I'll come for you. Or better yet, I'll wait for you because you can't continue to deny that you've been drawn to me too.
We had a common goal, that's all. There will be a way to break this bond. There has to be.
Knight's jaw tightened, his fists clenched. Tell me you don't want it.
You don't want it,
she accused.
You can't want it.
Because monsters can't feel, he said. Estrella's hard frown faltered. Knight should leave. Let her find a way to break the bond, and he would be rid of her. But he didn't. Instead, he braced hands on the wall to cage her in, tormented with his thoughts. The only reprieve would be to let them free, something he wasn't used to doing. I've never felt fear, he began, reflecting to himself as much as confessing to her. Not like this. Like I had something to lose. When I was young, I would fear my father's hand and his words. A bit older, I feared his cruelty to Driston. Now, I fear nothing at all. How can one fear when one cannot die? I felt it many times, dying, but I don't fear the pain. Then just moments ago, there it was. You. This thing I never knew I wanted so much that saving your life wasn't a want. It was a desperate need. I threw out every caution, consequence, and reason. It was fear so all-consuming I had no choice. The beat of silence kept his body tense.
What are you saying?
She asked quietly, like she knew but needed to hear it. He pushed off the wall. I'm saying that somewhere along a measure of time I forgot to keep counting, that I grew to want to love you more than I wanted you dead. That perhaps I wanted you dead to stop fucking loving you, because I can't stop. And I didn't realize it was a root taking hold of me all this time, growing deeper and deeper. It's terrible, and something I wish I could rip free. But in all my capabilities, this isn't one of them. But you can. So tell me you don't want the bond. Rip yourself free from me, Estrella. He counted her precious heartbeats in the silence as she contemplated his words. Each one of those beats he carried in his palm, protected with his soul. That heart was his, even if she would never admit it.
When I was hurt, I wasn't entirely thinking right. I only wished to be somewhere safe. To be with the person who would help me most. I didn't command a place or a name when I used the starlight void to get away, only a feeling. And that brought me here.
Night couldn't stop the hand he raised, easing across her jaw. Their skin-on-skin sparked through him like they created their own energy. This was one touch. They could ignite the world if they gave in fully. You shouldn't find safety with your enemy, he said.
I shouldn't fall for him either.
His walls had begun crumbling around her, and the moment he collided his lips to hers in a needy, desperate kiss, they all came crashing down. There was no part of him that wasn't hers anymore. She had the armor to bear his claws, the light to shine in his darkness. She had the wit to outsmart him and the passion to ignite him, the anger to break him and the smile to reforge him. Night didn't believe salvation existed for the realm's darkest creature. Estrella, the daughter of dusk and dawn, the Star Maiden, became his new existence. In the years that passed, keeping their bond a secret hadn't been difficult. He didn't care what the world knew, only that Estrella knew she was his. There was a time before Estrella that night had been complete darkness. He pitied that existence now, all that he couldn't see in the dark. His fingers traced lightly over her bare shoulders, down her spine, and he basked in the bliss of her soft sounds. Night found the vampires that attacked Estrella a while ago, but he didn't get to kill them. The one that struck her died from wielding the key. His two companions were already corpses by the time he hunted them down. It was a torment that still often stole his thoughts. It would be easy to assume it was just an attack on their greatest enemy, perhaps to claim reward from his father for killing her. But that just put Night more on edge. He didn't stop trying to discover if anyone else knew anything about it, and more importantly, if there could be an active plot to try again. He needed a distraction right now from his simmering, vengeful thoughts about it. It's coming up to Star Maiden Day, he muttered. They lay in nothing more than black sheets in the bell tower. Estrella watched the twilight while he watched her.
Don't remind me,
she said, eyes fluttering at his gentle caresses. You don't like to be celebrated.
They rejoice in the creation of a savior. I don't often feel like such.
His lips pressed to her shoulder, then her neck. The creation of you is something I kneel before the gods who despise me for. Estrella turned onto her back, looking over his face with thoughtful silver eyes while her hands, those damned, blissful hands that soothed the century of pain, traced over his chest.
What about you? When is your birthday?
Night's brow furrowed.
What?
She asked. No one's ever asked me that before, he said. Night took her hand, kissing her knuckles. Truthfully, I don't know. Estrella pushed herself up abruptly, face pinched in adorable accusation as Night lay back, hooking an arm behind himself.
How can you not know?
Most of us don't have a whole realm reminding us every full circle of the sun.
Your father must know,
Estrella demanded, more passionate about the topic than he expected. Night's hand caressed her arm propped beside him. I've never cared to ask him.
Rainite.
Shh. He pulled her over him. Her skin against his was the single most rapturous feeling in the gods' forsaken world. I don't want to talk about me. Certainly not about my father.
This is important.
His mouth claimed hers. I can think of more important things, he said against her mouth.
Night, you can't just...
This time she was cut off by her own squeal as he flipped the two of them over. She giggled as his mouth trailed down her neck.
Stop.
Her protest was a breathless sound, and contrary to the word, her hand slipped into his hair, tightening with the slow pass of his lips down her chest. Can I ask you something? He murmured over her skin. She gave something of a yes in a moan, and he smiled with satisfaction. Why did you never bond with Oster? Estrella drew a long sigh.
You really know how to kill the mood.
He chuckled, kissing her once before settling beside her again. You don't have to tell me, he said. It may have been a burning wonder, if only to know why she'd reject someone who was far better for her than he.
Oster wanted more than just a bond, for us to be romantic and intimate. Most pairings do. For the longest time, I thought there had to be something wrong with me to not want it. Our match was favorable to the gods who created me, and of course to our people. Everyone told me I was just being stubborn and rebellious not to want him.
You are stubborn and rebellious, he said, reaching to hook her glittering hair that fascinated him.
Clearly, to be lying here with the enemy, the scandal that would erupt.
I think it would incite far more than a scandal, Starlight. He didn't care, but he was trying to be civil for her. She sighed again, staring thoughtfully at the ceiling.
I tried to love him how he wanted. We tried intimacy and a relationship for all intents and purposes.
Knight changed his fucking mind. He didn't want to know about her tied to Oster when the mere thought of him riled a possessive madness. He couldn't satisfy you, Knight murmured.
And you think you can?
She taunted. His hand hooked under her knee, lifting slowly to act on the dare she was inciting in those seductive silver eyes. Discovering Estrella's incredible flexibility had him wondering how in all hells he came to be bonded to something so exquisite, divinely perfect. I know I can, he said. When her leg lifted over his shoulder, Knight eased his aching cock into her slowly, devouring the pinch of pleasure over her face. You tell me in every sound you make, and how perfectly you take me into your body. Don't make me remind you, because I won't return you tonight, perhaps not tomorrow, and it'll be your job to explain your absence.
Arrogant of you,
she breathed, slipping a hand around his nape for purchase. Estrella cried out sweetly with his next sudden plunge deep into her. I have an ambition, he said, pained and losing himself in the heat of her. That you're never going to remember another inside you but me, or hands on you that aren't mine. It's only fair when you've utterly ruined me.
Best do better than Knight's death.
He growled low, adjusting his position and wrapping a hand around her throat. He let that dark side of him surface, enough to shift his appearance, to frighten her. Yet Estrella only followed the dark vines growing across his skin, reaching her fingers to them, and her tight heat squeezed his cock tighter. She was going to be the end of him. I don't think you're ready for me to ruin you, he said, his voice thick with lust. He thrust forward suddenly, earning a sweet cry from her that he craved more of, setting a pace that had them exerting themselves in their pleasure. Knight would never get enough of this, the endless ways he could fuck her, feel her. Every time felt like a gift he'd done nothing right in his life to deserve, but he would never let go of it now. Shifting, he held himself over her, drinking in every crease of desire over her face, before watching where they joined. He slowed his pace, basking in the delirious sight and envelope of heat each time he sank into her. Estrella's hand reached between them, and Knight fucking lost it watching her excel at her own pleasure. So fucking perfect, he growled, kissing her deeply.
Don't stop,
she rasped, focusing on her climax.
Just like that.
Give it to me. In my name. Let me feel you come around my cock. It took only a couple more plunges before she gripped him like a vice, and her other hand scored his back with the impact of her orgasm. He could watch this infinite times, and it would still feel like he was a nightmare mistakenly sent to a dream. When he wanted to be everything for her, yet feared she would one day wake up and realize he was wrong for her. But this felt so fucking right. Knight followed her, fucking them both through the tremors of ecstasy, and even though this wasn't the first time they'd become entangled and sweat-slicked tonight, it wouldn't be the last either. You are my ruination, Estrella, he said in a gravelly murmur.
Then maybe I didn't fail in my task to end you after all.
Her fingers combed through his hair as he slipped out of her and kissed her chest. You win, he said. I'm on my knees for you. I might never be the hero, but I am the villain for you.
My villain,
she mused with a pleased smile. Always. An hour later, they reclined in the bath together. Night had fallen, and the full moon they watched was serene as they bathed in a silence without words. But there was more to be spoken in the touches they shared. He didn't want to think of the daylight when she would leave him again when the first sun rays broke. Every time they parted, the villainous side of him contemplating ways to end Auster, then take reign of Vessatir himself. But Estrella would never forgive him. He could be patient for her, though he didn't know what for, how they would ever make this last, and the perfect fantasy being in this tower had become would perhaps only make the shattering of it that much more devastating to face. Are you happy? He asked. She gave him a reason to find want in the things he'd once despised. The rise of a new dawn, the scent of honey and lavender, the sickly craving she had for things like a spice called cinnamon he'd never sampled before.
Why wouldn't I be?
The lying, the secrecy, the fact this would never be accepted.
I'm happy in each moment I'm with you. That must count for something against all that's out there,
she said.
Even before you bonded with me, the times we traveled, it was like freedom from a cage I never knew had been crafted around me.
You're free with me, on my life. He leaned his mouth to her damp shoulder. He didn't want to think about to what end. There was no end to this. She couldn't go anywhere he wouldn't follow her. There was no one he wouldn't kill to keep her, no realm he wouldn't break apart to find her. Auster wasn't the biggest problem, nor was it getting the people to accept them together. Night had been reeling in torment with the quakes growing worse. It affected solar magic, which meant it was harming her. Their perfect pairing was a devastating existence. There's somewhere I have to go for a while, he murmured. He didn't want to leave her, but he'd been putting it off too long. It was time to try to go back where he came from and find a way to break this curse. Dryson was adamant that he join him on the journey. It had been his plan, in fact.
Where?
Estrella pushed up, twisting to look at him in concern. I'm going to find a way to stop the quakes.
I'll come with you.
Not this time, love, he said gently, lifting a hand to her face.
This is very unvillainous of you, and it doesn't suit you.
His mouth curled tenderly. I'm trying to be good for you.
I don't like it.
I think I'm a bad influence on you.
Where are you going that I can't come with you?
He tucked a wet strand of hair behind her ear. Somewhere very far from here, and I can't risk anything happening to you.
I won't risk anything happening to you either.
Her stubborn defiance was one of his favorite things about her. Can you just trust me for once?
No.
Night chuckled. It was all he could do. The thought of leaving, not knowing how long it might take, and potentially coming back with no answers at all, it killed him in more ways than she'd know. Dryson would be waiting for him at dawn. It was time to try. Estrella's mouth leaned to his, coming shy of meeting. Sudden, distant screams tore her back, her head whipping around to the archway windows. She didn't miss a beat in climbing out of the bath, slinging on a black robe and rushing to see what caused the distress. What is it? Night asked, drying off and beginning to change.
I don't know,
she said vacantly. Then she spun, seeming to tunnel away in a focused calm as she changed. Night's teeth ground. It better be something fucking catastrophic to have ended their final night far too soon. That might have been a villainous enough thought for her, but she didn't appear receptive to humor right now. He admired her fierce will, her unhesitating response to any action. It also terrified the damned life out of him how unquestioningly she would run into the target of any threat or danger. The thought of leaving now, when something was wrong, was unfathomable. Not if she could be in danger. He would follow her just to be sure. When they approached the archway, Night pulled on her arm. He looked over every inch of her face. He'd done so 1,000 times, yet it was never enough. He took her in like each time could be the last. That's how fragile she made him. How precious time felt around her. She waited for him to speak, but words abandoned him in a need to kiss her, pull her tightly to him for one more heartbeat of pretend. It's you and me, Starlight. Nothing can change that.
Chapter 47. Estrella. I found Night in the middle of a wide and empty expanse of land. He stood in the center where it looked like a meteor had pummeled the ground and torched the surrounding radius. I approached slowly. Something felt so ominous and tragic about this place. Night was the most unkempt I'd seen him, wearing his usual black pants and boots, but only a tucked-in shirt with rolled-up sleeves. No jacket, no cloak. He had to feel the icy air billowing around. Closer, and I noticed his hair was disheveled, like he'd run his hands through it many times. "What are you doing here?" I asked gently. He had to have sensed I was near, but he didn't look at me. I stood right in front of him now, and he only stared at the ground.
I wanted to know if I could survive losing you again,
he said at last.
If you never came back, or if you chose him.
Then it hit me. My vision swayed and I stumbled a step. Then I couldn't stop the anchor that sank me to my knees as my hand touched the ground. The image that flooded my mind was the most haunting and dire scene, but I closed my eyes and reached for more. I had to see it. Night on his knees, hugging my body like he could return the life to it. His tears, the absolute suffering pouring over his face, broke a dry sob from me. Then his cry, like an agonizing call to the gods, cleaved through my soul. It blasted through the battlefield, incinerating every body that had fallen and those who still stood fighting. The sound of his heart breaking and his soul shredding stole every breath from me. I wanted to tell him it would be okay, that no matter what it took, I would find a way to come back to him. Just wait for me. Night's hands on my arms dragged me back to the present, and I found his golden irises through blurry vision. "I died here?" I croaked. Misery overcame his expression.
I can't do it,
he said, barely there.
It's you and me, or you have to find a way to end me if you don't want that. Promise me.
I want you, I said. It tightened in my chest like desperation. I'll always want you. Shuffling forward, I straddled his knees and locked my fingers in his hair. Through every realm, to the collapse of the stars in every one, I promised.
You didn't come back. For a whole week I was close to... Shit, I don't know.
As it turns out, the festivities in Althenia are far more elaborate than here. One event led to another, and I couldn't let those hopeful people down. I wanted to come back every day, but I was exhausted by the end of each one, and they convinced me to rest the night. I have to keep my promise to go back for Star Maiden Day, but until then, I'm yours. Only yours. Take me home, Night. He slipped a hand over my jaw to kiss me fiercely, and it erupted in my chest. The defiance of us poured out in passion as he crushed my body to his and took us through the void. Next thing I knew, my back was against the wall of the bell tower. Our place. "There's just one thing," I rasped with his hungry mouth descending down my neck.
You can tell me anything.
I can't bond with you. Not until we find your father and kill him. Night drew back, searching my face with confusion. When he got into the temple, the gods told him how to kill you. Once we complete the bond, we become one. Then my blood can do it. And he has it.
Shit, of course,
he said vacantly.
I don't know how I never considered it before. It's humorous, really. I've always thought you'd be the death of me.
I pushed him lightly, but his smile was such a joy to see. This is serious. Night merely leaned in again, kissing softly over my collar.
We'll find him soon enough.
You're not worried?
I promise you eternity. I can wait a little longer to reclaim our bond. For now, this is enough for me.
He kissed me hard, and I wanted to warm his body still chilled from outside. I didn't know how long he'd stood there before I arrived. I reached down to untuck his shirt. Shadow circled around me in place of his arm, holding me against him and the wall while he took off his shirt. Can you feel me through your magic? I asked. That arm of smoke wound around me again, then up and around my throat. I gasped at the light pressure.
Yes,
he said, watching me wrapped in his darkness with a wild lust in his eyes. Heat gathered between my legs with the sinful thoughts. Then I want you to feel all of me through it. A primal growl rumbled in his throat as he leaned in to kiss me, planting his hands by my head while his shadows pulled me to his body. It was overwhelming in the most delightful way, as if there was more than one set of hands upon me, but all I could feel was him. So much of him, yet somehow still not enough. His magic slipped under my layers, and I moaned into his mouth with the feather-like caress of it over my skin. The clasp of my cloak came undone first, falling to the floor. He undressed me so slowly, it was torture, while our kiss turned deep and desperate. The contrast was driving me to madness. I tried to reach between us, but Shadow wrapped my wrist, pinning it to the wall, and his real hand slipped over mine, interlocking our fingers. I need you, I said, pained with desire rushing between my legs.
For how long?
Forever.
Good.
I clamped around him tighter with the pull of the void, and my back met soft sheets. Night gripped my waist as he straddled me on his knees, and my back curved to his touch, wanting our bodies pressed together, but he kissed down my chest instead.
Black suits you better,
he said huskily, tearing the white corset at my bust. He tore right through my chemise, too. His teeth nipped at my peaked nipple that pushed into his assault for more. Giving the other the same attention, flicking with his tongue before sucking, his hands continued to tear down my skirt, exposing me to him swiftly and fully. Night shifted, and my legs fell open for him, knees bending. The air breezed across my center, slick with my heated arousal. I gasped when it felt like rope lassoed around my ankles. Then my wrists, pulling them together above my head before all the bonds tightened. Night's lips had barely left my flesh. His hands explored every dip and curve of my body, like he planned to leave no inch of me untouched by him tonight.
I can't get enough of you,
he growled.
I can feel every part of you with my own skin and my magic, and I'm still starved for you.
My hips lifted, desperate for attention between my thighs. Night's eyes flicked up to mine, and he leaned down, circling a hand around my throat and barely grazing my lips with his. Please, I whispered, partially a whimper. I drew a sharp breath with the sensation of a light touch crawling my thigh. Night's hands remained, one by my head propping him above me, and the other caressing sensually along my throat. Shadow touched my core, and my brow pinched tightly with a silent moan. Night's gold eyes turned molten, watching my every flicker of reaction while he planned to feel me through his magic first.
So ready for me,
he said in a husky taunt, planting soft kisses along my face. Then that shadow dipped into me, and I did cry out then to the pleasantly strange sensation of it. He began thrusting into me, slow at first, and our eyes locked with a wild, daring passion.
Fuck, you feel incredible this way.
The shadow expanded, like adding a second finger, and I strained with a moan against the shadow bonds that held me at his mercy.
A little more.
I felt so full, but at the same time I wanted more. Every time he asked, I thought I would always want more. Yes.
Such a good girl,
he said, devouring my next cry in a kiss as his shadow expanded inside me again. He fucked me slow and deep, drinking in my every moan and expression. The intensity in his eyes crept over my skin like a shallow rippling of flame. Even restrained in submission to him, he made me feel powerful, worshipped. His acute attention to my desire gave me a euphoric sense of confidence. Being fucked by his shadows was unlike anything I'd felt before, like his fingers, but with a new humming vibration that was tingling through me and racing me toward a climax faster. When another tendril snaked across my abdomen and targeted my sensitive apex, my head threw back to the added burst of pleasure. "Oh, gods!" I cried.
Just me, Starlight. I'm your god.
In this very moment, every part of me agreed. "Deeper," I rasped, feeling so close my ankles pulled against the restraints and my thighs began to shake. "Please." Knight groaned, pushing his magic into me deeper than I'd ever felt anything before, and when it curved, hitting a certain spot I didn't know existed, to explode pleasure with every thrust. I couldn't tell when my orgasm began, only that I was trembling with the utter ecstasy rocking through every internal piece of me. I cried his name, and this euphoria stretched endlessly. His shadows kept fucking me through it so that I became dizzy, seeing stars, becoming stars. Pieces of me scattered far and fast, only to snap back together as I came around in a gasping, trembling mess. Shit. I didn't think there would be an end of new explorations and world-rocking orgasms with Knight.
You come so beautifully.
Knight's whispering breath caressed my ear.
You call for me so exquisitely.
His magic released me, and my fingers threaded through his hair. The gold in his irises marched like flames for me. I pushed up and kissed him with everything I was, high from the release and overwhelmed with the need for more. To give him it all back. "My turn," I said. Hooking my leg around him, our gravity was flawless as our positions switched. I kissed down his neck, over his tattooed, scarred chest. My fingers undid the ties of his pants, and he lifted his hips, helping me remove them. Taking his hard cock in my hand, I flicked my side up, relishing in his tight jaw and the way his fist clenched the sheets. Eyes locked on his, I slid my tongue along the thick vein of his shaft slowly, before lapping over the tip.
You're killing me,
he rasped. I smiled in satisfaction. As I hear, it's my sworn duty. Teasing him, I continued to flick my tongue over his head and lick down the length. There was a certain gratification when I didn't need his ability to hear his thoughts. To know his flexing grip on the bed was how he was refraining from holding my head in place and fucking my throat raw. I knew I would let him, but this was more fun. There was power in the control he gave me over his pleasure. My cheeks hollowed as I sucked, past the point of teasing. I hummed around him, working my hand in tandem.
Tighter,
he ground out.
That's it. Fuck.
His hips started shallow thrusting into my mouth with my movements.
If you don't want me to spill down your throat, you better stop,
he warned. I only sucked harder, letting go with my hands to brace them on the bed and take him deeper.
Fuck. Stay like that.
I hummed in answer, letting him thread his fingers into my braids and use my throat. He wasn't too rough, knowing the limit of how far I could take him. Then he came and I sucked again, pumping him until he was spent and his whole body tensed, fingers tightening to the sensitivity.
I'm not done with you yet,
he panted, coming around. Releasing him, I peered up at his toned, sweat-slicked torso, a godly sight with the sunset spilling over his tanned skin.
Bring those pretty thighs to me,
he instructed. I didn't really understand what he wanted, shuffling until I straddled his middle, but that didn't seem far enough for him. I squealed, reaching up to brace on the headboard when his hands curled my thighs and pulled me higher. A blush fanned across my cheeks, peering down at him under me. This is new, I muttered.
It's not,
he said, kissing the inside of my thigh.
My memory serves perfectly. This is a particular favorite position of yours. I'm sure it will come back to you in a second.
Night's tongue on me threw my head back with a shuddering cry.
Lower your hips for me,
he instructed. My thighs slipped further apart and he groaned in satisfaction, fingers digging into my flesh.
That's better.
Night unraveled me. I couldn't help myself, slipping a hand through his hair and rocking my hips. It felt both obscene and incredible, fucking his face like I would his cock. His encouragement and the way he sucked and licked without mercy only made me more desperate in my chase. Oh, fuck, I rasped. The beginnings of an orgasm tingled my skin, but I wanted his cock inside me before I came again. Yet, I couldn't stop. I was starved for this release, and the way his tongue teased my opening, pulling me down more to dip his tongue deeper, alternating between sucking the sensitive bud that shattered stars behind my closed lids. I came undone with a cry of muffled sounds, and maybe some words under shocking waves of bliss. I was utterly spent, panting hard and clutching the headboard to gather myself back together. Night was so tender and patient, kissing my thighs and waiting for me to climb off him. It took a moment for my thighs to stop quivering. You were right, I panted. Definitely a favorite. Night gave a satisfied smile as I shuffled down carefully, with the ache of my muscles from that position. But it had been worth it. When my legs straddled his hips, I leaned in to kiss him deeply, moaning when I shifted myself to feel the hardness of him against me, despite that near-painful shock of oversensitivity.
Is this you telling me you haven't had enough?
He murmured huskily. Better work harder, I teased. My slickness coated him with my movements, and I squealed when he hooked an arm around me and flipped us.
Don't taunt me, Starlight. I'll fuck you so hard you won't be able to leave this tower for days.
My knees tightened on his hips, pulling him down closer. I don't plan to, so do your worst. Night kissed me slowly, searching and passionate.
I will, after I feel every perfect inch of you and worship your body like the goddess you are, before I destroy you.
His cock slid against me with his teasing thrusts, easing away the sensitivity to have me needy for him again. With his next drawback, he sank into me so slowly, it was like he wanted me to feel how complete we were together. He kissed me deeply. His hands explored me tenderly. He fucked me passionately.
You're the only thing that makes me want to live, Estrella. Beyond being a weapon for someone to use, a cause for someone to gain. I want to be everything you need me to be.
I don't want you to change. Not a single thing, I said, tracing the golden tattoos of his slick chest. Night accepted that with the way he leaned in to kiss me, and the way we moved together was so tender and claiming. He made love to me now, like a promise, a defiance. It was us against the world. I gasped when he moved us unexpectedly, and my ass was set down upon something cold. Leaning back, my adrenaline surged, peering over my shoulder at the expanse of the city behind me. My fingers curled over the ledge of the archway window, and Knight kneeled between my spread legs, his cock sliding across my core from the low perch.
This is your world, love. I'm just your villain to take it back for you.
His cock entered me again, and I moaned, head tipping back to feel the cool air whip through my hair. Knight's arms circled around my curved body, leaning in to press his lips to my chest. When I closed my eyes, it was like we could be flying. His pace picked up, and his magic snaked across me again before dipping between my thighs. My brow pinched tightly with the vibrations, and Knight swore as I clenched around him, fucking me deeper with a precision that knew just how to send us both crashing to our finish together. I turned utterly boneless, struggling to keep my elbows from buckling. Knight thrust a few more times as he spilled himself, his whole body tensed, glorious with the growls of his release. As we came down, neither of us could move. Knight braced with one hand on the wall while the other held me around my back, as if he didn't trust I'd keep the ability to hold myself up. I didn't either, as tiredness swept me and my eyes fluttered. Knight lifted me, carrying me into the room before he laid me down on the bed.
I got you something,
he said tenderly. You did. The smile that curved his mouth was giddy, so rare. He pulled back and I watched him circle around the bed before opening a drawer and pulling out something wrapped in brown paper. He lay down beside me, and I took it from his hands when he offered. It was heavier than I expected. What is it?
I wouldn't have gone to the trouble of concealing it just to tell you.
The paper was awkwardly folded and wrinkled, like he'd tried many times to get it right and given up trying to make it pretty. I bit my lip, imagining his struggle and warmth pooled in my stomach. I love it, I said, admiring the misshapen package.
You don't know what it is yet.
The effort of his humble wrapping felt like a gift itself. Any time Goldfell had presented me with a wrapped present, it was always perfect and proper, and what was underneath was always another measure of control. Something he could give me and inevitably take away. I peeled the paper carefully, and I knew what it was the moment I caught a glimpse. My eyes lit up at the globe I held. I shook it, and this one had to be enchanted as midnight flooded the glass inside for the stars to shine brighter as they danced around a small rendition of the bell tower from outside. It's beautiful, I whispered. My throat tightened with emotion. Knight pressed his lips to my shoulder.
Happy birthday, love.
My fingers traced the engraving. The brightest star needs the darkest night.
You and I, we're inevitable. The gods want us to believe we're destruction, but I've come to think they fear what we could become if we defy.
I dropped my arms, the globe hugged to my bare chest. I reached a hand to his face, and his enclosed on it, his lips pressed to my palm. I want to bond with you, I said. His eyes flickered a brighter shade of gold, and I loved the language they could speak to me. Knight guarded himself from the world, but at the same time, his feelings were right there. In passion, his irises were bright. In anger, dark. In jealousy, they could appear more brown, and in lust, they were molten ore. Right now, they were smiling. A rare tone that never lasted long, because the world threw so many obstacles in the way of our pursuit of happiness.
I want that more than anything,
he said, taking the globe from my hands and laying it on the large space beside him, so he could hover over me. But we can't, I said.
Why not?
You know why. Yet even with the reason of my blood being a weapon that could kill him, he was making it difficult to resist. Night shifted, cupping my jaw and leaning his mouth to my neck.
Everyone can die. They survive through 1,000 ways to die every day. I can live with having to avoid one.
No one has half a realm that actively wants them dead.
Probably more than half.
Night. I all but moaned his name when he was planting kisses down my neck, his body pressing into me more.
Fine,
he said, and I shivered with the single note of it.
Though not because the strike of a weapon with your blood through my heart could kill me, but because one with mine is another thing that could kill you. And I'll comb through the minds of everyone to kill anyone who knows that and would think of using it.
I hadn't even thought of myself, but of course, in binding our souls as one, that possibility existed. Night lay beside me again, idly playing with my hair. Can you enjoy Star Maiden Day while I'm gone? With your friends? For me?
I don't have friends.
Yes, you do. We do. Rose convinced Zath to come with us across the Vale, though I think he'd much rather stay here with you. But you have Elliot, Zeke, Sorleen, Kara, and Nadia. Pretending that you don't care about them is getting old, like you.
I'm old.
Ancient.
Technically, so are you.
Except I got 3 centuries of beauty slumber.
How beautiful you were,
he muttered bittersweetly, tracing my silver markings. They glowed with a shimmer in reaction to him.
You shine as bright in the sky as you do right here.
I reached for the golden constellation on his neck among his markings. I think you would burn through the skies. Like a phoenix. It was the name of his constellation, and I thought it fitting for his eyes of fire. Pushing him, I hooked a leg over his waist as he lay back. I love you, I said. 3 words that felt like freedom and security as one. I wasn't afraid of it anymore, and Cassia's words came back to me with a phantom 3 pulses in my chest. If there's one thing you're not allowed to give up on, it's love, Estrella. Night pushed up against the headboard, and to watch his surprise turn to rare joy was worth confessing those 3 words of delicate vulnerability. I didn't know when I'd begun to fall for Night. I learned love was silent. It wasn't like being caught in a web. It was like we didn't know we'd crafted one together. Slowly, because precious things took time, until it became a home I wanted to protect with everything I was and stay here with him for eternity. I love every version of the Night you are, I whispered when he didn't speak, only marveled over my face as if he was repeating my words in his mind to believe them.
Say that again,
he said, so softly it fluttered in my stomach. I love you. His head tipped back against the headboard, and his eyes closed. Then I watched a peaceful smile break on him.
109,573 days,
he said quietly. His eyes opened and fell to me. His hand cupped my cheek.
It was worth every second of misery in them to hear that again. I haven't stopped being completely, madly, irretrievably in love with you. Whether you rule the sky or the land, I live for you, Estrella.
His palm slipped around my nape, bringing my mouth to his, and I kissed him with more need than ever before with my feelings fully free. Night waited, despite the fact that we were destruction and our love was chaos. That hadn't changed. It didn't matter. I loved him. I couldn't stop loving him any more than I could reverse the flow of water. I was his, and he was mine eternally. My darkness, my nightmare, my night. He slowed our kiss until he pulled back enough to search my eyes.
But love also isn't enough to describe it. Your heart, it beats in my chest, just as mine has beat in yours. I'm not capable of returning it nor letting it go, even when your body was gone and I was forced to stay. Thank you, Estrella, for I don't know what would have become of me in your absence if you hadn't given me this part of you to keep safe. Chapter 48. Night. The sun set on Star Maiden Day, and I watched it from a rooftop, imagining how exquisite Estrella would look for the ball across the veil. "Pining doesn't suit you," Elliot commented. The break of my peace wasn't unwelcome. I needed the distraction from the next 12 hours or more that Estrella would be away from me. Turning, Zeke wiggled a bottle of wine at me. Celestial wine from the blue tint through the glass, and I didn't want to know how they acquired it. They were all here. Sorlene even seemed relaxed, and I wondered how much they'd had to drink before seeking me out. I took the bottle, drinking it hard and fast to take the edge off my emotions. "What are your plans for tonight?" I asked them. "Our plans are that we are getting the fuck out of this cold, and that is merely a sample of what we will consume," Zeke said.
"Not getting out of our company this year,"
Kara said, pushing into my side. For once, I didn't harbor an inkling of ire toward the jesting. My mood was often sour in reception, I couldn't help it, but they were never deterred, and I couldn't fathom why. From the high of the 4 full nights I'd spent alone with Estrella in the tower, I had her to thank for this want to enjoy this day. For Estrella, I would pretend today that I was nothing more than a fae, and that those around me, perhaps I could regard them in my chest as friends for tonight. "Happy winter solstice," Elliot cheered, clinking another bottle against mine. "Or should we be calling it Star Maiden Day now, too?" As a generation cycled by and the Star Maiden became a myth in the minds of men this side of the veil, they celebrated it here as the winter solstice for a long time. I knew it wouldn't happen in a year, but I was looking forward to the world remembering her. "Either way," Zeke drawled as Kara squealed when he hooked an arm around her and pulled out a stem of mistletoe, holding it between them. Nadia said, swiping the bottle from me.
"Will we be suffering their flirtations all night?"
We all looked away as they kissed. Usually I would spend today in solitude in the bell tower. "Probably," Elliot said. I didn't miss the glance he spared at Sorlene, and the way it pulled a timid smile from her. I was glad they were finding comfort in each other. In this world of war, and after all they'd lost, they deserved to reach for their feelings unapologetically.
"There's games of knife throwing downstairs,"
Nadia said to me.
"Winner gets to drive a blade through Drystan's chest."
I cast her a warning look, to which she merely shrugged.
"Worth a try,"
she said, taking another long drink. "We're on to human wine and piss water now," Zeke said, leading Kara into the establishment. From Nadia's comment, I was stuck on the thought of my brother, wondering where he was and what he was doing. Was he alone? "No pining and no sulking until dawn," Zeke said, clapping a hand on my shoulder. I didn't know what gave them the brazenness to be so bold toward me. Part of me flared with the need to defend myself, make them fear me, until I wondered why. I'd spent so long under my father's iron fist, then smothered by my own dark torment, that this kind of attitude around people was foreign. But I wanted to try to find it comfortable, natural. So I decided to try tonight. To be free. Once, only Estrella had the ability to make me lose track of time under something other than misery. Yet tonight, I was in no hurry to be anywhere. I was enjoying myself like this was an old pastime. The only twinge that wouldn't allow the past to leave me completely was reflecting that there was another time I'd felt like this, with my brother, when we would escape to plan travels we would never see in an empty abandoned hut, or gamble for fun. Nadia cheered after her win at knife throwing against Zeke. She was beginning to ease in with them in a way that I felt familiar with as I studied her. Present for the most part, sometimes letting loose, but eventually the walls would come back up around her, and the armor against feeling would be put back on. "The two champs are up," Zeke grumbled, patting my shoulder as he sat down beside me. Kara beat Sorleen, Elliot beat Kara, I beat Elliot, Nadia beat Zeke. So now it was Nadia against me to crown the overall champion. "This is pointless," I grumbled, finishing my drink.
Scared to be humiliated in front of your little cadre?
Nadia taunted, flipping her knife. I almost rolled my eyes. Pushing up, I swiped the 5 small knives from the table.
"You first, Nightmare,"
she quipped. "I didn't know you'd become that fond of me to give me a term of endearment, little rogue."
"Only seems fair."
Flipping the first blade, I threw it in the same breath. We were all so competent at this that hitting the markers for points wouldn't be a challenge. So instead, our game leaned on luck. There were 10 tankards across the 2 shelves that had different numbers in them, and the order was shuffled each play. The one with the highest score won. My first tankard knocked sideward, and I caught a glimpse of the 13 underneath. "Have you stopped wasting energy on your futile quest?" I asked casually. Nadia threw her blade.
"I'm still blood bonded to him, so no."
"He's up to something with the elder vampires. If you're really a woman of loyalty instead of a pest that keeps appearing in my path, you could be a great spy for me." She regarded me curiously.
"You made it perfectly clear you wouldn't let me kill him."
"I'll help you find another way to break the bond." Nadia huffed.
Spare your breath."
I shrugged, throwing my second knife and watching the tankard fall. "If you got what you wanted, to be free from him, what would you do next?" It wasn't often I cared to know about people's personal affairs, but I couldn't deny my curiosity about the lone wanderer that had bravely, boldly approached me, and somehow made herself seem like she'd been one of the guard all along.
"Are you saying I'm out of the band of nightmares?"
"Since you've officially named us, that would be a shame." Nadia threw her knife, then I followed, until we both had one left.
"Is there anything Estrella could do that you wouldn't forgive her for?"
Nadia asked. I didn't like the question. It turned my whole body still and my mind racing when it wasn't something I'd ever considered truly. My instinct was to say no, but that was only because my trust wanted to believe she wasn't capable of doing anything not worth forgiving. "I don't think so," I answered. Nadia threw her knife and eyed me carefully.
"If she turned on you?"
She should have a long time ago.
"If she chose Oster?"
A better choice for all intents and purposes.
"If she turned into your villain?"
I threw my blade, seeing the number inside. I'd won by 3 points. Turning to Nadia, this stem of conversation was starting to crawl with the bitterness I was trying to keep subdued for the night. My villain, acting against me. I couldn't fathom what would make her do that unless she finally saw sense and tried to kill me for real. I've long come to terms with that possibility, I said. Maybe I'm even still rooting for it. Nadia didn't hold my stare. Her thoughts traveled and I wanted to hear them. But one rule was absolute to me. I never used my invasive ability to reach into minds on any of the guard. Once that trust was breached, it would never fully return. "You said you had no one to go to. What happened to your family?" I asked.
"I've never really had one,"
she said coldly. Lifting her green eyes, I knew the mask all too well. The shield she raised against the hurt.
"I mean it when I say vampirism has its perks." Perhaps the wicked were destined for such a fate. When I got out of the mountain, I tracked down my father and 2 brothers. I killed them.
I didn't flinch. It wasn't surprise that flickered through me, but rage, because whatever they'd done to earn death from their own blood had to be something of the worst evils. Nadia carried herself well, too well sometimes, so that anyone else might believe she didn't need reason to kill, that she was like me, a merciless monster. Good, I said. Her expression relaxed, then she huffed a laugh.
I haven't told many people that, but you're certainly the first to be pleased by it. I guess I shouldn't be surprised.
Killing is something of a sport to me.
Are all the heinous things they say about you true?
I couldn't say. I don't think I've heard half of them. We all drank for a while longer before we left the establishment. "The night is still young," Zeke exclaimed. By the way Kara had to aid his walking, I figured that wasn't accurate for him at least. "I have to go somewhere," I announced. "Oh no you don't. Estrella would have our asses if we let you." Zeke didn't get to finish as I stepped through the void to come out atop a small mountain clearing surrounded by forest. I kept walking toward the abandoned cabin until I pushed the door open. The creaking hinges cut through the whistling wind, and the floorboards groaned at every step I took within. It was far more neglected than the last time I'd been here. Thoughts of Dryston from earlier had brought me here. I didn't expect to find him, but I felt the presence of him in these decrepit walls regardless. Despite the decades he'd watched me waste away behind a veil, no matter what he could do to me now, he was still my brother. Stopping in front of the mantel, I realized there was another reason I was compelled to hear from something Estrella had thought so loudly I couldn't avoid hearing it. I reached for the wooden carving. Not just a bird, but a phoenix. She knew it was a constellation I wore. A mockery, really. As I twisted the base of the carving, the wings splayed out and the body glowed golden. My heart pounded, waiting for the voice with a tightening grip that almost slammed it shut. Then it came, in whispering, gentle notes I would never forget.
"Nothing can betray you more than your own heart, my son. No matter what you do, you must never give it away, and never let the light go out of it completely."
I snapped the wings back together and my grip trembled against the impulse to crush the figurine. It was my mother's voice. I'd failed both her warnings by giving my heart to my truest enemy long ago, and when Estrella died, only pure darkness resided in my chest. I was trying to prove her wrong. Giving Estrella my heart wasn't my weakness. It was my greatest strength. Hearing the guard outside, I supposed Elliot would have been the one to guess where I was. So I calmed, setting the figure back on the mantel for however many years it might still stand. Heading out of the cabin, I intended to meet my friends, a term that would take time to get used to, and let them disperse the ever-hanging cloud of sorrow for a while longer. The night had been good. Too good. That I should have known. Me of all fucking people should have seen that happiness was a trick into complacency. When the ambush came, we weren't prepared. The first scream came from Nadia, and my sight targeted her. To my relief, it wasn't pain, but rather her battle cry as she had her legs hooked around a nightcrawler's shoulders, snapping his neck before they both fell. She was moving again in a heartbeat, and then so was I. Nightcrawlers and the more savage of the transition vampire line flooded into the clearing. "Kill every single one of them," I said, my voice echoing Night's death who pushed to the surface. I didn't wait to see the guard act. I was lost in my own movements. The quickest way to incapacitate a nightcrawler was by the wings. I threw my dagger from my side into the spine of one before I grabbed another that had made the mistake of sprinting toward me. I tore his wing with my bare hands and tossed him aside to bleed out painfully. Blinking through shadow, I pulled my blade free from the other nightcrawler's back, and it drowned in dark blood from his neck a heartbeat later. When I fell into this state of numb, mindless killing, Bodies fell faster than I could care to count, and blood coated my hands. I didn't know how many I got through before I heard the first whistle of an arrow. Spinning, I caught it a second before it could plunge through my chest. Seething at the arrow tip, the dark pull was familiar. I'd only encountered it one other time, crafted specifically to incapacitate Faye. My sight snapped up with livid fury, searching for wings of silver feathers instead of the leathery texture of nightcrawlers, but I found none. No celestials, but this material I'd only seen in their possession. In my moment of distraction, searching for Oster in particular as the leading culprit I suspected, another of the arrows soared, and I wasn't fast enough this time. It struck my back. My teeth gritted with the searing explosion of pain, but Night's death helped push through it. Sheer rage and adrenaline made me pull the arrow free and focus back on the threats I could chase on the ground, while extending my senses for more arrows.
Night!
Sorleen called. I'd never heard that panic in her quiet voice. When I found her, the chaos became silent to me, so still and deadly silent. They were all compromised. Elliot, Nadia, Zeke, Kara, and Sorleen, held by nightcrawlers, who stood behind them. You finally came out of your cowardly hiding to face me, Father. His face alone made me want to plummet the world into darkness to be rid of the sight. He wore a hood and merely smiled. I tested the minds of the nightcrawlers on instinct, but to my growing fury I couldn't penetrate them so easily. It wasn't beyond my capabilities, but it was a huge gamble as to whether I could break through to shatter all their minds before they tore the hearts of the guard from their chests. What do you want? I asked, shaking with the restraint it took to not rip through anything that moved. Your surrender, Night's death, my father said. I chuckled darkly. I could kill you with a single thought. Then they will die too. You're a fool to think I care that much for them. Father gave a cruel, mocking smile, stalking between the guard littered through the clearing. Then all it took was a look from him. Less than a second, for the first nightcrawler to act, still clutching Sorleen's heart as her body fell. White rage flashed my vision, and I had to close my eyes for a fucking breath before I turned this mountain to ash. Kara whimpered, and the beast inside me was pacing, ready for retribution to spill so much blood I might very well drown in it this time. Harm another one of them, I said, my tone unrecognizable with the chilling echo of Night's death. You'll be nothing but smoke and ash when I'm finished. All personal feelings had to leave me now. I couldn't look at Sorleen's body and allowed the distraction of how she'd finally looked like she was learning to live again tonight. Now she never would again. I couldn't feel anything watching Zeke reach for Kara's hand, like that small comfort with each other braced them in the face of death. Nor could I feel for the devastation of Elliot's struggle, as if he thought he could reach Sorleen's lifeless form that painted the snow crimson and fit her heart back where it belonged. I only came to have this first leg of victory myself before the rest unfolds. You thought yourself cunning, dangerous. You've never been anything more than a weak, useless talent the Dark God never should have blessed. That word was like a lashing, blessing, until I stared my father in his cold eyes and realized he was right. For what lurked beneath my skin will be the thing to eradicate the poison he was, once and for all.
Behind you, Night!
Nadia yelled. I pivoted to catch the arrow flying from my back and redirected it to pierce through the eye of the male holding Nadia. I caught another and once again became distracted by the sickening wrongness radiating from the material Oster had armed himself with and gloated about possessing at the Guardian Temple. My sight of lethal rage flicked from the arrow tip to my father, a Fae. So why would he have such a thing to incapacitate his kind? There wasn't time to calculate that. Where was that fucking archer? Another arrow whistled and I narrowly missed the strike. Catching it, I sent the two I held hurtling from my father with the same velocity as a bow. They struck right into his neck. and it had been too easy. Too fucking easy. I blinked through the void, catching him by the folds of his coat before he could fall. The hood came down, and that's when the glamour released. Some kind of magic that shifted the brown eyes I knew too well into a darker shade. The aged wrinkles of his skin smoothed out with youth. He hadn't been here at all. The mockery blinded me, but all I could do was let the body in my grasp fall. With that diversion of my attention, it cost me. Somehow I knew to meet eyes with Zeke, and the haunted goodbye in them would linger in me until the darkness finally claimed me for good. Hand clasped with Kara's, they both fell, hearts torn from their chests. And then, Night's death. Darkness rolled out of me in a way I'd only lost control of once before, when I'd held Estrella's lifeless form, and it settled that she wasn't coming back. This magic didn't know friend from foe. It was pure, undiluted death. In this moment, I was the villain the world whispered I was. Unapologetic, merciless. Not who I wanted to be, but what I needed to be. The only thing that reached me in this place of unending darkness was the last thread of humanity that lived within me. Her. Thoughts of her. Feelings of her. Everything I wanted to be for her. Estrella was the only reason I managed to keep anchored to the world before I tore it apart in my anguish. The power that was blasting out of me started to ease. I knelt in the snow, quickly melting and flurrying away as the world reformed around me. It resumed in a sight of wreckage and chaos. Many broken and shattered trees in the blast radius, and the cabin. It ceased to exist, and that only weighed on my despair. There were only 3 bodies left beside me, when everyone else had turned to ash and bone. The one at my feet that had impersonated my father, and I didn't know how I'd done it, nor been aware, but the protective sphere around Nadia and Elliot blew away on the next gust of winter wind. I couldn't move, could only stare at them somewhat stunned they were still alive. Nadia held Elliot's head in her lap, and when he coughed, spitting blood, I moved. He'd been seconds from having his heart torn out too. "The little rogue saved me," he rasped.
"Never speak of it,"
she whispered. I'd never seen Nadia so ghostly, in shock. "Get him somewhere warm. Find a healer," I said. I couldn't feel much. All I knew was that I was still vibrating with rage and my vengeance wasn't sated. It was only just awakened. I'd tried to be good, to be better. I'd tried for her, but now I could see it was all wasted breath. I am the villain my father made me, that the world condemned me to be. I am Oster's enemy, and he'd called for me. I couldn't stop thinking about the arrows, and even if he had nothing to do with this, I knew where to find him faster than I could find my father. "Once you are gone," the male choked on the arrows in his throat. Still fucking alive. "She will be next." The next blood-gurgling breath he took was his last. Then I stood, gripping him with the shadows that flooded in every entrance to his body, and set him on fire from the inside out. His parting words felt like a countdown had been struck, and I wouldn't be too late to save her again.
"Where are you going?"
Nadia called. I didn't answer. She was nothing to me. They were nothing to me. If Nadia and Elliot had any sense of self-preservation, they would stay the fuck away from me.
Chapter 49. Estrella. I stood on the balcony overlooking a courtyard flooded with more people than I'd ever seen together before. They had come to see the Star Maiden, dressed in a silver and white gown that fanned around me like I'd drowned in starlight.
"You are magnificent,"
Oster said, coming up beside me. The crowd responded adoringly to his wave, and his arm snaked around my waist. This construct would be easy for the people here, a high celestial and the Star Maiden. In the eyes of society, we were a perfect pair for power and peace. Only my heart refused to agree. It might have been wrong of me to imagine Night by my side instead, to think of us ruling side by side and having the people accept us, adore our match, like they did now for Oster and me. When my moment of pretending was over, my chest filled with sorrow for a reality that would never be. I looked sideways toward the veil, thinking of Night and what he might be doing tonight. If he'd taken my pestering and pleading seriously, he would be enjoying himself with Elliot and the others. The precious caw of Eltanin caught my attention. He was majestic, flying down as the sun set. I looked past him, up to the blazing sky, and my chest swelled in bittersweet pride as he was about to greet his second full moon and would no longer fit in my arms like he did now as he landed. I giggled at his small snaps, revealing juvenile teeth, finding it hard to imagine them being capable of tearing through anything soon. His violet eyes wouldn't look too big for his head anymore. Patting the feathers crowning his head, I kissed them too. Eltanin didn't speak our language, but we were beginning to communicate easily. We shared a goodbye for these moments, but I was thrilled to watch him grow. His feathered wings shimmied out, bracing to fly, and night fell. He was restless, ready. I let him go.
What a gift our people get to witness, both in you and this,
Oster said. We watched him together, and the crowd hushed too, knowing Eltanin was about to become a spectacle. He flew higher and higher, chasing the moon. Then he burst into a flare of light so bright we had to shield our eyes as everyone gushed and awed. I had to see him, blinking through the sting in my eyes to watch the stars reign with Eltanin's first cycle of youth. And he was absolutely breathtaking as he soared like a dark, glittering firework. He was still small compared to what he would grow to in full size, but he wouldn't fit through most doors anymore. Beautiful, I whispered.
Very,
Oster agreed. He squeezed my waist, and though I didn't want to go inside, there was a ballroom full of people below waiting for us. Rose and Zath were behind us, and my heart tumbled, just like the first time I saw them dressed in their finery earlier tonight. I'd never seen Zath look so proper. No tie for his dark blonde hair, but it was slicked back, and he was so beautiful in his deep blue formal wears. Rose was in a navy gown that glittered like the night sky, and I envied their dark colors. Apparently, it was custom for me to always wear white and silver. I had asked about another color, but the handmaidens who helped me dress were insistent, and I didn't want to upset anyone at my first event. Rose and Zath wore simple masks that matched their gowns. I was the only one who wasn't to wear one. Instead, my face was painted with beautiful streaks of silver and glittering dust. Rose had called me a snow queen when she'd seen me. We'd laughed about it.
Look at you,
Zath said. Was he choking up? It's just an extravagant party, I mused, picking at the crystals on my bodice. He shook his head.
You've come so far, Stray.
And you're only just getting started, I think, Rose added. Now I was tearing up, and I was sure to be reprimanded by Wisteria, the artist of my face, if I ruined her work. As long as I have you two by my side, I'm ready, I said, taking their hands. It wasn't enough, and Rose broke first to pull me into an unexpected hug. She's watching you, always, Rose whispered, and would be so proud. My eyes closed as Rose brought Cassia here with us, as if she stood in this embrace too. "Thank you,"
They're waiting for us,
Oster informed us gently. At the ballroom, Rose and Zath headed inside, leaving Oster and me alone in the grand hallway.
"How are you feeling?"
he asked. I took a deep inhale to push down more of my nerves. "Fine," I said. Oster took my hands, which I was trying to wring dry.
"You don't have to pretend,"
he said softly. He always presented himself so elegantly, proper and poised, every depiction of celestial royalty. Tonight, I didn't know how he managed to appear even more breathtaking. Around his eyes and over his nose was covered in a white and violet mask, like his attire. At least I wasn't the only one in the brightest shade of the spectrum. Oster cupped my cheek, and my chest pounded as he closed in, nearly pressing our bodies together. Oh, stars, was he going to kiss me? Another fraction of distance closed, and my hand reached up to his chest to stop him. "Oster," I said his name in a pained warning. Now I was sweating more than before, thinking he would be angry or upset, and I had to go in there and dance with him to open this ball, and he could barely stand to touch me. To my surprise, Oster sighed, but then he smiled, though it held a touch of sadness.
"I just need you to know that I wanted things to be different. I would have given you everything. We could have been conquerors together. But who am I to place myself where I don't belong in your heart?"
"I'm sorry," I whispered. He deserved more, better than me. He would still have a chance at love, just not a bond. But what did that matter truly? He was powerful on his own, a high celestial who could have anyone he desired. I hoped he found happiness elsewhere.
"When you're ready, Your Majesty,"
a celestial said. It was the first I'd heard him regarded with that title. I looped my hand through his arm, like we'd practiced. What title was I regarded with before?
"My lady, of course."
That didn't feel right. Lower than his title when I was supposed to be the daughter of gods? My chest warmed as it did when I thought of Cassia, and her words filtered through my thoughts as the grand doors opened. "Do you want to know what I think could be the king of the gods?" The crowd gushed and parted as Oster led us to the center ballroom floor. We stopped and took a step back and locked eyes in our bow. "The Queen of the Kings." Oster placed a hand on my back, and our hands clasped. He smiled pleasantly as always, but this time I didn't pretend to feel it. I threw all my unease and reservations into a vault in my mind to make it through this dance as the music started. Then, to make it through the evening I knew would be long when already I was pining for night. Oster and I moved seamlessly. We'd practiced this dance before, so I knew what I was doing, but it came to me like we'd done this countless times. Our eyes locked often, and I couldn't explain why my unease grew, and my body started to tense so much that I worried it would start to become noticeable. I found Rose and Zath by the side of the hall, watching me like everyone else. Our dance ended, but to my surprise, Oster pulled me close, flushing our bodies, and this hadn't been part of our rehearsal.
"You can't say I didn't try for you,"
he said, leaning close to my ear. To everyone, it looked like an endearing moment. To me, I couldn't catch my breath with the warning that was seizing me still. "Let me go," I said.
"Can you just answer me this?"
he asked, pulling back to watch my expression.
"What is it about him that I couldn't give you?"
My mouth floundered, trying to grasp some of the words that were floating through my mind, but nothing felt right as a satisfactory answer. How could I tell him Knight had managed to fill the empty cracks in me with himself, that he'd torn the heart from my chest centuries ago, but it was always safer with him anyway? How could I explain that it was inevitable for the brightest star to fall for the darkest night? Do I really have to choose? I asked.
He will always be the enemy of our people.
Because no one tried to see him as anything more. I could change that. I was determined to make the world see what I did someday. And that meant I had to take my rightful place to govern again. I said, I don't want to lose you as a friend. Oster huffed a bitter sound that pinched in me with the disappointment shaking his head. He schooled his expression.
Enjoy the night, maiden.
The formality was a slap, but I accepted it as his pain from the rejection, only hoping over time we could mend our friendship. He would come to understand and find his own happiness. I stared after him as he slipped through the crowd, heading toward the dais where his brother stood, watching us intently. While Notice and Aquilo leaned in to talk to one another, and judgment lined their faces, I was relieved that Zephyr cast me a small smile, dipping his head as if to say,
Relax.
I shivered at the attention, making my way off the floor that started to flood with dancers to meet Rose and Zath. Everything okay? Rose hedged.
That last moment looked a little intense.
Zath added. Everything's fine, I said. I just need a drink.
At your service,
Zadkiel said from behind me. My mouth watered at the cup he held. He wasn't lying. Celestial wine was indeed light blue and even bubbly. Taking a sip, my mouth exploded at the divine taste. My shoulders eased from their stiffness.
Delicious, right?
He said with a grin. Already my mood was brightening. I could do this. Get through the ball and head back to Vesitir at first light. We've been warned to take it easy, Rose complained. Apparently, human bodies don't burn this magical wine so fast.
I say that's all the more reason to indulge,
Zath said, finishing off his cup and placing it on a tray. He shifted his gaze around, appearing uneasy. It was his first time in Althenia, and I suppose the new setting could be overwhelming. Things were more flamboyant, colorful, wings and glittering wares, fancy wines and food. You look like you could take the edge off, I mused to him.
Just a lot of new wings around here,
he muttered nervously. I hoped he would come to like it here. It felt more like home with both of them with me. Zath held out a hand to Rose.
Dance with me, Thorns.
I don't dance, she said flatly.
Sure you do,
he said, plucking her cup from her and setting it down. I giggled, watching him drag her onto the dance floor. Rose's reluctance dissolved when Zath pulled her into a leading embrace, and I was as taken as she was by the look he doted on her. It hit me clear as day, and I wondered how long it had been going on, and how I'd been so clueless. Zath was falling for her. Perhaps she was falling for him too, but Rose was harder to read. I knew my friend, and the fluttering in my heart over them dancing almost pricked my eyes.
She's a special woman,
Zadkiel commented fondly. Yes, she is. They moved like the night sky spilled onto the dance floor, and I could hardly tear my eyes from them, even though I wanted to give them privacy.
May I have this dance?
Zadkiel asked, holding his hand out to me. A genuine smile bloomed on my face as I slipped my hand into his. I laughed with Zadkiel. He had a natural ability to draw it from me and a light presence I felt comfortable in the arms of. The night was becoming enjoyable, and I let the rocky start be forgotten under the new highs. Hours could have passed for all I kept track, but night had fallen fully when I was pulled onto the floor for another dance with Zath after we broke for more drinks and foods. "So, you and Rose?" I prompted, unable to keep my smirk down.
She's not always so prickly, I suppose.
He smiled, and I was so happy in that moment I couldn't explain it. Rose might have thorns, but Zath had the skin to bear the cuts, knowing a little blood was worth reaching the beauty for. A loud rumble broke through the hall, and I clutched Zath as the ground shook. My magic flared to the surface as people shrieked. Glasses toppled off the tables, causing upset through the cheerful hall. When it stopped, I took a few breaths to calm, and found the High Celestials talking intensely among themselves. Zephyr cast me a wary look, and then I couldn't relax. Zath, squeezing my arms, drew my attention back to him. He wasn't looking at me, but rather at something over my head. Before I could turn around, I was stunned by a phantom stroke up my spine, a presence that felt impossible but unmistakable. Then his warmth enveloped me from behind. I almost passed it off as a convincing trick in my mind, until his fingers trailed down my arm and took my hand. He turned me to him, and through the shadows of his mask, the dawn of his irises pulled within me. "Night," I breathed, still uncertain when I thought of the veil that should have prevented him from coming to Althenia.
"Starlight,"
he said, a whispering breath across my cheek. Something wasn't right. His arm slipped around my waist as the song changed, and I didn't get a chance to voice what was crawling cold and dreadful over my skin.
"Will you dance with me, just this once?"
he asked. I couldn't refuse. In his hold, he was the only person I wanted to dance with all night, and now that he was here, it was easy to forget everything else. Yes. Night wore a simple black mask that covered half his face. So long as he didn't engage in eye contact, he blended in seamlessly, and no one knew their true enemy had breached their walls. Pulled into his firm stance, I felt my stomach erupt in a flurry. Yet I couldn't place what was wrong. He stole me away into a plane of existence that only stood under two people in this entire hall, and the music only played for one couple. Us. There was trouble in the golden eyes that guided me and anchored me. Icy detachment. But he was trying to let it subside for a while. Just for this dance. Part of me was aware of our surroundings, wanting to check if anyone had noticed who he was yet. But this dance was too precious, and though it had only been a day, I'd missed him. We stopped trying to follow steps. His head leaned down, cheek pressing to my temple like he savored my scent, our closeness. My hand was lying on his chest, finding his heart a far more exquisite sound than the music we swayed to. Night took us through the void, away from the crowded hall. I didn't think about those who would have seen it, whether it might erupt alarm and send people searching for me. I didn't care. He brought us under the stars upon a rooftop, but it wasn't cold. In our minds, he made it appear like the clouds fell around us and we stood in the sky. Night changed our music to something that didn't feel like it was crafted for the world, but just for us. The notes weaved like they were made from threads of us, souls given song. I pressed into him tighter with the swelling in my chest. I didn't know why my emotions started to choke me. Wanting to cling to this beautiful moment dancing with him, but somehow I knew, right this moment, we were falling, that what we'd tried to be made us fools in love on borrowed time. Destiny had found us, and the pressure in its grasp was building so strong it was about to shatter the glass denial we'd crafted around ourselves. You said you couldn't pass the veil. I broke the delicate silence.
"I lied."
He spun me, my dress fanning around, entangling our legs and swirling the illusion of fallen clouds. He was masterful in his movements and guided us fluidly. Why? He dipped with me, bringing our faces close.
Because I'm selfish,
he said, gently pulling me straight, and I followed his footing.
I can pass the veil. Because I created it. The only consequence was that my passing through would destroy it. The day you died, the Celestials would have been slaughtered. So I used your key, and I created the veil right before it shattered and scattered throughout Vesitir. As we were fully bonded, what was yours was mine in power. Back then, I didn't care about the war anymore, or who would be killed. But they were your people. And after I bargained with your parents for you to come back, you would need them.
You bargained with them?
Yes.
A bargain has two sides. If I came back, what did you give?
My life. I've been dying since the moment you came back. We were doomed either way, my starlight. And I chose to be selfish in being with you anyway for as long as I could. I wanted you to want me, even if just for a while longer. I couldn't let you go so soon after having you.
Your life? Dying? No, that couldn't be true. He hadn't seemed weak at all, the opposite in fact. Yet my chest was pounding faster.
Our clashing existence. It grows the nights longer each year. I didn't know how many we'd have, but when night fell for good, so would I, into an eternal sleep.
I stopped our dance, staring at him with incredulity. How could you? I breathed, hardly able to draw air. Anger, fueled by fear, planted my hands to his chest, and I pushed. How could you bargain for me to come back when you were always going to leave me? My voice rose and my hands trembled. Oh, gods, it was all starting to make sense and I didn't want it to. That's why you were going to leave the realm. To save yourself?
To find a way to break that curse. Then the one of our clashing existence. To come back to you. Fuck, Estrella, you must know there is no saving me without you.
My heart plummeted. My soul tore. How many other twists of fate could wind around each of us, pulling us in opposite directions? With that thought, I couldn't stand the distance I'd pushed between us. I stepped into him, grabbing fistfuls of his formal jacket. His hand smoothed over my hair.
It's not by choice,
he said quietly. We'll find another way to fight that too, I said, already trying to calculate.
I'm not sure there is another way, love.
Don't do that. Don't you dare say there isn't a way. Not after all we've been through. His expression softened at my anger, and he reached for a lock of my hair. I didn't know where we would find it, but they wouldn't get to take my memories and take him too. I despised the gods that had made me and didn't care if that damned my soul for eternity. We shared threads of pain. Even in each other's arms, it was like we were being pulled apart. Night didn't answer me. I reached up for the tie of his mask and it fell away. My pulse started racing at the changing of his appearance, like he'd been battling Night's death right at the surface of taking over all this time. What happened? I whispered in terrible, growing dread.
I'm sorry, Estrella. Sorry you have to witness the villain I am. I tried not to be. For you, I wanted to keep trying, but it's not what I am. We were ambushed. Zeke, Kara, and Sorlene are dead. Elliot is fighting to survive. I don't know if he'll pull through.
My heart stopped. Dead? His lips firmed, but his eyes were growing brighter, struggling with his wrath with the reminder. Night. I'm so sorry.
Sorrows can't right wrongs. but I can.
Who did it?
It was a nightcrawler attack. My father was there, but then someone was firing arrows. Those I've only seen before from Oster at the temple.
I shook my head, trying to make sense of it. Perhaps your father got a hold of some. I knew my conclusion was a grasp in the dark. Oster doesn't have leadership over the Nightcrawlers. They hate the Celestials. Night didn't answer, but I felt the flicker of disappointment that I would try to acquit Oster in his hard stare. It wasn't what I'd meant, but Night was beyond reasoning.
I only wanted to have one moment of your day, to pretend we were something different, an ordinary pair dancing like ordinary people. All that mattered was that you were mine, and I was yours. Tell me you felt that.
I did. I still do.
Good.
His lips brushed mine. I yearned for more because this was a goodbye. What are you going to do? I asked desperately.
I'm going to find Oster and kill him.
His decision was absolute, but I was gripped by terror. You can't.
It's too late.
It's never too late. Not to me. This world is trying to convince you there's no redemption for you, only this cycle of violence.
You are my redemption. You are my everything. If all I have is those moments when you looked at me as if I was something other than a monster, that's enough. If you can never look at me like that after this night, then it was all borrowed time anyway.
His lips pressed to mine, so firm and with apology that I leaned into him, gripping the folds of his jacket like my urgency could change his mind. I don't know what it made me, but I wasn't desperate for him to stop this course to save Oster. I was petrified of what his brothers and their armies would do tonight. He was powerful, but even he couldn't stand against all of them in the vicious war he would incite by killing Oster.
I love you,
he said against my lips.
Even if you hate me, even if you find a way to end me, that will never change.
The declaration stunned me. It healed me and fractured me at the same time. I wanted to hear it again, but not like this. Not like goodbye. Please. We can get vengeance together, but not like this.
There is only one way. He has to die. Your heart is always called to darkness, but you don't get to become it. This is the only time I'll truly ask. Let me go, Estrella. Condemn me, and reign like the stars eternal without me.
Night reached into the starlight void, and the key glowed as he pulled it out. He held it to me, but didn't let go as my hand curled around it. Please, I whimpered.
I clung to the hope that this time would be different. Yet it seemed history was always destined to repeat, no matter which path we took together.
It felt like he was declaring himself my enemy. My heart sped in denial.
You look. There are not words enough to describe how you look tonight. Exquisitely powerful, like you never left at all.
I gasped at the tingling over my body, tearing from his side only to watch the last of my gown turn to black battle leathers, and Night's finery was gone now too. I can't lose you, I said. Night let go of the key, only to slip that hand over my jaw and press his lips to my head.
We are the stars and the night itself. You can never lose me nor I you. In our perfect world, that would be a promise. But in this cursed one, it's a tragedy,
he said, his final words wrapped in sorrow. Then the screaming started. Chapter 50. Estrella. I followed Night's trace when he disappeared through the starlight void. He stood in front of the Nova Castle, and the crowd outside ran from him in the chaos of screams and terror, because it was Night's death who dominated the courtyard in a display of angry shadows that brewed a starless storm around him. I'd seen his dark side before, but not like this. Night gave over so completely that I feared he was beyond reaching even by me. The black vines crawled over his jaw now, his eyes glowed the brightest I'd ever seen, and his skin inked around them. He stood there like the sun defying the night, utterly breathtaking, but absolutely terrifying. I tracked him carefully, trying to gauge what he was going to do as the people cleared the courtyard. His focused sight targeted the castle, and I anticipated his next move with seconds to spare. As his hand lifted, I stepped through the void, appearing in his path. I shifted my leg back, bracing for the impact of his dark magic that slammed into me as I angled the key to battle it. I cried out and gritted my teeth at the intensity of the power that awakened in me to contend with Night. I am his bonded, his equal. We'd been here before, and I had it in me to match his power, even though my mind was chanting that he was too strong for me. I am the Star Maiden. Night had shown me pieces of our past. He didn't withhold how much he believed in me then, even as his enemy. We are the stars and night itself. My silver markings glowed, and the world became so bright that I could feel the dark precisely. With a battle cry, I shifted stance, gripped Night's power with mine, and sent our anguish to the heavens. The infusion of shadows and starlight became a beautifully devastating firework that could have taken out the entire island. I heaved with exertion and stared off with the calm, simmering fury of Night's death. "Zath and Rose are in there!" I yelled to him. He might not care for innocence with his mind given over to his dark side, but I hoped their names might bring something of him back.
Do you think I care for you standing there? If you want your bones to become dust with his, then so be it.
I didn't know if I was really thinking straight. No, only in desperation. Before Night could strike again, I channeled through the void, appearing in the ballroom that was still full. "Estrella!" Rose called my name, but I didn't have a spare second. Night's magic vibrated through me, and the moment it collided into the building, mine surged out of me to flood light through the cracks the darkness made. My skin was slick and my arms trembled to hold this place from shattering. "Everyone, get out!" I screamed. Shit, my bones were aching. I didn't think I could hold it long. To my relief, people ran out of every exit they could. Many could leave through the balconies with their wings, and yet I was panicking that not everyone would make it.
What's happening?
Zath barked. He and Rose scrambled up to me. "Please," I said through a labored breath. "I can't hold this long, and you need to get out." "We're not leaving you here," Rose said firmly. "I'll be okay, I promise, but I can't protect you too."
"She's right,"
Zath said, his tone defeated, but I was so damn glad he didn't doubt and fight me right now.
"You can use the void, right?"
"Exactly," I wheezed. He nodded, though it was stiff with reluctance. Rose took a bit of pulling to get her to leave with him, but when they slipped out the door, I closed my eyes. Night's magic didn't battle me past the initial impact, but I couldn't let go when he'd struck hard enough to collapse the castle. I breathed through the fire creeping up my throat to control this amount of power. It's not him. It's not Night. His pain made him this, and Night's death had no family, no love, no mercy. I couldn't hold on anymore, but I also didn't know how to retreat the power without it slamming back into me. It was out of my control now, and I yielded, gasping with the implosion in me. Then I was falling, as no more than a piece of stone or glass that was plummeting to the ground around me. All I could do was brace for the impact when I was out of time and couldn't even feel for the void. Arms wrapped me, a body shielded me, then a blast deafened me. But I was unharmed by the debris of the castle. I lied on the ground and managed to open my eyes, blinking to clear the blurriness. I stared up at the most hauntingly beautiful thing I'd ever seen. Night had caught me and shielded us both from the wreckage he made. For a moment, I thought I might reach him, pull him back from the course of vengeance that was unpredictable. Until he let me go. Night's death stood towering over me for a second, with his anguish raging like the sun swirled around his irises. Then he walked a few paces away.
"Foolish maiden,"
he snarled. The ominous echo in his voice sent a chill down my spine. "You don't have to be this," I coughed with the dust choking my throat.
"Why should I be anything better to a world that spread my worst and hid my best?"
"Because I see you," I said, rolling onto my hands and knees. It took a moment to collect my breath, surveying the catastrophe of stone and glass, with the air now infused with smoke and dust. "In all this destruction, I see your pain, Night, and you're not alone." His boots crunched over the debris toward me. Night kneeled, and his face was a heartbroken nightmare. The black vines crawled around his eyes, but he didn't attack.
"You are my only redemption,"
he said, searching me.
"But you are such a small and breakable thing. If you were smart, you would protect yourself from me."
"I'm never safer than with you."
"You're wrong."
"No, you are." Pushing to my feet, I stumbled over loose stone, but I blazed at him. I was created by gods who wanted to control me too. I have a power people sought to use me for. Everyone looked at me as an example, but no one saw me. Until you. I might not remember yet, but it's why the brightest star needs the darkest night.
"Then let's end this."
Night's death came closer. The darkness that wanted to shroud me, not accept the light. His hand slipped over my jaw.
"Together, my love."
"Not like this."
What has this world ever done for us?
It gave us friends we care about.
People that can be used against us.
That's the sacrifice we choose for love. Night. His name slipped out of me in a breath as I reached up to his face, too, desperate to keep him from giving over to his darkness completely. The world has always tried to paint you as a monster, but you're hurting because you loved those who were taken from you. It's not a weakness. It's your humanity.
Humanity is a weakness.
Please, I said, pressing myself to him tighter. You said my heart beats in your chest. Feel me, and don't give up on yourself like they're trying to make you do. Fight for you and for me, for our friends we still have to protect, and a world I plan to stand by your side to restore. We are the night and the stars, the dark and the light. We will write everything together.
You're so bright,
he whispered, lips inching to mine. I could have whimpered when those words meant something more to me, that he wasn't repelled by it so long as he accepted it, craved it.
Estrella!
Oster called. It broke us apart suddenly, and I turned cold, cursing his interruption at the worst moment. I almost pulled him back, but now Night had found his target, and it was chilling to watch him stalk over glass and stone toward him. So frighteningly calm. I gritted my teeth, reaching down for the key staff. I used it to aid me walking to follow. Oster stood with his 3 brothers, and I passed a look to Zephyr, who was the only one who scanned me, head to toe, brow furrowed, assessing my state. I gave a small nod, though I was so tired, I don't think it convinced him I was fine.
All you do is kill and destroy.
Oster spat. Night stopped far enough away that he had to raise his voice to be heard. Amber from the fires around us glowed against the night.
Then we're not so different after all,
Night answered.
You are an abomination on this land.
Notice seethed. Aquilo added,
A disgrace and monstrosity to the world.
Night paced sideways, stalking them. Every nerve cell in my body was sharp and on edge.
You made me your villain only because you have always been mine. You condemned me by the color of my wings and the blood under my skin. We judged you by the blood on your skin, the blood you bathed in for centuries. Do you deny it?
Oster said.
I deny nothing because your judgment is absolute by the scale of your own superiority. Why would I care for the opinions of 4 privileged celestials that hide their worst, when your hands are just as crimson as mine?
Celestial soldiers started arriving around us. Screams and panic still echoed in the distance, picking up more, and it was an effort not to divert my attention to find out what was causing it, if not Night himself. My strength was coming back enough to keep fighting.
You cannot defeat all of us alone,
Aquilo snarled. He's not alone, I said. The 4 high celestials targeted me. Even Night looked over his shoulder, and though his appearance was still changed, I thought he'd managed to push Night's death back enough to not be so unfeeling. He wouldn't hurt me. I came up by his side.
I do not want you, nor do I need you,
he said, devoid of any emotion. I'll keep fighting you as Night's death.
I am one and the same,
he snarled. His hand lashed around my throat, and the high celestial shifted. He didn't choke me, but he trembled against the impulse to. Not to me. My hands gripped his. Night hissed at the magic I burned him with, letting me go. I caught the key staff before it fell and took careful backward paces toward the celestials, keeping my daring stare locked on Night. I didn't go far, now standing as a barrier between the devastating forces that could erupt from both enemy sides.
Look at what he's already done. You would turn on your people for him,
Notice yelled. Night's jaw shifted, and maybe he believed this was me standing against him. They might be my people, but Night is my person. I wouldn't deserve the best of either if I didn't stand by the moments of their worst. That's humanity, too, and I choose to turn on neither. His gold eyes flexed at that, but I turned around to meet the furious gaze of Oster. I could feel Night's magic more acutely if he decided to attack me, and didn't fear giving him my back. More distractingly than this volatile confrontation right now, the commotion through the towns was getting worse, growing louder. "We're under attack!" someone yelled distantly. The soldiers that had come to the aid of their high celestials shifted, their focus turning toward the towns.
He brought an army to slaughter your people,
Oster spat.
That is the monster you love.
I had to look at Night then with a flash of horror. You brought an army with you?
I have no need for one. I only came for him.
Zadkiel came racing toward Oster.
Vampires! Too many of them have made it over the bridge and are attacking through the city. I don't know how they made it so far so fast without our detection.
My eyes caught on flickers of darkness in the sky. Night crawlers. The veil was gone, all that had stopped them from passing and savaging before. Night had destroyed it in passing through, but he was also the reason they had a century of peace before now. In contrast to the dark night, a flare of light brought my sight back down to Oster. His brothers had already retreated to command forces against the vampire attack, but he stayed. I found the source of moving light in his hands. Lightning. Blue jagged strokes emitted around his hand of flesh. Of course, he had the power of storm. How could I not have realized sooner? You attacked us in the sky, I whispered, not really looking for him to confirm that when it made sense now. That day, I'd finally found my wings, and Night was struck by lightning.
It was intended only for him. I tried to give you a chance to choose right in this life, Estrella, but it's clear you will always be as much our enemy as he is in choosing him.
I braced with wide eyes when his lightning charged for me. Caught unawares that he would move to strike me, I didn't think I would avoid the impact of it. A rolling wall of darkness surged up from the ground, and I watched in stunned awe as the blue strokes broke over it. Night stood in front of me now.
As if I needed any more motivation to end your spineless existence.
Night said when the darkness cleared. Then he attacked back. The two of them quickly became a blur of lightning and darkness colliding. I was torn over what to do. The city was crying, innocents were being slaughtered, but Night and Oster had to be stopped before they wrecked the world in their wrath. Zadkiel ran to me, looking just as flustered and terrified as I felt.
What do we do?
He asked, and for a second I was confused why he came to me. How bad is the vampire threat?
Bad,
he informed me.
Seems like a mixed bunch of them, but the most brutal and merciless of all the vampire races. Do you think Night is responsible?
No. To anyone else it would be my pining heart that clouded my judgment of Night. But I knew him. It wouldn't make any sense for him to lead this kind of savagery. He said he saw his father. I think he provoked Night to break the veil. It has to be him behind this. I closed my eyes to think, though it was agony to sway my focus from Night and Oster. We need to find the king and end this, I said.
I'll gather a force,
Zadkiel said. He took my instruction like a soldier to a general, and my shoulders squared at that. I do not fear myself. It's the greatest power I'll ever hold. No, I said before Zadkiel took off. I want you to lead a force to defend the bridge against any more. The king is mine. Wariness pinched his expression, but his moment of hesitation was gone in the dip of his head before he left, running into the thick of the soldiers. Thunder boomed to shake through the ground. Oster's lightning broke the angry clouds that drowned us all in a heavy rainfall. Releasing my wings, I shot to the sky, beating hard against the obstacle added by the rain. I didn't know how I would find the king, but I had to try if that could stop the vampires tearing through the city. The sight from above was even more devastating, displaying the shattered piece of this island of Althenia. What was once still and beautiful was now defiled in fire, blood, and ash. Oster and Night had brought their battle to the skies too, and I breathed through the tail blasts of their relentless attacks of magic. Right now, I had to leave them. Their war was personal, but what raged below had been what everyone feared would come to pass. I cut through the rain, trying to get a map on where the worst of the vampire forces were, but it was difficult with the focus of flying and distractions of terrorized people. Until my panic was heard as a familiar roar resounded over the screaming. Eltanin appeared under me, and I breathed in relief. He wasn't huge, but I felt his invitation that he was strong enough to carry me. Unglamoring my wings, I free fell. My stomach flipped and I braced. Eltanin dipped to catch me gently with gravity. Adrenaline tingled through my body as I gripped his feathered mane. I might have to get riding equipment made. Ember sparks glowed through his dark feathers, but they didn't burn me. He was breathtaking. With the dragon taking control of our flight, I could focus myself. The skies were littered with night crawlers and my thighs clamped tightly around Eltanin's body. I shifted the key to a bow and conjured 3 light arrows. I do not fear myself. Releasing them, my aim focused on one, but they were made of my magic, which broke them off to strike 3 night crawlers in close proximity. I yielded a smile of triumph, then conjured another and another, taking down as many as I could from the skies before they could rain their terror. Just as I let my next arrow go, I was slammed into from the side, throwing me off Eltanin. The bow slipped from my grasp, and the sudden pummel left me floundering, gripped by a nightcrawler whose teeth snapped in my face as we fell. All I knew was power, survival, and complete fucking rage. I was not weak. I was not cowardly. Hooking my leg around him, I cried out with the force I needed to twist our positions. With his back facing the direction of the ground we would soon shatter against, I thrust a hand to his chest, releasing a flare of light that tore right through him. He died instantly, and I let him go. I tried to scramble to release my wings, but I didn't know if I could catch an updraft in time to save myself. Oof! I was caught before I had to. By arms. But our position was too strange for it to be a celestial flying, until I saw giant, leathery red wings out of the corner of my eyes. Stars above. I pushed up, spinning to confirm it could only be one person, and one magnificent huge beast.
"You're welcome,"
Drystan said. I guess we had the same idea when I took in everything slowly in my shock. Drystan had a saddle made for the red dragon he'd found. I didn't expect him to be here, but I became riddled with dreadful anxiety, considering the secrets he forced me into a bargain to keep the last I saw him. The secrets he forced me into a bargain to keep. "What are you doing?" I asked, shifting around to sit behind him.
"Saving you, if that wasn't obvious."
"Are you with your father?" I reached through the void, feeling for the key I'd dropped in my fall, but oddly, I couldn't find it. I had to give up when a nightcrawler dove for us, and I gathered a ball of light to hit him with that sent him spiraling down.
"No, I don't know where he is, but these vampires answered to him, that's for sure."
Then Drystan was only here for one reason. I can't do it.
"You have to. Don't go back on this now. You do it for him."
If it doesn't work, it will break him instead. Eltanin flew above us, and I was becoming overwhelmed with the chaos of events unfolding all at once. The vampires and the king, Oster and Night, now this. The red dragon was known for its breath of searing red flame. I clutched the back of the saddle tightly as it projected a blast through the mass of vampires before they could reach the bridge. "Drystan!"
"Whatever you're going to say, save it for the other side."
"There might not be another side," I snapped. My grief made me sharp, and my eyes began to prick.
"I don't want to hear it, or I'll believe there isn't."
I let go of the saddle, circling my arms around him instead, and my cheek pressed to his back in the embrace. I wanted the memories of us so badly it hurt deeply. But this was enough. The feelings that broke through to assure me there was a time we were friends. Great friends.
"We need to distract my brother,"
Drystan said. The dragon flew down and I clutched Drystan tighter with the rocky landing of the huge beast. It roared powerfully, and Eltanin followed, landing in front of it. Drystan dismounted, using a rope to aid his way down, and I copied. "Astrea!" I couldn't believe the feminine voice that called out over the chaos. Spinning, I found Davina atop a horse, galloping toward us. Behind her in the saddle was Lilith. "What are you doing here?" I asked incredulously when they came to a stop. "Aiding you, of course. This is what we've been preparing for," she said. Davina didn't dismount. Behind her charged a Fae army, now trapping the vampires between the Celestials defending the island and the Fae of the mainland. "How did you know?" Her sight flicked over my shoulder in answer. Drystan wasn't looking at us, because Nadia had come too. "Our resistance forces are fighting to prevent as many vampires on the king's side from making it this far as we can," Nadia informed on foot. Their forces were transitioned vampires that were loyal to Drystan, not his father, all this time. It's why he took on the position to oversee the creation of vampires from humans high in the mountains. He used his own blood when it could have been another shadowless far more ruthless and loyal to his father.
Good. You should get out of here,
Drystan said to her. I'm not going anywhere. Nadia's desire to kill Drystan had been true, but they'd come to a resolution for now. I have to go lead my division, Davina said. I nodded to her, and my pride swelled, watching her take off with Lilith.
About that distraction for my brother,
Drystan trailed. When I turned back to him, I gasped at the searing pain in my shoulder from the small blade Drystan lodged in it.
No hard feelings?
He said, ripping it free, and I hissed, clutching the wound. There was no mistaking the presence of night shadows that surrounded us a heartbeat later. I glanced sideways to find him locked with a deadly stare on Drystan, which he diverted only for a few seconds to assess me.
You have no reason for being here,
Night snarled.
Actually, I do. We have unfinished business, brother. You've come to fight me.
Drystan stalked around, closer to me. Eltanin gave an unexpected sound, a warning. I watched Night's fingers flex, trying to subdue Night's death. Night's death has no brother. He told me that. If he lost the fight to keep him back, he would never forgive himself if he accidentally killed Drystan. My bones rattled at the high pitch of Drystan freeing his long steel blade. Drystan's gaze flicked to me, a muscle in his jaw working with impatience. I couldn't move, but inside I was furiously shaking my head.
I think this is long overdue,
Drystan declared. Night didn't need a weapon, but he pulled his obsidian blade from the void.
I don't want to fight you,
Night said. His tone was cold, but something in me split to the misery underlying in it. Drystan smiled, goading.
After all this time, you can't say you haven't wanted to have it out with me.
Night didn't lift his weapon.
Get out of here, Estrella.
I couldn't leave. There was no more time to deliberate when Drystan struck first, and the two brothers fought as though centuries of anguish poured out of them. Wrongs against each other they had been tricked into, torment they had lived through together, the blood of a father that wanted this, war, not love, soldiers, not sons. It tore me apart to witness this. You have to end it, Nadia said from behind me. Her words trembled to my core. I turned from the brothers' feud to her with the eyes of a coward. I'm afraid, I said quietly. The dragons were restless, but they didn't intervene. Eltanin watched Night, pacing in distress. I know, she said. Me too.
Chapter 51. Night. I couldn't fathom where the fuck Drystan had got a dragon from, but that incredulity drowned under the unrelenting angst he expended on me through his sword. Every clash of my blade against Drystan's was a fresh wound on my soul. Neither of us managed to strike, but Drystan was ruthless in his assault, far more experienced in combat since last we sparred centuries ago. Been training for this, have you? I bit out, clashing left, right, left, then spinning to his vertical swipe. I wanted to contend with you in some way, at least, he said through gritted teeth. I could admit his skills were impressive, but he could never contend with me. I didn't waver his confidence, humoring this dance for him to get it out of his damn system. But the harder he came for me, the more of a struggle it was to hold back Night's death from ending this in a blink. You're angry with me for killing your mother, is that it? I wasn't angry. I was in fucking pain. That stunned me still. Drystan circled me, shoulders rising and falling with anguish. It touched a part of me I didn't know existed. Come on, Night. You knew my mother wasn't all that close to me. Father certainly wasn't. I wasn't angry at you for killing her. I was devastated that you abandoned me. We were supposed to leave together, remember? Travel realms in search of your fucking cure. I waited for you and you never came. You chose her." I hadn't expected his confession. All this time I thought his resentment toward me had been for killing his mother, but it was something worse, because this was something I'd chosen. She was in trouble, I reasoned. She would have worked it out. Instead, you two stood defiant, and that led to a battle I lost you both in. Shit, I should have seen it sooner. Though he didn't show it, or perhaps I didn't care to see it. I knew he had to have mourned for Estrella too in their friendship. In my grief, I'd failed to consider his. "I'm sorry," I breathed. 2 words that choked out of my throat like knives. How could I have been so oblivious to his pain? He'd always been the better part of me. I once believed his spirit unshakable, but it wasn't. Not when I had been the one to shatter it. "Me too, brother." I didn't like the way he said it. Like defeat. Goodbye. His sight flicked sideways, but I didn't get a chance to see what had caught his attention, before a sheet of light acting as a barrier between Dryston and me had me shielding my eyes. I knew what that was. Estrella trying to stop this to save us both. It didn't last long, but when the light fell, I saw I was wrong. So hauntingly, devastatingly wrong. There was a disconnected part of my mind that was drifting in an utter silent denial over what I saw. The person I loved with every fiber of my being, taking the life of the first person to ever truly love me. Estrella and Dryston stared into each other's wide eyes, both their hands wrapped around the hilt of her stormstone blade in his heart. How much of a fool I was to think I couldn't hurt like mortal men, when right now I was ripped by agony so explosive it expelled from me. I only realized magic had been rolling from me in powerful waves when the energy cut off, as Dryston fell to his knees. I blinked through the void, catching him before his head could hit the ground. Estrella stumbled back. I couldn't stand to look up at her right now, or I feared what I might do. "Night." "Yes, brother." Dryston's breaths labored. "What happened to us?" I held him, trying to gather the strength to keep my composure. "We were born into a cruel world and given to unforgiving hands," I said. "I was supposed to protect you, and failed you." A pained huff escaped his lips, upturning in a sorrowful smile. You didn't fail me," he stumbled. My heart was wrecked. "Thank you for everything. Despite what happened, I missed you. I wanted my best friend back." "I'm right here." I hugged him. Fuck, I should have done this more. "It tore me apart," he said, faltering with each word now. "The resentment, all these years. I wish I could have let it go, but the pain was all I had when everyone was gone." "I know," I said, splitting inside with grief. "You deserved so much better. You're going to have so much fucking better. So you're not going to die. Do you hear me?" "It's not her. It wasn't her." He could hardly form a sentence anymore, and I fucking lost it. Death doesn't get to win this one. Through my pain and anguish, I called to him, as the servant and the messenger he made of me. He owed me, and I was going to collect, where I was going to raise the realm and rain down the stars. The god of dusk and the goddess of dawn had answered my call for their daughter last I faced this, but Dryston and I were sons of death. Estrella kneeled, incredibly seeming to offer to take Dryston from my arms, but my cold eyes only targeted her with anger and heartache. I risked falling apart completely with her near.
"Let me,"
Nadia said, and though she wasn't much better, at least she'd never followed through on her threats about him. Estrella. I couldn't comprehend this as reality, yet the image of her with her blade in his chest scorched into my mind. Nadia took my brother, cradling his head while the air began to stir, until it was a violent hurricane we defied within its center. What stormed around us was made of wailing lost souls and endless black oblivion. No stars, only the dark at the end of everything. Ravens, hundreds of ravens, beat furiously in the circle of claiming. They were his calling card. Then, out from the depths came a wraith of the night, death itself. He had no face, only a haunting void through the hood of his cloaked body that floated as if it was made of shadows. That was his gift. Over his shoulders he had tall, obsidian-feathered wings. That was his mark. Though his form was huge, it was not as frightening as when I'd faced this primordial as a mere child. In his hand was a glinting scythe with the missing chip on the underside of the lethal curving black blade. "My son," Death spoke, a creepy admiration in his tone. "Spare him," I demanded. "I have given you everything. Now spare him." The primordial's hood tilted to my brother, as if giving the request some deliberation. "I will not. You can have me," I bargained.
"No!"
Estrella cried. My fist tightened at her pain, but I was fucking torn to shreds over her mere presence. "I already have you. Ray Knight, Azrael, Ashfire." Each one of those names shackled a claim on me. From birth, from his creation, and from a faraway lineage. I despise them all. I will end this world and everyone in it, only to travel to the next and end it too. There will be no realm for any god to feud for the souls they created upon it. Perhaps I crafted you too well, Night's Death. I will not release your brother for your soul, which already serves me, but I will spare him. For hers. He had no eyes to track, but I knew his sight targeted Estrella, and the rage of 1,000 storms trembled through me. "Not in any hell or any time," I growled. I didn't think my world could shatter more than when Estrella answered for herself.
"I'll do it."
My head snapped to her. No matter what, I couldn't stop loving her even when she wrecked my heart that she owned. She was my one true blessing. And my ultimate curse. It all happened so fast I couldn't stop it. So final I couldn't reverse it. "Then it is done." "No!" I yelled. I tried to run for her, but an arm of darkness slammed into me from the hurricane we were engulfed in. My soul cried. On my knees, I was held from reaching her helplessly by death's shadows, power I could not contend with. The fear in Estrella's eyes would haunt me in every hell I met. Then her head threw back with a gasp as death approached her. "Stop!" I pleaded. "I'll give anything, just not her." Yet Estrella, my pure, stunning, and marvelous star, was the only thing of me he didn't have. Until now. Immobilized, I felt everything changing in her. The dark god's claim. The god of death won in unleashing his own perfect weapon, me, to punish his rival gods of dusk and dawn. That wasn't enough. Now he'd come to take their divine creation. Estrella's body lifted as tendrils of starry smoke circled her body. I watched in horror as her silver wings were slowly engulfed by darkness. Each pure feather changed to black. Oh, starlight, what have you done? Unlike me, her fingers bathed in silver. Her silver markings shone animated over her skin while harnessing this godly power. The iridescent strands of her hair glowed too. She was pure, magnificent starlight. This is what I have been waiting for. Death marveled at the making of her. I was just the example, the test. Estrella had always been his greatest prize, waiting for the perfect moment, and I'd summoned him here. The impact of that killed me. You've made a fine servant, Night's Death. But her tattoos glittered like she was made of 1,000,000 stars. Her irises glowed white with so much magic, I would have bowed to her in submission was I not already on my knees. Light's death will drown this world in starlight.
Chapter 52. Astrea. Being claimed by a new god was like I had bled the old blood inside me. My body was weightless, suspended in time and space. In a pure dark oblivion while fire crept over my skin and boiled in my veins. I didn't know how long the torture held me in its grasp, but I knew when it let me go, I would never be the same again. My memories, they came crashing back, as if this was a gift the god of death granted for my suffering to join him. They drowned me. Images, feelings, thoughts. I was dying under the crushing weight of it all that was barreling into me relentlessly. Too much to consume at once that I couldn't sort reality from dream, past from present, until the fire stopped devouring and my body came down in the ashes, floating, then falling. And it wasn't anything physical that would shatter me, because my heart was already obliterated. Before I returned to my plane of existence, the god of death uttered one final thing to me.
When this dawn ends, eternal night will fall.
I gasped, choking on ashy air and struggling to grapple a clear image when everything was so bright. Then I remembered what happened to put me here. Drystan. My eyes snapped up. The sudden movement amplified my splitting headache, and I whimpered. I found him lying on the ground so still. His head was in Nadia's lap, and I tried to crawl to him. I was too heavy. My whole body. I couldn't peel myself up. Then I caught a flicker of my wings splayed limply on either side of me. They were black. Death's mark, as Night had once called it. There was no hiding what I'd done now, who I'd sold my soul to. He's breathing, Nadia called to me. The relief that weighed me down almost buckled my elbows, the only support against my cheek meeting the puddle of rain.
What have you done, Starlight?
Night's voice was so quiet in agony. What had I done? My mind was a swirling pool of memory, and I didn't know where to begin, until only one dominated above all else, and I couldn't believe it. All this time. The heart-shattering revelation I only remembered now caused my silver markings to glow, and my power felt world-ending. I didn't know what was happening to me. Color was stolen from my vision. I could only see dark and light. I pushed up, swaying into Night, who steadied me. His hands on my arms were so dark, it was like he was made entirely of shadow, and I was pure shimmering starlight. Light's death, I whispered, both haunted and exhilarated by the prospect of this power I became.
You're going to be okay,
Night said. I'd never heard him so fearful, uncertain. Blinking, I pushed back the growing power inside me to focus on his beautiful face. The light couldn't exist without the dark, but Night was so much that I feared I could be repelled by him. As Night's death and Light's death, we would only want to end each other, and that realization nearly buckled me. I had to tame the power inside me. So I thought only of the parts of us that were perfect for each other. Night, I whispered. I watched you too. Every day. He searched my eyes in confusion. Tears filled mine when his brow smoothed out, as he understood what I meant.
You remember?
I nodded, choking a sob. Not everything. but I think I will." Utter misery split in his eyes, like he wished I hadn't seen him from the sky. So much had changed, and yet it was like no time had passed at all. Only because no matter what, the one thing that remained absolute was that I loved him. I loved him so much that it was pure, unending agony. Before I could bask in any piece of blessing that I would get to remember what we had before and tie it with all we built in this life, I had to confront one devastating thing. The last memory you showed me wasn't the day I died, only the beginning of many battles between our sides. You didn't show me the day we fought, how I left you that final day, and I went to him. Didn't I? Knight stiffened. He pulled back and contemplated his answer.
You didn't want to hide us anymore, and I didn't think it was safe for you to expose us. We argued about it that night, yes. We were at war with battles raging near every day.
I left to tell Oster anyway, thinking it might result in a ceasefire for a while.
But you never made it to Althenia.
Pushing Knight's chest, I could hardly grapple stability for the weight that gathered in my knees. Because he wasn't there. Feeling into the void, I still couldn't find my key, and that was the final snap of my control. Fine. I didn't need it.
Estrella, what are you?
Knight didn't get to finish before I splayed my wings and shot to the sky. Wrath beat between my shoulder blades to numb the ache of my body. My mind swirled with a mess of thoughts and memories, but I had to find Oster. The city was burning so fiercely that not even the rainfall could smother the fires. I swept through the smoke-clogged air, following the tether inside me that would lead to him from being his bonded, despite the fact that I wanted to tear out all essence of him from my being. "Oster!" I cried into the night of heartache and ruin. I felt his lightning before I saw it, pivoting in time to miss it, and I cast out a gale of light in the direction it came from. The clouds were too thick to see through. Now I was fucking livid. Stars, too many thoughts and emotions were coming back to me from the past in confusing flashes and waves. Night wasn't the only reason dusk and dawn took my memories. I floated in the sky when I became overwhelmed by myself. All my emotions made me volatile, and there was a new, endless power within me that threatened to change my vision again. I was glowing, and as I glanced through the angry gray clouds, I gasped at the illusionary giant form. It was like the clouds rolled and darkened to create death. The depthless black hood was a void that could swallow me whole. His scythe was a glinting black metal with a missing chip on the underside of the lethal curve. The legendary weapon could claim 1,000 souls in one swipe. "What do you want from me?" I asked, barely a haunted whisper.
The end of dusk and dawn.
"I can't kill gods."
They are your beginning, and you will be their end.
It didn't make sense, but the second I opened my mouth to speak again, Death's form was cut through as he was made of nothing more than clouds and smoke. In my distraction, I didn't brace fast enough before Aquillo's wind slammed into me, knocking me out of flight. I should have known. Oster never did fight his battles alone. Coward. Tucking my wings in, I turned to dive, but when I was met with Oster shooting up for me, I tried to splay my wings to retreat. I was too slow. Once he touched me, I was wrapped in the familiar pull of the void. My body fell to stone next, and I groaned with the pain shooting over my hip and shoulder. Everything was so much quieter here that the sudden change was punishing to my head. Pushing up on my hands, I caught my breath and cast my furious stare up. There was nothing kind or warm in Oster's brown eyes. He examined my black wings, and disgust flexed over his expression. I looked down at his metal left hand, which I hadn't remembered was his dominant side. Despite my anger, I was tormented, utterly broken. He'd lost it in battle. That wasn't a lie. Only he left out the grim, shocking truth about exactly how. It was you. I faced the truth. By far the very worst of every wicked memory to have come back to me from the past so far. Getting to my knees, I couldn't look away from him. I stood, and then we faced off in the present, but my memory flashed us to the devastating scene of our past. From this still temple hall to a wailing, smoke-clogged battlefield. Past to present. Past to present. From this moment to the last moment, he held me before I died. That's how you lost your arm, I said. My soul ached, like it knew all this time, but had been so deeply buried in denial to protect itself. It was you who used the key and killed me.
Yes,
He said, so matter-of-factly, not an ounce of regret.
it was you.
Night's snarl echoed with a glacial note of death. I turned to watch Night's death take over him in an instant, and he launched toward us. He couldn't reach me. I winced at the high-pitched collision between him and the magic veil that kept him back. I only managed one step toward Night before I cried out at a searing wrap around my wrist, quickly followed by the same type of thick shackle being clamped around my other. It happened so fast, and the nebulora burned deeply. With all the strength I had left, I glamored my wings.
Hide them for now,
Oster taunted.
before I rip out the abomination.
I breathed to calm myself. I knew how to push through the effects of nebulora, but Oster must have figured that out too when the flesh of my back was then scored by a blade and the poison quickly roared through my blood, bringing me to my knees.
I'm going to make the rebel of your castle look like a fucking mercy.
Night snarled. I'm okay, I said, though it wasn't convincing with my labored breaths. I couldn't lift my eyes with the tiredness bearing down on me.
I can't lose my arm twice,
Oster said. The clang of metal on metal chilled me to my core. I didn't have to look up to know what it was. Oster had the key. Forcing myself to see the fatal error on my part and having allowed him the opportunity to have seized it at some point in all the chaos, I watched in terror as he fit it into the hook of his thumb on his silver hand. As if he remembered the exact grip of the key, to have had his hand crafted to hold it perfectly for this moment again. To repeat history. Night paced in front of the veil like a caged beast, eyes blazing on Oster, as if he could kill with that look alone. There had to be something blocking Oster's mind. The veil? I couldn't think. The past was still filling my mind with confusion, and I covered my ears, scrunching my eyes shut to try and get it to stop. Perhaps if it did, I would find something to help us out of this.
I'm right here with you.
Night set in my mind. It was a reprieve in the storm that was gathering.
Stay with me.
Please make it stop, I said. Too many things were clashing, making me a helpless mess in pain.
I can't reach you, love.
A new searing sensation hit me, but I quickly knew it was only an echo of something that hurt Night. My eyes snapped up, horrified by the sight of the bloodied arrow tip through his shoulder. He was on his knees in front of me now, so uncanny in light of how we'd met so many times during the Libertatum, separated cruelly by a thin but powerful veil. "Stop!" I yelled, my palms raised to the veil. Maybe, if I could figure out how to use Light's death at will, I could break it. But as I did, my chains were tugged harshly to rip my hands back.
Your death will be so slow you'll forget time under your agony.
Night seethed at Oster, every promise he delivered in ice.
Your hours will feel like weeks, your weeks like years. Every day you'll beg for death, always on the cusp of it. before I bring you back to my hell? I don't think so,
Oster said calmly, so sinister and triumphant.
Though for a moment you're going to get what you both want. You're going to bond.
No, I said venomously. The chains attached to my wrist were pulled suddenly and forcefully. I yelped, slamming to the ground with no way to catch myself. My head ricocheted off the stone, blurring my consciousness, but I fought with everything to stay present. It was only then I realized it was Aquilo who held the end of my leash made of iron. He gave a snicker at my pain. I never liked him in the past. Notice was near him, hands clasped behind himself and face completely emotionless. Zephyr wasn't here. Nyte stood, tearing the arrow free from himself before he threw it with such force at the veil that it obliterated into splinters. Then all the shadows of the room flooded toward him, and I braced myself against the velocity of magic he summoned. He struck, palm cast out. Waves and waves of raw, furious power rebounded off the veil. Every vampire that had filed in behind him screamed as their flesh melted off their bones from his world-ending power. It shook through the temple, splitting cracks in the ancient walls, and if he kept going, he might bury us all in the debris. I shuffled to my knees. He couldn't keep this up, but a small flicker of hope surfaced at the cracks forming in the veil. He could do it. He could break it, to reach me. I gasped at the spear of energy that pressed against my spine. The key.
Break that veil and I'll kill her before you can reach her,
Oster warned. I didn't know if Nyte could even hear him through the hurricane of dark power that blasted around his side of the veil. Nyte stood there like a god, defiant, so still and unwavering in his focused, targeted fury. The stone in the tip of the key crafted to a staff dug deeper into my skin, and my teeth clenched with the added surge of power Oster pushed through it. Nyte's magic stopped all at once, and I whimpered, hanging my head in defeat. Just get out of here, Nyte. I projected loudly in my thoughts. Please.
Never,
He growled.
On your knees,
Oster ordered him. Nyte trembled with his rage. He didn't look at me, only Oster as he calculated with simmering vengeance.
How could you?
Nyte seethed at Oster.
All this time she fucking trusted you. She betrayed me.
Oster spat, digging the key against me again.
She betrayed all of us for you, a vile plague on our land. I did what I had to do for my people. Everyone she turned her back on. You despise me so much,
Nyte said, so chillingly.
Only because you're looking in a fucking mirror. No less monstrous, no less villainous, but completely fucking spineless. I am the realm's savior.
Oster spat. I will not break. I will not die today. Nyte's fist clenched as he shifted a step. Anger flexed his jaw.
Rejection really drove you to this kind of madness,
Nyte continued.
I said on your knees. You're a fucking coward, hiding all this time. Biding time, in fact. When she came back, I wanted her to choose me, and she might have if you'd stayed away. I found her first, you know. Except she'd awoken with her memories for a while, and remembered what I'd done when she saw me in that temple. She managed to escape us, and we lost track of her. I recently learned your brother was the next to find her running scared through the woods, but he let her go. We tried to find her again. I sent out groups daily to scour the land for where Dryson had hid her. Did you know he had a protection charm on that manor? Inside, no Celestial could see her.
I knew Drystan had found me, but not the extra measure.
When I learned from Zadkiel that she seemed not to recognize him, nor herself, I thought perhaps there was a chance to right the wrong of the past. This was Dusk and Dawn's way of giving us a fresh start. to let me step in and save her from your corruption, so she could be the maiden she was supposed to be.
Oster leaned down to me, but I couldn't look at him, not until he forced me by directing my chin with the tip of the key.
This could all have been avoided. But just like the past, every death and devastation is all your fault.
My lip wobbled. It's not true. Your evil is not my fault, I said through my teeth. A flash of fury twitched his expression, so different from the kindness I'd been lured into without my memories. He wasn't the friend I remembered from ages past. Even now, my heart shattered at the moment of betrayal I never saw coming. Never would have believed he wanted me dead despite everything. I loved Night, but I didn't want to lose Oster, who I'd grown up with as a dear friend. My heartache turned to rage so fast I trembled with it. You just couldn't accept I didn't love you the way I do, Night, I spat. You're right. My memories can be taken. Our story can be rewritten. But come 5 years or 500, I will always choose him. I knew my words and defiance would enrage him, but I didn't care. He wanted my fear and submission, and if I was to die here, I would not feed his sick satisfaction. The back of his hand connected with sharp force to my cheek, snapping my head to the side. Tears welled in my eyes, but I gritted my teeth, taking deep breaths against the throbbing pain. What concerned me more was how everything done to me inflicted worse in Night.
I said, fucking kneel!
Oster roared to him. Night's stare was nothing short of absolutely lethal. He lowered slowly, never taking that promise of death off Oster.
You won't win,
Night said with deceiving calm.
Even if you find a way to kill me, it will not be enough to stop me from coming for you. I have a way to kill you,
Oster said with a beat of triumph.
Thanks to me.
A new voice spoke. I shuddered at the waking nightmare it had become. The king walked out behind Night, and the moment he saw his father, he tried to lunge up. It might have been the whine of pain that slipped through my tight lips that stopped his advance. Oster was prodding me, taunting me with my weapon, and I was building in anger. No, it was hot, livid fury I boiled with.
I gave you everything, Ray Knight. Now it's time to take it away when you've served as nothing more than my biggest disappointment,
the king said. I couldn't decide who I wanted to kill more, Night's father or Oster. Both. It was just a matter of who first. More bodies flooded to Night's side and mine. We were completely outnumbered, but the power inside me didn't see odds, only survival. We can fight them, I said in my thoughts.
No, Starlight.
My teeth ground in frustration. How could he back away from a fight now? It couldn't be over.
Every weapon in this room has been coated in Estrella's blood. Once you're bonded, all it will take is the right strike to your heart,
the king said, as if he'd already won. No, that couldn't happen. Night threatened to burn Oster's province, but I didn't think I would stop until I stood in a world of ashes if they took him from me. I hissed when Oster grabbed a fistful of my hair, forcing me to stand. I couldn't look at Night when I knew he would be shaking with his inability to do anything but watch. Oster forced me to face him, and I wished he could turn to dust from the wrath of my stare. He pressed the key to my ribs.
You might not believe me when I say I truly hoped I wouldn't have to do this again,
Oster said chillingly.
No!
Night yelled, but it was too late. Nothing could have prepared me for the searing, all-consuming agony that began with the foreign body piercing through my chest before every part of me was torched by my own magic. My body seized so tightly that I couldn't even register the careless, rough push toward the veil when the key was ripped out of me. If it hurt to pass through, I couldn't feel it. My hand clutched over the wound that flooded with hot and sticky blood. Night caught me. That's all I knew. His beautiful face in our shared panic. We'd been here before. Right here.
I'm going to make it go away,
he said in a tone I only remembered from this moment in our past.
Stay with me.
Always. My mouth opened to say it, but I couldn't choke it out.
Time is running out, Ray Knight,
Oster taunted. Night cupped my nape.
Keep looking at me.
I locked onto those golden eyes that were my orbit. Night took us away in our minds, off the ground surrounded by our enemies. He changed the beige, cracked walls to the scene of the bell tower around us instead. A beautiful, peaceful fantasy. Home. This was our small and precious home. Pain still lanced through me like throbbing beats of a countdown. My eyes grew so heavy, but I wasn't bleeding in this dreamscape, only held tightly in Night's arms in an illusion that this wasn't forced upon us. Our bonding. You can't, I said. They can kill you if you do.
I don't care,
he said gently, tucking my hair behind my ear. His sharp teeth sliced his wrist, and I tried to pull my head back. I couldn't let this happen and be the reason he died.
Please,
he said.
For me, please.
My eyes filled with tears. How did we end up here again? Would this always be our cruel destiny, no matter how many times we found each other? It was tragic and so heavy on my heart, but I also thought it was worth it. For every moment that wasn't about war or conflict or duty. For all the time we got to be just us, for us. Nothing more, nothing less. Though Oster and the king thought this bond was their weapon, that this was their triumph, I wouldn't let them have that. I wanted Night. Without a doubt, I wanted to bind myself to him eternally. So I nodded and let him bring his blood to my mouth. The taste of him took my pain away, and I indulged in it. I would never get enough of how alive I felt being this close to him, to have the essence of him running through me, which no distance could take away. Night kissed my forehead, and my mouth unclamped from his wrist. I gasped for breath, drunk on the high of him.
You are my brightest star. I will find you no matter where you shine. I love you, now, then, and always.
He kissed my mouth, and I reached for his face, though my hand felt so heavy. I wanted to repeat that promise. Now, then, and always.
I love you.
The words were there in my mind, and he deserved to hear them back, but I couldn't free them from the trap of my mouth. I was so terribly tired. His forehead leaned to mine as he declared the bond, his claim on me. I couldn't hear his words anymore. I was drowning, back in the lake the first time he'd saved me. No, not the first time. The moment he'd come to me in this life, I knew I wanted to live. I wanted the shadow he was to never stop following. He set me free. Night's teeth sank into my neck, but I could hardly feel it. All I could see was the blurry rise of a new dawn through the archway window over his shoulder as he held me tight. I thought of how peaceful it would be to die here, in the arms of the other half of my soul, in the one place we found peace together, with the hope of a new day, like a promise that we'd always find our way back to each other. My pain numbed before I could fall into the beckoning oblivion.
Stay with me,
he whispered. His amber eyes glittered. I'd never seen them this way before. threatening to spill his misery. "Yes," I croaked. Our tranquil illusion started to break piece by piece. The darkness returned with the golden dawn, changing back to the beige stone caging us in. The air turned dusty and the atmosphere became frightening. Night held me the same, our faces inches apart while we caught our breath. I didn't care for the return of the vicious audience and the bleak surroundings when this new precious tie inside me made me clutch Night tighter. Despite everything, I smiled. A beautiful, euphoric laugh escaped me, and though his face was grief-stricken, Night found the will to smile too. We were delusional and in some ways tragic, but it didn't matter.
"Separate them,"
the king snapped. Our happiness in spite of what they'd done infuriated them, and that made it all the more triumphant. Night was gripped by 2 males, and the chain on my shackles was pulled sharply.
"You're so brave, love,"
Night said to me within. I was used to hearing Night in my thoughts, but that was only through his ability. Now, with our bond fully forged, the link that ran between us shared our thoughts so much clearer. I felt them more than just heard his words, as though our essence shared in them too. There was no land that could stretch between us that could prevent me from always being with him. Our moment of joy snuffed out like a candle as our living nightmare resumed. My eyes followed the intrusion on Night's side. To my never-ending horror, I found everyone I loved being dragged in through the side entrances: Zath, Rose, Davina, and Lilith. I was pulled back through the veil as our friends were all pushed to their knees behind Night. His fists trembled, but he didn't turn around. "What have you done?" I whispered to Oster.
"What I had to for my people, this world. You had to be stopped, then and now. It takes the strongest wills to go against everything in the heart to make the hard choices."
"You have no heart," I spat. "Only a thirst for power."
"Someone has to be in power. You are too weak, too easily led."
"You allied with the enemy," I seethed.
"As you did remember. We're not so different, Estrella."
It was not the same. Night was not his father.
"How do you think Night's father knew you would go to Alyssa's?"
Oster said.
"It was me who told him you would return. Me who planted the idea that he needed the key. At first I only wanted it to have against you should you need to be put down again. But he went to the temple with it bravely, and found there is in fact a way to kill what is already dead. So I told him where you'd go, hoping he'd threaten you well enough to bond with Night, but you're too fucking stubborn. So I tried to convince you myself, but I know you. Your insufferable savior complex that only arises when your monster is concerned. It didn't have to come to this, but I'm glad it did. For now, everyone will believe it was Night who broke the veil and led an unprovoked attack on Althinia, that their precious Star Maiden stood by his side while his forces slaughtered her people. You have no allies left, no people to back you. It's over, Estrella."
Every sinister root of his meticulous evil plan ran through my blood hotter. My shock and fear didn't last long, not with the growing rage inside me that I could barely contain. I said, cold and promising, "Mark my words, Oster Nova. This world will know exactly what you've done before I turn your existence to nothing."
"I admire your will. I always have."
My friends tried to suppress their fear with the threat of 4 blades poised against their throats to take their lives.
"Did you know of the vile half-blood by your side?"
Oster asked. I puzzled over that. Lilith. I knew her mother was human and she resembled her Fae father more, with her green hair and small horns. But what did it matter? When Zath was pushed forward, landing with a painful grunt onto his shoulder, my world spun too fast.
There's no place for a filthy Nephilim in this realm.
Oster spat. The term repeated in my mind. Nephilim. Half human, half celestial. But Zathrian. My eyes locked on Night as Zath pushed himself back onto his knees.
It wasn't my secret to tell,
Night said through our bond, a plea in his eyes.
The Celestials have always shunned the Nephilim. They use the Nightcrawlers to hunt and kill them. He wasn't ready to tell you, but he would have.
Stars above. It changed nothing, but seemingly everything. Oster spoke of it with such disgust, and I couldn't understand why. He looked at my friend as if preparing to give his death sentence.
Estrella,
Zath said.
How dare you speak the name of a pure blood?
Oster seethed. The groaning of a bowstring rang through my senses. Stop! Don't you dare hurt him! I yelled.
Such a weak, pitiful heart,
Oster said.
We'll fix that soon enough.
In this hall of judgment and sin, every second was precious. It only took one for the arrow aimed at Zath to strike through his chest. My mouth was wide, but it was Rose's scream echoing through the cave, chilling me to my bones. Zath's eyes were locked on me as he fell, but Rose caught his head before it could slam to the ground. I could hardly breathe.
It's weak, but his heart is still beating.
Night tried to calm my senses through the bond. He tried to keep hold of all that was drifting away from me. He'll die, I said, completely in denial of it.
The Nephilim heal far faster. Don't lose hope that he's strong enough.
Night was trying to keep me focused when the threat was far from over. Between Oster and the king, the execution rounds had just begun. Rose's soft cries were ripping me apart. Don't you dare die, Zath.
Before I kill you, Ray Knight, I plan to make my victory against you eternal,
Oster said. Every hair on my body stood. There was no end to this nightmare.
Show us your abomination of wings,
Oster ordered. No, I breathed, yanking on my chains, until I was once again pulled back by them. This time it wasn't a sharp tug that ended. I was strung up between two stone pillars. Aquilo approached me from behind, his disgusting fingers hooked into my collar, and he tore. I knew then what was coming as my back became exposed.
Or she bleeds until you do,
Oster said. A whip cracked off the ground. The next second my body lurched forward at the lash across my flesh. It was more agonizing with the nebulora coating the leather, but I grappled all my resilience to make it through this torture.
I'm so sorry,
Night said to me within. I wanted to keep being brave for him when witnessing the harm done to me would be inflicting worse punishment than his own physical pain. Though I knew his eyes would be swimming in misery, I had to see him. Sickness clenched tightly in my abdomen as Night unglamored his stunning, dark wings. No! I cried again, weeping and helpless now. Another lash cracked down on my back and my wrists strained in their bonds with the pain that seized my body tightly.
Stop fucking hurting her!
Night roared.
My brother can get carried away,
was all Oster said. 4 vampires came toward Night.
Look away, please,
Night said to my thoughts. I couldn't stop begging them to spare his beautiful wings. Please, Oster, please!
Your pleas are pathetic,
he said in disgust. I didn't want to watch, but I couldn't look away. I couldn't leave him alone in this. Night blocked his feelings from me, and inside I became so numb. I'm right here with you, I said back to him in our bond. Tears spilled down my face. Davina and Lilith wept too, holding each other's hands. Rose cradled Zath, who was so motionless and still bleeding. Everyone watched Night for the absolute horror we were about to witness. It took 2 vampires to tear one of his wings, and a piece of me died to witness the abhorrence, the absolute barbaric crime. "Night," I whispered, but he didn't look up. He fell forward, hand braced on the ground, trembling stiffly as he bled out from his back. They took hold of his other wing, and my vision doubled. I could hardly stay conscious, watching them defile him. The second wing didn't tear free as easy, and I pinched my lips tight, forcing down the nausea as a third vampire joined their efforts. "I'm with you," I said through our bond. "Don't shut me out."
"This is not your pain,"
he said back, barely there. He was fading fast. If he fell under now, they would deliver him to death's realm for good this time, with the weapons of my blood they had. Strings ground, too many arrows slick with crimson pointed at Night, and I couldn't reach him, not physically or by magic with the veil.
"Estrella, I tear apart the threads of the universe to find you again. Shine bright, and I'll meet you in the next darkness."
Those beautiful golden eyes flicked up to me. "No," I whispered. I wouldn't lose him when it was like we'd only just met again.
"We'll take care of your disgraceful wings, too, soon enough,"
Oster said, leaning close to my ear, like an evil lover's promise. The key was right there. My weapon. I am the Star Maiden. All my past life, people tried to tell me what that meant. I was a gift to the people and I should be compliant, their version of good. I do not fear myself. Even in the past, I had doubted what my power should be used for. 2 gods gave me it, but I created it. I am Light's Death. It might take time to master what this new power was, and I knew Death wasn't finished collecting his price for it. Right now, I had to be reckless. So when Oster stood, about to signal the fire of a dozen lethal arrows to take Night from me, I became. The magic coursed through me, shooting up my arms to break the chains first. The world around me was shades of dark and light, and I reached for the brightest thing that called to me. Wrapping a hand around the key, there was only one thing I could do, remembering Night's warning about it.
"The key is an amplifier to you. To anyone else, it's a volatile devastation waiting to happen. It will corrupt the mind of anyone who tries to wield it when it was only intended for you. In turn, it weakens the magic you harbor in punishment for allowing it to slip out of your possession."
Then I remembered how the king had been granted the will to use the key by dusk and dawn without consequence, and I couldn't risk him getting a hold of it here. So I did the only thing I could in this moment. I used my magic to break it. That blast exploded through the temple, taking off the roof and splitting the stone walls. The sky spilled above us with the break of a new dawn, and I stood defiant in a storm of starlight, watching 5 pieces of the key float in the air. It wailed at being broken. Something inside me yearned to fix it. Raising a palm, I sent the pieces far and wide. I couldn't explain how this power, Light's Death, made me both invincible and terrified. It pushed beyond my limits right now, but I didn't care for what I needed to do. My steps felt like I was floating as I reached the veil, and touching it detonated a new collision of deadly magic. The archers were the first to die, even though they no longer poised their arrows. At risk of them scrambling up from the blast that knocked everyone down, I had to end them. Every soul I took now passed through me with a new purpose. Not for the stars anymore. As Light's Death, I delivered them to Death's realm. Night was exactly where he'd been before I became this. A few others were untouched too, as if I'd somehow spared them from my wrath. He still kneeled in agony, made of mostly shadows, but there was a light inside him too. A beating heart inside the darkness I yearned to protect. I couldn't recall the names of the others behind him. They were irrelevant to this power that consumed me, but a part of me knew they were important. Not my enemy. No. My greatest enemies were behind me, and I registered that so late in my moment of distraction by the beautiful darkness and pain that when an arrow pierced my back, I was immobilized.
Estrella.
A distant, desperate voice called within me, trying to get me to reach back. Light's death began to slumber under this agony. My vision blurred, and when a sudden impact threw me off my feet, I could hardly feel it. All I knew next was muffled screams and air I choked on with every breath as I tried to grapple for consciousness.
Estrella!
Night called my name through the bond with such desperation I couldn't bear it.
Where are you?
Where was I? I didn't want to know. I wanted to sleep. But for him, I tried to pull myself out of that daunting state. Blinking, my horror worsened when all I could see was stone and darkness. I was buried under debris. I heard an unmistakable roar that was the only reprieve in my misery. Drystan had come with his dragon. He would get Night and the others away from here, that's all that mattered. So I said back to him through the bond, hoping it reached him. Tell Drystan the key is with the dragons. He'll know what to do to get it back. Someone found me. I curled into myself with a helpless whimper as they began digging toward me, and all I could think of was that Oster had come.
I'm not leaving you here.
Night. I shielded my eyes as a large rock was pulled away, and a streak of dawn hit my eyes. They were close to reaching me. I didn't fall for you twice because I never stopped loving you. Through everything that tried to separate us, forgotten memories, lost time, it's always been you.
Starlight. She's alive.
A voice hissed. It was familiar, and I couldn't decide if I should be just as terrified by who had found me instead of Oster. Once they reached me, I was taken into arms I couldn't fight and carried in a brisk pace until the commotion didn't vibrate so much around me. I need to get back to him, I tried to say.
We can't go back there,
he answered firmly. I looked up then, and through the dark passages he hurriedly carried me through, I could just about make out Zephyr's features. I was in no state to fight him as he took me farther away from Night and the scene of devastation I'd left him in. My heart cleaved in two. My soul wailed in agony. But soon, I was too numb to feel any of it, anyway.
Chapter 53. Night. I'd left her. I'd let Drystan take me away from the wreckage of the temple when I couldn't fight him in my state. Not even now did I have the strength to storm out of this tall wooden tower of a home somewhere surrounded by woodland to find Estrella. That's all I knew about where he'd taken me as I sat on the edge of a bed, staring out the long window. It had only been hours since that hell we escaped, but they dragged like agonizing days when Estrella was not with me. The sun was setting now, and I couldn't be sure why it felt like my time was running out. A healer had checked my bandages several times. Having my wings torn out was a pain incomparable to anything I'd felt before. The phantom claws of the initial resistance, the blunt force tear, seized me when I was touched anywhere near the raw scores of my flesh. It was the only reason I wasn't tearing through Althenia right now to reach Estrella. If Oster had her, I could hardly contain my utter outrage that Drystan had taken me and left her. All I could think about was how my blood spilled over the stone, and if they managed to gather enough, they could kill Estrella with it now. The door creaked open and my fist tightened in the sheets. I hadn't spoken to anyone in the few times I'd been conscious enough. They'd all made it out. Zathrian, Rosalind, Davina, Lilith, Nadia, and Elliot were somewhere in this multi-story hut. Zath and Elliot were more incapacitated than me, but I wondered if it was my sheer will and focus on Estrella that was pushing through the strong need for rest and recovery. Dryson lingered behind me. "Where the fuck did you get a dragon?" I asked, voice devoid of any emotion. I needed to gather shit so I knew where to start. "Same place as you. An egg, once upon a time." I was so fucking far from tolerating any humor. My teeth clenched in ire as Dryson wandered to the window in front of me. Estrella's dragon wasn't mine. Dryson expanded. "In the diary I found all that time ago, I figured it out. The dragons were hunted nearly to extinction 1,000 years ago, until a group of mages and fae found a way to hide them." He dipped into his pocket, unfolding a parchment. My lazy eyes dragged to the table he laid it on, and I recognized the enchanted map immediately. "They were cast into paintings," Dryson told me, reaching for something else that stoked another familiarity. A new overlay. No, not new. He'd found that in the diary of the library too, all that time ago. "Constellation Draco. These are the locations. Outside each temple is a giant dragon painting no one would think was anything more. They kept one dragon alive that delivered an egg. Facera. It was said that the dragon hatched from it would be the catalyst to releasing the others through its tears. I might have found the story remarkable if I wasn't in such dark despair. It was hard to find light in anything without Estrella." He added, "Truthfully, I thought you would have figured it out, or at least had some suspicion when the circle rune at the Guardian Temple was empty." "She knew all this time," I muttered. "Since just before she visited the Guardians. Yes." I had more questions about that, but my chest was aching so badly with the recollections of Estrella's last words to me. "She broke and scattered the key, just like it broke after her death, and I thought, fuck, I could hardly breathe. She was still alive, I could feel it in our bond. Though it was now a weapon to kill me, I was grateful for it. She said you would know how to find the pieces, that the key is with the dragons." Dryson's expression lit up with that knowledge. Then he gave an incredulous sound, shaking his head. He fixed the overlay over the map, studying it with a small smile. "She's so fucking brilliant," he muttered. I only saw 5 pieces. "There's 17 named stars in Draco, 17 temples, and I hope that means dragons too. Hard to know which will have the key pieces, or perhaps they all do. It seems there may be one last libertatum after all, one that spans the continent." My fingers slipped through my hair as I held my head in my hands. "That will take too long. I'm not leaving her there another moment past getting my strength back. So, we retrieve Estrella first." I wished it was that simple, easy as he made it sound. I hoped it was. Dryson sighed, heading back to the window and folding his arms. "There was also another prophecy. I know you don't believe in them, but we had to try. I asked Estrella to keep the dragon a secret because you would have only seen me as some kind of threat with it. I didn't know if it would bond with me, but it did. Her name is Athbide, by the way. I'm sure Eltonin will be glad not to be alone anymore, but..." Dryson paused, flicking his eyes to me with pain disturbance. "What is it?" "I think Oster might have Eltonin. We haven't seen him since the battle." My eyes closed briefly. Shit. If Oster harmed the dragon, I didn't want to think what it would do to Estrella. "We have to go get them back," I growled. "Just wait, you impatient bastard. You're not saving anyone like this, and getting yourself captured again would just cause more hell for everyone." I loathed this state of weakness so much I thought my rage of adrenaline could see me through killing Oster at least. But then there were his brothers. My father... Fuck. "Estrella couldn't yet explain to you why she trusted me. Why I asked her to kill me," Dryson said. It was the wrong thing to admit. My blaze turned scorching and I targeted that lethal stare on him. Dryson winced at it. I could hardly grapple sanity from what I was hearing. You asked her to do what? I seethed through my teeth. Estrella had to become Light's death. It's the only way we stand a chance of winning this, of you both surviving it and of stopping the quakes once and for all. You never would have agreed to her trying, and we needed you to summon the god of death to do it. I won't deny it was a risk. He could have refused, killed her, let me die, or asked for something else. But it's been a long 3 centuries, brother. All I had was time, and I don't have your power, but there's often more might in knowledge. I knew the gods had their own wars, and Dusk and Dawn had long been regarded as superior. Death has tried before to meddle with their plans. Creating you wreaked havoc in the world they'd set up to create so perfectly to their celestial order with their daughter. Your bond, I think, was unexpected, and more to do with your heritage as star gods. But then Estrella came back, and they bargained her memories in the hopes their golden era could be restored, and Death would lose. They told Father how to kill you, and also that he had to ally with Auster to do it. Auster has always had the favor of Dusk and Dawn, as do all the high celestials divinely chosen by them. Death wants them gone, so we had to take a chance. In claiming Estrella, it severed her ties as the daughter of Dusk and Dawn, and made her Death's creation, like you. He did exactly what we hoped he would. Legends speak of a god-killer, and as you know, a god can only be killed by something it's made of. Estrella was made of Dusk and Dawn. My hand massaged my forehead as I tried to comprehend this plan, this foolishly desperate plan they'd conjured between themselves. God-killer. Shit. The fable was as incredible as it was fascinating. Remembering how Estrella had looked, the power she harnessed so bright and glorious as Light's death, I couldn't deny he might be right if such a legend was true. How is there a good end to any of this? I snapped. Because your death is next. I huffed a bitter laugh. You're nicer to me when you're dying. Speaking of that was a shit experience I hope to never revisit. Though my comeback was a one-trick act of desperation, I don't know how you've died so many times like it was nothing. He shuddered. It took me a while to come around, and honestly I feared for a moment the little rogue might have changed her mind to make it permanent, when I woke despite her bond to me being severed. She was in on it too, but if she'd have been the one to kill me, you would have killed her without a thought. It had to be Estrella. Their plan was suicidal, reckless, dangerous, stupid, and brilliant. Fucking brilliant. Dryston said, but if I just pulled myself together faster, got to you faster, your wings... It's not your fault, I said. It kept me weak right now more than anything. It was hard to explain the emptiness I felt with them gone. The wounds would take a while to heal, I'd been informed, but it was the inside that felt fractured. Too many had guarded minds. I didn't stand a chance of killing all I needed to, and attempting to shatter the veil to reach Estrella, and Auster had the key right there. He could have killed her just to break me. If I hadn't surrendered, he would have whipped Estrella every time I resisted. Losing my wings to spare her pain, it was worth it. I leaned my forearms on my thighs, clamping my trembling fists from how explosive I became with every thought of him. I couldn't believe I'd missed it, that I hadn't considered Auster a culprit even once despite Estrella's bond with me. She trusted him. They'd grown up together, yet I'd failed her by not seeing that ultimate betrayal. Instead, I'd fucking protected him and his brothers behind that veil. That bastard is going to pay, Dryston said to himself in a dark promise I'd never heard from him before. Both of them. I don't understand what Auster has to gain from Father, I said. Nothing. Not anymore. Auster got the answer to kill you and orchestrated the attack on his own people with what's feebly left of Father's army. True vampire rogues that still thought he would grant them the world someday. Auster simply saw a way to further frame you as the villain, and condemn Estrella as the enemy too when they found out she was with you. As far as the story will go, it was you who attacked, and Estrella was compliant with it. I imagine a lot of us will be fugitives with Oster taking over Solanas now. We have to be vigilant. He took a deep inhale, turning to me with tired, pitying eyes. Father has foolishly expired his use, and I wouldn't be surprised if Oster kills him before we can, unless he manages to wrangle some alliance. He's like a serpent with 5 heads that way. There was no better way to put it, when it felt like we cut one head off and he was still fucking here. We saw you with Terran and other elder vampires, I said with careful suspicion. I know, he smirked. You two should probably delegate sleuthing to someone else next time. They're allied with Father still? Did they lead the attack? No, they're with us. My head was beginning to throb too painfully to absorb what the fuck he was trying to explain. Nothing made sense anymore. Everything I thought I knew. I didn't care. About the war, the collapse of the stars. I didn't want to care about anything but Estrella. Yet I knew everything was tied together in a nightmarish path to get to her anyway. You should rest. There's a lot you need to understand. I need to get Estrella back, I snarled. Pushing to my feet, my stability wavered so instantly that I reached clumsily for the desk, knocking things off. I hissed in frustration. Dreisen approached, but I didn't look up. He thumped something in front of me, and I almost snatched it to snap it in two. It's just until you get your strength back. Healer's orders, since we knew you'd be adamantly against lying down. Everything in me despaired at the sight of the black wooden cane. How long? I asked. His hesitation of silence was enough to close my eyes, sinking my thoughts further. They don't know for sure. At least a few weeks from what they know of Celestials losing their wings in the past. Your balance will come back steadily. You'll need to eat more. And your power, well, only you can tell us if that's been affected and when it'll come back fully. You might find your mind blocks or limits access to it so your body can heal. I knew Celestials losing their wings had a long road to recovery, but somehow I thought I'd be different, that I could push through it faster, ignore the pain, and keep going. I know this is going to be hard for you, but we're not all resting. You have to have a bit of faith in the rest of us to carry out the work for once. Dreisen laid a hand on my shoulder, and for a moment it stopped the pacing beast inside me. I never thought I'd feel his comfort again. Part of me was questioning if this was even real. He edged the cane closer, and I had no choice but to accept it if I wanted to keep my balance when letting go of the dresser. I meant what I said. He spoke quietly, like the remaining shadows of his resentment wanted to keep it a secret. I might have wanted to keep you two apart in fear of this tragic, vicious cycle. I wanted Estrella to choose me in friendship, and if she didn't fall for you again, you'd leave this realm and we'd restore this one. But I've come to realize I don't care about the past, how dark and selfish you became. We need you, not because of your power. We just need you, both of us. We all have wrongs we're not proud of and that lead us astray. But somehow, I think we'll always find our way back. I nodded, glad for once through my cloud of misery that I had my brother back at least, though we had a long road of mending our broken relationship ahead of us. She's resilient and powerful. If she doesn't save herself first, we'll get her out, Dreisen said. All that anguished in me about it was how I couldn't save Estrella. Not like this. I shuffled with the cane to the window. My body was too heavy, yet also hollow. My mind was foggy. Snow covered the trees and hills surrounding this tall cabin. Where are we? I asked. We're still in Vestitir. This place is the home of Nadir, the mage we visited. It's cloaked so that no one should see it if they wandered past. No one can use the void to find us, and anyone who passes the veil around the protection perimeter triggers an alarm. It's not overnight. In fact, I think we've just entered the beginning of the end. Dryson laughed, and in the solitude my helplessness bore down fractions heavier. I had to put my trust in others, and that was something I wasn't sure how to do. Every tap of the cane against the wooden floor sank the reality of my situation in deeper. The sun torched the trees with a golden hue, and the snow sparkled beautifully. All I could think of was Estrella's hair with a deep yearning in my chest. "I'm coming for you." I tried to communicate that to her through our bond, but that link between us felt blocked. Tiredness weighed on me with the slow descent of the sun, and my pulse picked up. I didn't know where the panic came from, why I was desperate for once for the day to defy instead of the night to fall. I leaned more on the cane as twilight descended. My mind chanted Estrella's name, desperate for her to hear me, for her to know I wasn't abandoning her. Not by choice. Never. My hand trembled on the cane with the weight I could hardly hold on my own anymore. My eyes struggled to stay open, but I couldn't miss a flicker of this last sunset. I couldn't stay here. She was out there, closer than Althenia. I could feel it. Our bond seemed so distant, but she felt right within reach, and I wondered if being in this house was dulling our connection from the protective shield I was within. Estrella was Light's death, another creation of his. Our existence before had been clashing. Now, I feared it had reached its climax sooner than any of us predicted. Nothing given was without sacrifice, and with the rapidly descending sunlight, I finally understood.
Chapter 54. Estrella. I sat on the edge of a small, humble bed, and for a while it was like no time had passed at all, like I'd never left. Looking out the dainty balcony window, I couldn't see the outdoors. I was underground, and if I could have stood from my numb state, I would have seen the expanse of a deep, colossal shaft. Before getting my memories back, I had struggled to believe there was over a century missing in my mind. My time had paused while the world kept pressing forward for 3 more. Now time was racing with all I had to catch up on in the centuries I was gone. Night had waited. I'd known this, and yet it was a whole new ache in my soul to have the trickling images and emotions of the past bringing such clarity as to why. What I felt for him was as certain as time, as promising as life, and as inevitable as death. Above all that was coming back to me, night was the only sure thing that kept me grounded. I knew where I was, only I couldn't fathom how big and busy this stronghold had become in my absence. It was overwhelming, and why I couldn't bring myself to step onto that small balcony and see it in full clarity for myself. They'd left me in this room after I'd awoken, near frantic, terror-stricken, and unable to get my mind to stop. They had made me drink a tonic, and I was glad, for it calmed my storm. A presence crept in behind me, and I knew the time for dwelling was over. I couldn't stay idle anymore. The gods that created me had wanted a perfect idol, but the God that made me, Light's death, had broken those chains of obedience. The golden age would come again, my way. It would take knocking down the pillars of superiority, one by one.
"How are you feeling?"
I turned then, finding Zephyr standing patiently, hands clasped behind his back. How was I feeling? There were no words in my mind anymore, only pure rage-filled actions I wanted to take. I didn't want Oster to know in words. I wanted him to feel it when the sky fell down upon him. Like I want to tear the world apart, I said.
"I was rather hoping you would say that."
Zephyr smiled.
"Welcome back, Estrella."
At first, the sight of him when I awoke had struck me with dread as much as it might have to see Oster standing over me, until my memory of Zephyr filtered back. He was my friend and I trusted him. I knew that now. All the plans we made, the suspicions we confided in each other long ago. None of them will forgive you, I said, giving him one last chance to back away. But this was something we'd started long ago, and like Night, he'd been waiting too.
Then I hope you remain as confident as before that we'll emerge triumphant.
I failed before. I could again.
You didn't fail,
he said, coming carefully closer.
You became everything you needed to be, to take your rightful place once and for all.
I nodded, choosing to be grateful for the loyalty I didn't deserve. Just then, a head of blonde hair curved around the door, and I relaxed in relief seeing Katerina. Her exile had been a ruse Zephyr had no choice but to partake in to keep her safe and not risk a conflict with his brothers. And I was so glad. Auster was a harsh and powerful dictator. His views were absolute to create a world where the weaker people would always be lesser. His other two brothers followed his iron fist, but not Zephyr. His heart was too kind to shun his own people, even half-bloods. This sanctuary was another rebellion, for the Nephilim and Celestials who had lost their wings and had been exiled by order of the High Celestials. What most didn't know was that corruption was a poison in the roots of even the fairest beings, and goodness was a light even among the most wickedly portrayed. So this place had been created as a refuge on the Forgotten Isles, east of Althenia, for their safety, and one day an uprising for equality. One Zephyr and I had only just begun before I was killed. You and Night, you're the bridge to our peace once and for all, Katerina said. My eyes stung as I pushed up from the bed, turning away from them. For the first time, we were regarded as something of hope, not tragedy. I clung to that notion because nothing felt more absolute, more inevitable than him and I. Night isn't the savior you pray for, but he's the one you hope will answer anyway, I said, looking over the wide expanse of the stone perimeter with an aching heart.
None of us would have seen that without you,
Zephyr said.
Auster and the others have always tried to make you believe it was a crime against your people to accept there was good in Raynite. But it's those who are quickest to condemn a monster that are harboring something more vicious of their own.
For Auster, Notice, and Aquilo, it was the beast of superiority. I couldn't believe how many exiled Celestials, Nephilim, and even Fae resided here after 300 years. When I last saw this place, it had been empty, a mere dream. Yet as glad as I was to see we'd offered a home and safety for them, it was abhorrent to see these columns so full. Thousands of outcasts. I hovered toward the dainty balcony doors and pushed down on the handles.
Are you sure you're ready?
Zephyr said worriedly. I have to be. The sound of people was only a distant murmur from inside the room. As soon as I stepped out into the hollow column, it became an overwhelming racket. There was anguish and rage and terror fighting through the crowd, and when I peered over the stone rail, I realized why with my own dowsing horror. You captured Aquilo? I said in shock, twisting back to Zephyr. He stayed in the frame of the door.
I tried to tell them not to when we passed him unconscious, but the others with us didn't listen. We have to let him go. Keeping him or killing him is an act against the gods. It wouldn't be Auster or Notice we'd fear most, though their vengeance would come down in force.
Aquilo was strung up below by his wrists between two pillars. Ironic, really, when he'd laughed at me in such a helpless position, and now a dark part of me looked down again and was pleased by the sorry sight of him. A few men and women acted as a firm barricade to him against a crowd that wanted to spill his blood. I climbed onto the rail, and a few looked up. The pit began to quieten, but I couldn't pay them any attention. I rolled my shoulders back and thought that I probably shouldn't release my wings right now with the healing ache of my muscles. When I caught a flicker of the black feathers behind me, I was reminded of who I was now. Death-touched. The pit hushed all at once to the dark angel staring down at them.
Estrella, what are you doing?
Zephyr asked, growing increasingly concerned. Exacting justice. I stepped off, letting gravity take me down sharply before my wings splayed, catching the draft that softened my landing. The people let me pass, and my resentment grew with every step closer to Aquilo I got. Those guarding him looked up behind me, but Zephyr didn't follow. He kept hidden, an inside spy for them into the high celestial houses all this time. The guards let me pass. Aquilo kept his head hung, but he was conscious, eyes fixed on the ground, jaw tight. "You won't even look at me," I said, not recognizing the ice in my tone.
You're the devil's maiden now,
He spat. My smile felt vicious. I quite like that, actually. Kneeling, I gripped a fistful of his dark hair, yanking his head back. Aquilo's brown eyes seethed at me. Doesn't feel so good, does it? To be bound and powerless. Shouts started out from the onlookers. "Kill him! He made outcasts of us all! Death to the high celestials!" "You'll risk the wrath of the gods if you kill him," Katerina warned behind me. I looked over Aquilo's head into the shadows. I couldn't be sure if my visions of death were just that, as I could have sworn he watched me now, in a mundane size this time. Still no face, only a depthless hood, scythe in hand. Waiting. "I am Wrath," I said. "And I am a god." Aquilo screamed. My touch began to inflict his torture, invisible to everyone. I wouldn't kill him this time. I had a message to deliver, to give a taste of the high celestial's own iron fist. His wings were glamored, but that didn't stop me from reaching them. I would have liked it to have been a spectacle for all those here who had been shunned for losing theirs. But I didn't have the patience right now to get him to break and reveal them. The people knew what was happening soon enough. Down his back, 2 slanted lines scorched his flesh. He bled through his jacket. I drowned out his screams of agony. Maybe I should have been repulsed by what I was doing, but right now all I felt was rage toward Oster for what he'd done to me, taken 300 years of my life away. I was furious over the ruling of Althenia that had continued in my absence when I could have helped stop it sooner, so this place wasn't so full. And I was livid at the gods who gave me life, only to control what that meant. Make a puppet out of me abiding by their supreme ideals. Not anymore. When I was finished removing Aquilo's wings, I let him go. He hung there limply, barely maintaining consciousness now. I stood with no remorse, no feeling at all. Then I turned to Zephyr, cloaked in shadow at the entrance of a passage on this level now. "You can take him back now," I said to no one in particular. "Let Oster and Notice know we won't be silent. We won't be compliant. We're fighting back." Zephyr looked at me like he didn't know who he saw anymore. When I next looked in a mirror, I wasn't sure I would either. The crowd broke into applause and vengeful cheers. I didn't bask in any of it. They praised me for what I'd done, but there was no glory to be had in this first act of war. I walked away, glamoring my wings again to maneuver while there was little space in here. The tight mob of people was beginning to suffocate me, and my anger cooled again to remember more pressing things to me right now. I had to make sure my friends and Night were okay. I missed him so much that I rubbed my chest with the ache swelling in me as we wound through tight stone passages in this underground maze. I'd only just got my memories back. And while I was still recalling things and threading fragments of the past together, it felt like I'd only just found him again before we were ripped apart. He had let them tear his wings out for me. "How long has passed since you saved me?" I asked Zephyr, who was following me.
"A few hours. It's sunset."
Sunset. That knowledge was like a punch when I recalled what the god of death had said.
"When this dawn ends, eternal night will fall."
Night, I breathed. Then I was running. Zephyr called my name, but it was drowned under the drum of my pulse. I knew how to get out of here. I'd designed the layout through the underground caves before I died. Hurtling up the spiral stairs, my lungs began to burn from the exertion, but I couldn't travel through the void under here. It was enchanted for protection. When I breached the surface, the icy air speared my throat. I closed my eyes, trying desperately to feel for Night, to channel through the void to him. The world felt too cold and vacant. I couldn't feel him. Panic riddled my mind, my chest, my soul. I paced, trying again. When I still couldn't reach him, I tried Zath, Rose, Davina, anyone. Had something terrible happened to them? Zephyr said he'd seen Drystan helping them all to safety on his dragon before he left with me. I stepped through the void to Vesitir. The pedestrian traffic around me bustled past, so mundane, oblivious. Their world was whole and normal while the ground crumbled beneath my feet and I scrambled like the streets were ablaze. "Where are you?" I tried to call to Night through our bond, but something was making it too distant and blurry. I could still feel the essence of him entwined with me. It was the only thing that kept me from sinking to my knees in utter despair. "I'm coming for you," I said, hoping in some way he would hear that, even if not in words. Commotion sounded down the wide street, and I dipped into a shadowed alley, watching the lines marching up. Celestials. Oster was wasting no time in staking his claim on Solanas. An acidic bitterness rose in me as I pressed my back to a wall for them to pass. Some stopped, hammering things intermittently on the walls of buildings. When the celestial soldiers wearing Oster's color and seal passed, I slipped back out. Curious, I gravitated toward what they were hanging. To my outrage and horror, it was posters of dangerous, wanted persons. The prices for each, dead or alive, climbed as I walked, examining the 5 variants they'd hung. Davina and Lilith, Zath and Rose, Nadia and Drystan, Night, and me. The reward money for capturing Night and myself alive was obscene, enough to turn friend to foe to capture us, to make a criminal out of any saint. "It's the Star Maiden," someone whispered behind me.
"Are you sure?"
I spun, and the elderly human couple who'd spoken stared at me wide-eyed. But we'd attracted the interest of many others who were all examining the new posters plastered all the way down the street. The elderly woman said, "Run, child." I did. As other people started to pique their interest, some advancing for me, I turned and raced down the alleys. Voices grew at my back as though the city was coming alive fast and viciously for the chance to capture me. And I realized the gravity of what Oster had done. Turned the whole city against us. Soon the whole continent would see us as the enemy. My eyes burned. I had to find Night. We'd figure out what to do together. Stepping into the void, I choked one sob in the silence of the bell tower. I sank to my knees, not knowing where else to go. The sun was setting too fast, and if what the god of death said was true, if this was the final glimpse of the day in consequence for what I'd become, Night didn't have weeks or days or hours. He had minutes. My pulse had never raced so hopelessly as it did as I watched the fleeting rays. "Please, I need you," I begged with everything I had through our bond. Voices echoed behind me, and my heart leaped up my throat. No, they couldn't know about this place. How had they found me here? I braced to stand and fight for our secret home above the world. The soldiers didn't climb the tower. I yelped, ducking at the loud boom that shook through the stone and into my bones. Oh, gods! They were tearing it down. Racing to the dresser, I snatched up the snow globe Night had gifted me, about to leave, when the structure was blasted off balance. I fell into the wall as everything in our once safe and sacred space was thrown and broken with me. The bed slammed into the stone, turning to wreckage. Everything was upturned, and I watched as our home crumbled. Tears blurred the destruction around me. If I didn't get out, I would be buried like our precious memories in here. I stayed as long as I could in my desperate attachment. Then I left through the void. My knees sank into the snow with my cries as soon as I met the ground again. I clutched the snow globe as all I had left, and I wished for him. More than anything in the world, all I wanted was to feel Night. He'd been through an unfathomable trauma. He'd done it for me, and I wasn't with him. A pull within me silenced my cries. It could have been sheer desperation, but if there was a chance, it was real. Pushing to my feet, I scrambled through the darkening woodland, tripping over the unseen obstacles of branches under snow. My palms were cut against the harsh bark I gripped to catch me several times, and the few woodland claws that succeeded in pulling me to its ground. But I didn't stop. I protected the globe with my body, not feeling pain right now anyway. Adrenaline pushed me on, keeping my skin numb because time was too precious, and I had to make it. Breaking out of the tree line, I came to a cliff's edge. Then all it took was a sideways look to shatter me with delusional relief. I cursed the snow for slowing my run, pushing with all I had toward Night, but he could hardly walk to meet me. The void wouldn't open here, and my teeth gritted. Don't stop. I broke at the side of the black cane he leaned on as he clutched his abdomen and barely shuffled his steps. "Night!" I called when he hadn't looked up yet. When he did, the tired misery in his eyes cleaved my world in two. Then he looked over the mountainside as if he knew. I sprinted with all my might through the thick snow, racing to beat the sunset. He was right there. Just a few more steps. I never battled such an uncompromising force as time. Everything in me was screaming to make it stop, to let us defy just for a few more delicate minutes. But as the last amber streak winked out across his face, the world rumbled with a violent quake, and Night's hold slipped on the cane. My knees plummeted into the snow, arms opening to catch him. I cried out, taking the impact that sprawled us both from the weight of him. Pushing with everything I had, I managed to maneuver, hooking my arms under his and pulling myself up enough to hold his upper body in my lap. The silence had never rung so loud. The darkness had never felt so haunting. Night. My hand slipped over his chest. His heartbeat was there, but it was so terribly slow and shallow. I couldn't accept that dusk and dawn had won in inflicting their curse on him. "I need you." He was so beautiful, so peaceful. Our bond turned distant, but I wrapped my entire being around the eternal tie between us. "I can't do this without you," I whispered. I kissed him, smoothing away the sweat-slicked dark hair on his forehead. Despite his suffering against what must have been strict orders to rest, he'd still come. Somehow he'd known this was his final dawn, and still he'd come for me. The mountainside echoed with my pain and heartache. I held night as I stared over the city of Vesitir, then beyond to Althenia. My tears fell, but each forged my anguish, my determination, and my will. The daylight might not rise again, but the brightest star thrives in the darkest night. I was no longer the daughter of dusk and dawn. I was the daughter of death, and this world would either bow or watch the stars rain down upon it. "I'll meet you in the darkness," I whispered, holding his head to my chest and keeping his body warm from the snow with the glow of my magic. Now, then, and always. This is Jackie Pryor. Thanks for listening to The Night is Defying, a Macmillan audio production for Bramble Books. This program was produced by Katie Robitsky. Text copyright 2024 by Chloe C. Peñaranda. Production copyright 2024 by Macmillan Audio. All rights reserved. For more information about Macmillan Audiobooks, please visit macmillanaudio.com.